Chapter 1584. Wait. Qin Feiyang suddenly stretched out his hand. Is there anything else? Willow Tree asked. There's one thing I almost forgot. You seem to have said that there is an 8th grade elixir fire in the main tower? Qin Feiyang said. Yes. Willow Tree nodded. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Wang Yuanshan and asked, Who has this 8th grade elixir fire? Wang Yuanshan said, Pei Yunchang. Pei Yunchang? Qin Feiyang was stunned. It's not surprising. Because in the main tower, Pei Yunchang's alchemy talent is the highest. Willow Tree said. Qin Feiyang said, Then go and find Pei Yunchang's body in his Qingkuan bag. Take Chang Shui with you in case of accidents. Okay. Willow Tree nodded and turned to enter the portal. Qin Feiyang, don't forget your promise to me. Yu Huang laughed mischievously and followed after him. What promise? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Then he seemed to think of something and smiled bitterly. If he guessed correctly, the promise Yu Huang mentioned should be the artifact. When he gave the 7-star sword to Willow Tree, he said that he would give it to Yu Huang the next time he got one. And this time, he got 3 artifacts at once. If he didn't give one to Yu Huang, it seemed a little unreasonable. Headache. Qin Feiyang shook his head. To be honest, the first people he thought of were White-Eyed Wolf, Fatso and the others. After all, they had followed him for so long. Even if they didn't make any contributions, they had worked hard. Glancing at the yard, there was a stone table and 4 stone stools. Qin Feiyang walked over and sat on a stone stool. He looked at Wang Yuanshan and the others and said, Come here. A group of people rolled and crawled to Qin Feiyang. Kneel. Qin Feiyang said. Although they were all fake gods, no one dared to act rashly at this moment. They obediently knelt on the ground in an orderly manner. The woman roared, You spineless trash. Wang Yuanshan and the others immediately lowered their heads in shame. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and glanced at the woman. You have a backbone, don't you? I don't know if I have a backbone or not. I only know that you will never expect me to kneel in front of you. The woman sneered. Really? Let's wait and see. Qin Feiyang smiled playfully. With a thought, Fatso and Lu Hong appeared out of thin air. He said, Take their Qingkuan bags. All right. Fatso shouted and immediately ran forward, seizing everyone's Qingkuan bags. Following that, Fatso ran in front of Qin Feiyang, placed the Qingkuan bag on the table and laughed. Even the fake gods are obediently kneeling in front of you, boss. You are truly a born emperor. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Lu Hong also looked at Fatso with a strange expression. What was this dead pig head up to? Because this guy definitely wouldn't flatter him for no reason. Fatso said, Why are you looking at Fat Lord like that? Fat Lord is telling the truth. That's enough. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, What kind of conspiracy do you have? Just say it. Fatso laughed embarrassedly. Boss, look, didn't you get 3 divine artifacts this time? As expected. Lu Hong pursed her lips. Qin Feiyang teased. And then? Fat Lord seems to have heard that there is a divine artifact called the Black Dragon Battle Axe. Look, Fat Lord's battle soul is the Black Dragon, and there is also the Black Dragon scripture. Don't you think that this Black Dragon Battle Axe is a good match for Fat Lord? Fatso laughed mischievously. Is it? Why didn't I notice? Lu Hong said disdainfully. Fatso's face darkened and said angrily, When men are talking, women shouldn't interrupt, no rules. Yo. Lu Hong raised her eyebrows, grabbed Fatso's ear and said angrily, Do you have a prejudice against us women? No. How would I dare? Big sister, let go, it's falling. Fatso hurriedly said, grimacing in pain. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed, took out the Black Dragon Battle Axe and the jade pendant, placed them on the stone table and said, One for each of you. One for each of us? Lu Hong was stunned. Fatso hurriedly pulled Lu Hong's fingers away and pounced on the Black Dragon Battle Axe. Qin Feiyang suddenly stretched out his hand and pressed down on the Black Dragon Battle Axe. Fatso was slightly stunned, hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang and shouted, Boss, a real man keeps his word, don't go back on it. Who said I'm going back on my word? Qin Feiyang said angrily. Then what are you doing? Fatso was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, Before I give you the Black Dragon Battle Axe, I want to say a few words first. Go ahead. Fatso said anxiously. Qin Feiyang said, First the Black Dragon scripture, then the Black Dragon Battle Axe. I think I've already taken care of you. Yes, thank you, boss. To be able to follow boss is Fat Lord's lifetime honor. Fatso said with a flattering smile. Shut up. Can't you be serious? Qin Feiyang said angrily. Fatso was stunned, his expression became serious and said, "Continue. I don't care about divine arts or divine artifacts, I can give you whatever you want, I only have one request, work hard and don't let me down." Qin Feiyang said. Fatso was silent for a long time and said, "Boss, don't worry, I will work hard and catch up with you as soon as possible." "You still don't understand. What I want is not for you to catch up with me, but to surpass me and become my strongest right-hand man," Qin Feiyang said. Fatso was a little dumbfounded. "What's wrong? No confidence?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "Yes." Fatso nodded. "Take it." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and let go of the black dragon battle axe. "Thank you, boss." Fatso smiled and immediately went forward to grab the black dragon battle axe. His face was blooming with joy. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Hong, who was standing at the side in a daze, and said with a smile, "This jade pendant, you can keep it too." "Me? Why are you giving it to me? I can't help you with anything? Moreover, if you give me the jade pendant, what will you give to Yu Huang?" Lu Hong said. "Who says you can't help me with anything? I believe you. And I feel that this jade pendant should only be able to exert its full strength. Because there is a white dragon on this jade pendant. Generally, the totems on divine artifacts have some hidden mysteries. And the white dragon just happens to match your battle soul. As for Yu Huang, I will give him the fire lotus." Qin Feiyang smiled. Originally, he wanted to keep the fire lotus for his own use, but since he had promised Yu Huang, he would give it to him. Lu Hong was still a little hesitant. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He grabbed the jade pendant, got up and stuffed it into Lu Hong's hand and said with a smile, "Just take it, why are you being so polite with me?" "Yes. Why should I be polite with you?" Lu Hong smiled and looked down at the jade pendant and said, "Then, it will be called the White Dragon Pendant from now on." "Up to you." Qin Feiyang smiled and returned to his seat and coughed dryly and said, "Fatso." Fatty was stunned for a moment before he quickly replied, "Yes. Let me ask you, what is in the mortal world?" Qin Feiyang glanced at the woman and said lightly, "This." Fatso was stunned. Why did he suddenly ask this? Moreover, the boss had lived in Iron Ox Town for as long as 5 years and knew the mortal world very well. Why did he ask him? Qin Feiyang said, "I ask, you answer." "Okay." Fatso nodded and pondered for a while and said, "In the mortal world, except for divine weapons and divine arts, there is everything, such as pots and pans, oil, salt and vinegar, swords, spears, sticks and sticks." Qin Feiyang said, "Yes, but there is one thing you didn't think of." "What?" Fatso was suspicious. "Beggars?" Qin Feiyang said. Fatso was slightly stunned and nodded. "Yes, there are many beggars in the mortal world." Qin Feiyang smiled. "The life of these beggars is very difficult. After this meal there is no next meal, let alone find women, right?" Fatso said, "Yes, they can't even take care of their lives, how can they find women?" Qin Feiyang said, "Then if a woman suddenly appears in front of them with disheveled clothes, what do you think they will do? Needless to say, they will definitely swarm her." Fatso said, "What's the situation?" Lu Hong looked at the two of them suspiciously. Wang Yuanshan and the others were also puzzled. Why did they suddenly talk about beggars? Qin Feiyang grinned, looked at Fatso and asked, "What do you think of our pagoda master?" "Pagoda master?" The fatty stared blankly for a moment before he instantly understood Qin Feiyang's meaning. He turned around to size up the woman and said with a sinister smile, "Although you're old, you've maintained yourself well. You can be considered a great beauty." Hearing this, the woman suddenly had a bad premonition in her heart. Qin Feiyang nodded, "I think so too, it is a pity to kill her like this." "Yes, it is a pity," Fatso said. Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, "Then how about?" "Why not what?" Fatso asked. Qin Feiyang said, "Why don't we strip her and send her to the beggars and let them all have a taste of women?" Lu Hong burst out laughing. The woman's face instantly turned pale. Wang Yuanshan and the others were also stunned. "Good idea." Fatso's eyes lit up and he turned to look at the woman, saying, "With your beauty in the eyes of those beggars, you are a fairy-like existence. I believe that they will definitely love you." "You demons!" The woman roared, her eyes full of resentment. Qin Feiyang said, "Strip her naked." "Okay." Fatso nodded and strode to the woman. The woman hurriedly retreated in horror and cried, "No, please don't do this to me." She was afraid. Not to mention really just thinking about this kind of thing made her feel despair. Moreover, she was a false god, the dignified pagoda master, an existence that stood at the top of the Black Tortoise world. How could such a thing happen to her? Begging me is useless. I have to carry out the boss's orders. Besides, isn't it just serving a group of men? It won't take your life. What are you afraid of? Fatso grinned and grabbed the woman's clothes. No, kill me, don't torture me, I beg you. The woman screamed in panic and knelt on the ground, looking at Qin Feiyang and the other two, begging endlessly. Weren't you very unyielding just now? You also said that you would never take the initiative to kneel in front of me. What's going on now? Why are you kneeling? Get up. Chapter 1585. When the woman heard this, she immediately shouted angrily, You said all this just to force me to kneel? What do you think? Qin Feiyang looked at her mockingly. Bastard. The woman roared angrily. Shut up. If you don't behave, I'll ask Fatso to strip you naked and send you to the beggars. Don't think that I can't do it. Qin Feiyang sneered. The woman's eyes trembled and her anger disappeared. She lowered her head in fear. Qin Feiyang snorted and said calmly, Tell me, how can I get rid of the art of puppetry? The woman was stunned. She raised her head and looked at Qin Feiyang. Then, she immediately lowered her head and remained silent. Fatso shouted, Are you mute? The woman turned a deaf ear and refused to speak. Let's see if your mouth is tougher or my methods are tougher. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. He turned to Fatso and said, Strip her. Okay. Fatso laughed and grabbed the woman's clothes. He tore them into pieces, leaving only her underwear. The woman suddenly screamed in panic and shouted at Fatso, Bastard, stay away from me. Fatso crossed his arms and sneered, If you don't speak, I'm afraid you won't even be able to keep your underwear. Think carefully. I can't get rid of the art of puppetry. Because the art of puppetry is unsolvable. The woman exclaimed. Unsolvable? Do you think we're 3 years old? Fatso laughed angrily and grabbed the woman's underwear. I'm not lying. The art of puppetry is unsolvable. This is what the deputy chief of the Vanga League told me personally. The woman said anxiously. Fatso was stunned. He frowned and said, What does this have to do with the Vanga League? The art of puppetry was given to me by the deputy chief of the Vanga League. But he only gave me the cultivation method of the puppet technique, not the method to remove it. The woman said. Vanga League deputy chief. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Fatso looked at Wang Yuanshan and the others and asked, Is what she said true? We don't know either. That's because it's usually the tower owner who contacts the Vanga League. Wang Yuanshan said. Fatso turned to look at Qin Feiyang with a questioning look. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and formed a seal with both hands. A slave seal appeared and sank into the woman's head. Ah! The woman immediately held her head and howled miserably. What's going on? Wang Yuanshan and the others were bewildered. But soon, the woman stopped screaming and everything returned to normal. What happened? The woman was also a little confused. She looked up at Qin Feiyang and said, What did you do to me? Qin Feiyang did not answer. He said, I'll ask you again. Do you really not know how to break the art of puppetry? After that, he was secretly peeping into the woman's mind. What do you want me to say to make you believe me? I really don't know. The woman roared. Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso and shook his head. She's not lying. You? The woman looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. What was going on? He was still suspicious before, but now he was sure that she was not lying? How could he be so sure? Fatso glanced at the woman and asked Qin Feiyang, What do we do now? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment. His eyes flashed and he said, If the slave seal can break the blood soul technique, I'll try and see if it can break the puppet technique. The reason why the slave seal can break the blood soul technique is because the blood soul technique is a battle art. And the puppet technique and the slave seal are both divine arts. They shouldn't be able to do it. Fatso thought. How do you know if you don't try? Qin Feiyang imprinted again. Another slave seal condensed. He glanced at Wang Yuanshan and the others. With a wave of his hand, the slave seal flew towards the top of Wang Yuanshan's head. Wang Yuanshan panicked and instinctively wanted to escape. What do you want to do? Fatso shouted. Wang Yuanshan's body trembled. He immediately knelt on the ground obediently, not daring to move again. The slave seal cut through the sky and entered the top of Wang Yuanshan's head. Wang Yuanshan immediately held his head and rolled on the ground. His face was filled with pain as he screamed miserably. Pagoda Master is like this, and Wang Yuanshan is also like this. What exactly is that imprint? Shirlan and the others were surprised. At the same time they became nervous. Will Qin Feiyang also do something to them? Qin Feiyang stared fixedly at Wang Yuanshan. His eyes flickered with a trace of expectation. Time passed by. Finally, Wang Yuanshan stopped screaming. He climbed up and looked at himself suspiciously. Why didn't he feel any change? Wait a minute. Soul? He suddenly felt that his soul seemed to have an extra shackle. It was very uncomfortable. Qin Feiyang said, "Can you feel that the puppet technique has disappeared? I heard Pagoda Master say that the puppet technique is one with the soul. It's invisible and colorless. There's no feeling. Even if it disappears, I won't be able to feel it," Wang Yuanshan said. Soul? Qin Feiyang was stunned. His eyebrows scrunched up. A soul can't be controlled by two people at the same time. If the puppet technique is really one with the soul, then there will only be two results. Either the slave seal will destroy the puppet technique and replace it, or the puppet technique will block the slave seal's devouring. In short, it's a competition of levels. Whoever's level is higher will be able to seize control. Feiyang, look at Pagoda Master. Just when Qin Feiyang was confused, Lu Hong's voice suddenly sounded. Pagoda Master? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He turned to look at the woman. His eyes suddenly had a touch of surprise. His attention was on Wang Yuanshan. He didn't notice that the corner of the woman's mouth was bleeding at this moment. What's going on? Qin Feiyang murmured. Wait. Could it be? He seemed to have thought of something. His expression was slightly stiff. Then he suddenly slapped his head. What a fool. Why did he look at Wang Yuanshan? He should look at the woman. Because the woman was the one controlling Wang Yuanshan. Once the puppet technique is broken, the woman will suffer a backlash just like the blood soul technique in the slave seal. In other words, the woman's mouth was bleeding now. It was most likely caused by the backlash. And the woman's expression at this moment was extremely exaggerated. Her eyes were wide open. His mouth was also wide open, enough to stuff a person into it. In short, she looked at Wang Yuanshan with an extremely shocked expression. What did this mean? It meant that something incredible must have happened to Wang Yuanshan. Fatso! Qin Feiyang shouted. Fatso was also looking at the woman suspiciously. When he heard Qin Feiyang's voice, he retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. As soon as he saw Qin Feiyang's eyes, he understood. He kicked the woman and said, "Tell me, has Wang Yuanshan's puppet technique been broken?" The woman nodded instinctively. Her dull face was full of disbelief. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang immediately stood up. His face was instantly filled with joy. The slave seal could break the puppet technique. So now the woman couldn't threaten him anymore? He waved his hand and Wang Yuer appeared. Yuer, quickly help grandfather plead for leniency. Ask Qin Feiyang not to kill me. Wang Yuanshan hurriedly got up and ran to Wang Yuer's side. Who asked you to get up? Fatso said angrily. He stepped forward, grabbed Wang Yuanshan, and threw him back like garbage. Wang Yuer looked at the embarrassed Wang Yuanshan with a complicated expression. In the end, she sighed secretly and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. She opened her mouth slightly as if she wanted to say something. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, "Don't talk. I'll help you break the puppet technique first." Break the puppet technique? Wang Yuer was stunned and asked, "Can you do it?" Qin Feiyang nodded. As his hands moved, a slave seal quickly took shape. Bear with it. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the slave seal disappeared into the top of Wang Yuer's head. Wang Yuer's face suddenly distorted with pain. But she didn't make a sound and endured it silently. Soon, Qin Feiyang noticed that the woman's body trembled slightly and blood flowed from the corners of her mouth again. At the same time, the woman also looked at Wang Yuer, and the shock on her face was even stronger. Obviously, Wang Yuer's puppet technique had been erased. However, Qin Feiyang only broke Wang Yuer's puppet technique and didn't use the slave seal to control her. I didn't expect you to be able to break the puppet technique. Have you also cultivated the puppet technique? The woman looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then how did you break it? The woman asked. Qin Feiyang glanced at her and made another seal with his hands. One slave seal after another appeared and rushed into the top of Sherlan and the others' heads one after another. Poof. As the puppet technique was broken, the woman suffered a backlash again and again. When the last person's puppet technique was broken, she spat out a mouthful of old blood. How is this possible? The woman shook her head and was dumbfounded. She couldn't accept this fact. Qin Feiyang's face was full of sarcasm. Moreover, Sherlan and the others were the same as Wang Yuanshan. After breaking the puppet technique, they were directly controlled by the slave seal. In other words, Now, even if these people recovered their cultivation, Qin Feiyang could kill them all with a thought. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the woman and said with a smile, "Now, what are you going to use to threaten me?" The woman slumped to the ground weakly. Her face was pale. Despair shrouded her heart. Suddenly, she got up and crawled to Qin Feiyang's feet, begging, "Don't kill me, I'll be your slave. With my strength I can definitely help you. No need." Qin Feiyang said coldly, "It's my fault. I shouldn't have coveted the soul-refining technique and divine crystals. I deserve to die. I beg you, don't kill me. You were once a disciple of the Pill Pagoda and we are considered family. Can you be merciful and let me go?" The woman kowtowed and begged while crying. Her previous arrogance had completely disappeared and she looked pitiful. She miscalculated. She really miscalculated. She didn't expect Qin Feiyang to be able to break the puppet technique. Now that Wang Yuer had regained her freedom, Qin Feiyang no longer had any worries and could kill her if he wanted to. "Fat Lord, I thought you would continue to be arrogant with us. It turns out that you're afraid of death too. It's true that in front of death, fake gods, self-esteem and big shots are nothing." Fatso sneered. Yes, yes, yes. The woman nodded submissively. Tiske. Fatso's face was full of disdain. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He looked at the woman and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." "Really? Thank you, thank you. I will definitely not forget your great kindness." Chapter 1586. You're welcome. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. He looked at Fatso and said, "Do you know what to do?" "Of course." Fatso laughed. He grabbed the woman and rushed into the sky. Then he locked in a direction and disappeared into the sky like lightning. "What are you going to do to the Tower Master?" Wang Yuanshan and the others looked at Qin Feiyang in shock and anger. "Aren't you asking the obvious?" Qin Feiyang laughed. Sherlan said, "You're not really going to send the Tower Master to the beggars, are you? Do you want to go too?" Qin Feiyang said. Sherlan's face suddenly turned pale. She roared, "You're a beast." Qin Feiyang snorted coldly, got up, kicked Sherlan and said, "When she tortured Wang Yu, or wasn't she behaving like a beast?" "You." Sherlan still wanted to say something. "It's only right to pay what you owe. She deserves what she has now. You're busy with her because there's still a debt between us that hasn't been settled," Qin Feiyang said. Sherlan's body trembled. "You're quite bold to pretend to be Wang Yu, and plot against me." Qin Feiyang sneered. "Don't kill me," Sherlan hurriedly begged for mercy. "Do you think I'm such a merciful person?" Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and operated the slavery seal. "Please, let me go. I can work for you." Sherlan held her head and screamed. But Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to her and looked extremely indifferent. Sherlan's head gradually cracked, and the blood that gushed out flowed down her face and dyed her whole body red. At this moment, there was no other thought in her mind. There was only one thought. She was in so much pain that she wanted to die. Looking at this scene, Wang Yuanshan and the others' faces were full of fear. Finally, in endless pain, she finally fell to the ground and died. Qin Feiyang glanced at Sherlan's corpse and then looked at Wang Yuanshan. Wang Yuanshan shuddered and hurriedly said, "Feiyang, I was really forced into a corner. On account of you, spare this old life of mine." "Old fate? I think it's a dog's life." Qin Feiyang sneered. Yes, yes, yes. This is my dog life." Wang Yuanshan nodded repeatedly, wagging his tail and begging for mercy. Qin Feiyang's eyes were full of disdain. Wang Yuanshan looked at Wang Yuer and said, "You, quickly speak up for your grandfather." Wang Yuer lowered her head and remained silent. Seeing this, Wang Yuanshan cried out sorrowfully, "You, I'm your biological grandfather. You can't leave me in the lurch. Even if you don't give me face, you should give your grandfather face." "Grandpa?" Wang Yuer's gaze trembled. She looked up at Wang Yuanshan and then at Qin Feiyang. But she didn't expect that when she spoke, Qin Feiyang said, "Are you really going to plead for him?" Wang Yuer sighed, "He's my biological grandfather after all. I can't sit back and do nothing." Moreover, he was indeed forced by the pagoda master. Forced? Isn't that because he's afraid of death? Although I haven't known him for long, I've already seen through what kind of person he is. I'm sure that if he encounters any danger in the future, he won't hesitate to sell you out," Qin Feiyang said. He won't. I promise." Wang Yuanshan hurriedly waved his hand and said solemnly. Qin Feiyang didn't want to bother with him at all. He looked at Wang Yuer and said, "I'll ask you one last time. Are you sure you want me to let him go?" Wang Yu turned to look at Wang Yuanshan. Your grandfather's only hope now. We've just reunited. Your grandfather hasn't seen me yet. Do you have the heart to watch me die? Wang Yuanshan shouted. Sigh. Wang Yuanshan sighed deeply. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and nodded lightly. All right. Qin Feiyang said. Thank you. Wang Yuanshan was overjoyed. Don't be happy too early. Although I won't kill you, the slavery seal is still there. The slavery seal controls your soul. As long as I think about it, I can erase you. Moreover, I can also peek into your inner thoughts through the slavery seal. So, if I find out that you're pretending to be obedient, I'll kill you without hesitation. Qin Feiyang said. What? Wang Yuanshan's face turned pale. The others were also panicking. They didn't expect that unknowingly, they had already been controlled by Qin Feiyang. And he could even peek into their inner thoughts? In that case, in the future, in front of Qin Feiyang, they would have no secrets to speak of. Qin Feiyang shouted, Do you understand? Wang Yuanshan trembled and nodded, I understand. I will be an honest person. Get lost, Qin Feiyang said. Wang Yuanshan hurriedly got up. But he found that his legs had lost their strength. It wasn't that they were numb, but that they were frightened by Qin Feiyang. Wang Yuanshan stepped forward and helped Wang Yuanshan up. He took out a spirit sea pill and said, Take it. Okay. Wang Yuanshan nodded, glanced at Qin Feiyang, took the spirit sea pill and put it into his mouth. Wang Yu turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, I want to have a good time with grandfather, but you definitely don't want to see him again, so I plan to leave for a while. Be careful. Qin Feiyang reminded. He didn't ask her to stay, because there was no need. Moreover, he really didn't want to see Wang Yuanshan again. As for Wang Yu's safety, he wasn't worried about it now. After all, Wang Yuanshan was a fake god. After watching the two of them leave, Qin Feiyang withdrew his gaze and looked at the other 6 people. The 6 of them suddenly became nervous. Lu Hong's eyes flashed, and she leaned over to Qin Feiyang's ear and whispered a few words. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said with a smile, Fortunately, you reminded me. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have thought of this problem. Lu Hong smiled slightly. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and nodded with a smile. Okay, we'll do as you say. Then he took out 6 spirit sea pills and threw them to the 6 people. What does that mean? The 6 of them were stunned. Qin Feiyang said, It means that I won't kill you. What? The 6 of them were puzzled. I killed Pei Yunchang, Sherlan, and tortured the Tower Master because they schemed against me. As for you, although you also want to kill me after all, you're elders of the Tower Master, so it's understandable. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The 6 of them looked at each other. Logically speaking, they should be happy that they escaped with their lives, but they just couldn't feel happy. They felt that it was not that simple. Do you really want to die? I can fulfill your wish. Qin Feiyang said. No. The 6 of them hurriedly shook their heads. Since you don't want to die, what are you waiting for? Qin Feiyang said angrily. The 6 of them shuddered and hurriedly grabbed the spirit sea pills on the ground and stuffed them into their mouths. Qin Feiyang said, Get up. The 6 of them looked at each other and slowly got up. Their legs were so weak that it took them a while to recover. Swish. At this moment, 2 figures appeared. They were Yu Huang and Willow Tree. But at this moment, their eyes were extremely fierce. Qin Feiyang looked at them and asked suspiciously, What's wrong? Someone beat us to it. Willow Tree said in a deep voice. Oh. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Zhuge Mingyang. Lu Mu gritted his teeth and continued, Also, that bastard was hiding in the dark, preparing to launch a sneak attack on us. Luckily, Yu Huang discovered it in time and wasn't enveloped by his innate ability. Also, it's also fortunate that you gave pale snow to me. If not, Yu Huang and I would have really died there. He's really haunting us. Qin Feiyang was furious. The Tower Master was the overlord of the Black Tortoise world, so the treasures in the herb field and the treasure vault must be quite amazing. He was unwilling to give them to Zhuge Mingyang just like that. He's the same as us. He just entered the Black Tortoise world. But how did he know where the main tower's herb field is? He even knows the location of the treasure vault? It's too strange. Lu Hong frowned. Willow Tree said, I asked him about this and he didn't hide it. He said that it has something to do with the Guardians. What? Lu Hong's eyes trembled. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands. As expected, it was this giant python behind the scenes. He said, What else did he say? He said that when he saw that the herbs in the herb field were still there, he expected that you would send someone over. So he ambushed there and killed the people who went to plunder the herbs. This way he could anger you and you would naturally kill him. Willow Tree said. How despicable. Lu Hong said in disgust. It doesn't matter if he's despicable or not. I just want to know, why does he want me to kill him? Can't he be reborn if others kill him? Qin Feiyang frowned. It's possible. Otherwise, why would he come to you specifically? Willow Tree said. Qin Feiyang said, if that's the case, then it's easy to deal with. When the time comes, I won't make a move. You guys can kill him. It's not that easy now. Look at his special ability. He can deprive people of 4 small realms. I'm afraid that even if Yu Huang and I join forces, we will only be killed by him. Willow Tree sighed. Yu Huang also nodded. Don't worry about this. Although I can't do anything to his war soul now, when White-Eyed Wolf breaks through to the semi-god realm, his war soul will no longer be a threat to us. At that time, I'm afraid he won't even have the courage to activate his war soul. Qin Feiyang sneered. That's right. Brother Wolf's special ability is the nemesis of all war souls. Zhuge Mingyang also knows this, so as long as Brother Wolf breaks through to the semi-god realm quickly, he won't be a threat. Lu Hong nodded. But the key point is that White-Eyed Wolf is still far from the semi-god realm. Willow Tree said. That doesn't matter. Although Zhuge Mingyang has already stepped into the semi-god realm, White-Eyed Wolf's talent isn't bad either. Coupled with the ancient castle's time rule, I believe it will be able to step into the semi-god realm in a few years. And in a few years, as long as I don't kill Zhuge Mingyang with his talent, he won't be able to become a real war god. Qin Feiyang smiled. Let's hope so. Willow Tree sighed. Why are you sighing? Will you still care about what happens in a few years' time? Yu Huang rolled his eyes. Why can't I care? Willow Tree wondered. Yu Huang was speechless. Are you a pig? Can you leave the Black Tortoise world? Chapter 1587. That's right. They're outside and you're in the Black Tortoise realm. How are you going to manage them? Yu Huang said. Willow Tree smiled helplessly, looked at Sherlan's body, and then glanced at the 6 elders standing at the side, and asked suspiciously, Young master, why didn't you kill them? I left them for you. Qin Feiyang said. Left them for me? Willow Tree was stunned and asked suspiciously, why did you leave them for me? As you said, we will leave the Black Tortoise realm sooner or later. How will you survive here alone? So, I have to plan for you in advance. The 6 of them are all semi-divinities. With them helping you, you should be able to protect yourself without any problems, Zhang Xian said. Qin Feiyang laughed. Willow Tree was stunned. It turned out that the young master was planning for his future. Plop. Suddenly, he knelt on the ground and sobbed. Young master, after living for so many years, this is the first time someone cares about me. Thank you. Okay, don't be pretentious. Get up. Qin Feiyang interrupted him and laughed. Willow Tree nodded, got up and looked at Qin Feiyang gratefully, and even his eyes were a little wet. If you really want to thank someone, you should thank Lu Hong. Because she reminded me. Otherwise, these 6 people would have become corpses long ago. Qin Feiyang said. Willow Tree looked at Lu Hong and cupped his hands. Thank you, Miss Lu. We're all on the same side, why are you so polite? Lu Hong said with a smile. It was only at this moment that the 6 of them came to a sudden realization. So the reason they were kept alive was because of the Willow Tree. Yu Huang suddenly said, What about that woman? Qin Feiyang said briefly. Hearing this, Willow Tree and Yu Huang were both shocked. Young master was really a genius to be able to think of such a way to torture people. What about Wang Yuanshan? Willow Tree asked. She left with Wang Yu. What a stupid woman. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Willow Tree and Yu Huang looked at each other and didn't say anything. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, he could imagine that Qin Feiyang must have let Wang Yuanshan off because of Wang Yuer's plea. Willow Tree suddenly raised his eyebrows and said, Young master, there's something I don't know if I should say. Speak. Qin Feiyang said. Although the pagoda master's cultivation has been crippled and her cosmos sac has been taken away by you, I suggest that you kill her. After all, her identity is extraordinary. She has many friends in the Black Tortoise world. If these people see her, they will definitely lend her a helping hand. Especially the Vangu League. Willow Tree said. Don't worry, Fatso will handle it properly. Qin Feiyang smiled. Willow Tree nodded. That's enough. Quickly rest. There's still a tough battle to fight. Qin Feiyang said. His eyes flashed. What else do we have to do? The 6 people were surprised. Of course, We have to destroy the Heavenly Sun Empire. Willow Tree said. The 6 people immediately sucked in a breath of air. This person was going to turn the Black Tortoise world upside down. The next morning. The Nether Hall. What? The Pagoda Master was destroyed? Not a single one is left. The first elder, third elder, fourth elder, and fifth elder were sitting at a tea table. They looked at a middle-aged man in front of them with shock on their faces. Yes. This matter has spread throughout the Black Tortoise world. Everyone is talking about it. The middle-aged man said. This damned little bastard, what kind of monster is he? Because the Pagoda Master has the Vanga League as its backer, it's stronger than the Nether Hall. How could it be destroyed by him? Then how are we going to find him and avenge our humiliation? The third elder said. The first elder, fourth elder, and fifth elder lowered their heads. They were silent. Upon closer inspection, one could see a strong sense of fear in their eyes. No matter what, the Vice Palace Master has already ordered us to take him down. The first elder raised his head and said. The fourth elder said, even the Pagoda Master is no match for him. What can we do? There's still the Vanga League. Qin Feiyang's destruction of the Pagoda Master is equivalent to the Vanga League's victory. Therefore, I'm sure that the Vanga League won't sit back and do nothing. The first elder said. The fourth elder pondered for a while. He looked at the middle-aged man and asked, do you know where he is? No one knows. After destroying the Pagoda Master, it's as if they've evaporated into thin air. The middle-aged man shook his head. The fourth elder turned to look at the first elder and said, even if the Vanga League makes a move, they'll have to know where he is first. That's not difficult. The Heavenly Sun Empire and the Great Qin Empire have an unresolvable grudge. I expect that Qin Feiyang will go to Heavenly Sun City sooner or later. Because Heavenly Sun City is the capital of the Heavenly Sun Empire. The first elder's eyes flashed. He raised his head and looked at the middle-aged man. He ordered, go to Heavenly Sun City and guard it now. Once there's news about Qin Feiyang, inform us immediately. Yes. The middle-aged man responded respectfully, turned around and strode away. But before he walked out of the door, he turned to look at the 4 elders and said, there's one more thing. The people in Peach Blossom City were all killed inexplicably. What? The 4 of them suddenly stood up, their faces full of shock. This subordinate personally went to Peach Blossom City to confirm. The ground was full of dried corpses and no one was alive. Moreover, the border area of the Devil's Land was also full of dried corpses of ferocious beasts. It's like hell. It makes one's scalp tingle. The middle-aged man said. Dried corpses? How could they be dried corpses? The 4 of them were surprised. I don't know either. Their flesh and blood seemed to have been hollowed out by something. The middle-aged man shook his head. The 4th elder said, could it be Qin Feiyang's doing again? It's not Qin Feiyang. The middle-aged man said. What do you mean? The 4th elder looked at the middle-aged man and asked. The middle-aged man said, because according to the time of death of those people and ferocious beasts, Qin Feiyang was in the main tower at that time, so it can't be him. If it's not Qin Feiyang, then who could it be? Why don't I know that there's someone in the Black Tortoise world who has such a terrifying method? The 4th elder said. No one knows who it is? However, someone heard from the ferocious beasts in the depths of the Devil's Land that someone seemed to have broken through to the false god realm in the direction of Peach Blossom City. The middle-aged man said. Broke through to the false god realm? The first elder and the others looked at each other and said, then it should be related to this person. Then should we investigate thoroughly? The middle-aged man asked. If we can investigate clearly, it's best to investigate. But the most important thing is still Qin Feiyang. The first elder said. Understood. The middle-aged man nodded and turned to leave. At the same time, Tianyang City. In a magnificent hall. There was a middle-aged man about 1.8 meters tall. He was quite thin and wore a gorgeous golden python robe with golden boots. He was sitting on a pure golden throne. His face was cold. His gaze was extremely sharp. 2 thick eyebrows like sharp swords rose to his temples. He sat there like a deity, and his entire body exuded an extremely majestic aura. Below, a middle-aged man in golden armor was slowly telling them about the destruction of the main tower. A moment later, the man in golden armor bowed and said, Lord Divine Lord, that's about it. Amazing. He even dared to destroy the main tower. Putting aside the grudges between us and Great Qin, I have to admit that this kid is really outstanding. Qin Badian finally has a successor. The middle-aged man in the python robe said with a deep and powerful voice. He's outstanding, but the Vanga League won't let him continue like this. The man in golden armor sneered. It's best if the Vanga League can intervene. After all, the Tianyang Empire can't touch Chang Shui in his hands. But we must save Mu Shinkong. Immediately pass down the order to strictly investigate everyone who enters Tianyang City. The middle-aged man in the python robe said. Lord Divine Lord, do you mean that Qin Feiyang is coming to Tianyang City? The man in golden armor was surprised. That's right. As the descendant of Qin Badian, how can he not come to check out our strength? I reckon that his next target will be the Tianyang Empire. So, everyone must be vigilant. Especially the Imperial Palace, strengthen the security. Before Qin Feiyang shows up, not even a fly can fly in. The middle-aged man in the python robe said. Okay. The man in golden armor nodded. Go and arrange it. The middle-aged man in the python robe waved his hand. I'll take my leave. The man in golden armor bowed and turned to leave. Wait. Suddenly, the middle-aged man in the python robe said again. Lord, do you have any other orders? The man in golden armor turned to look at him suspiciously. How is Mu Tianyang? The middle-aged man in the python robe asked. The man in golden armor said, he's refining the spirit congealing pill and condensing his divine sense. The middle-aged man in the python robe frowned and said, go and call him to see me. Okay. The man in golden armor nodded and then quickly left. Qin Feiyang, you've really surprised this marquis. But how long can you jump in the face of the powerful Vanga League? The middle-aged man in the python robe murmured with a cold light flashing in his eyes. So, a blurry figure entered the hall. It was Mu Tianyang. Mu Tianyang looked at the middle-aged man in the python robe above and said lightly, Yan Shinho, why are you looking for this emperor? Yan Shinho raised his eyebrows and said, in order to avenge you, Mu Shinkong's life and death are unknown. Aren't you worried at all? Is it useful to worry? Mu Tianyang asked. Yan Shinho slapped the armrest and said angrily, what is your attitude? When has Mu Tianyang been scolded like this? Suddenly he was also furious and shouted, this emperor also wants to ask you what is your attitude now? In front of this emperor you are still sitting high above, it is simply presumptuous. Presumptuous? Yan Shinho was furious and said, in terms of seniority, this ho is still your elder, you dare to speak to this ho like this. Elder? This emperor does not deny this. But in the imperial family, there are no elders or juniors, only the emperor and the minister. I am the emperor, you are the minister, you have to be respectful to this emperor. Moreover, this emperor is a true war god, what qualifications do you have to look down on this emperor from above? Mu Tianyang said proudly. You, Yan Shinho was furious and roared, you are so powerful, isn't the Heavenly Sun Empire destroyed in your hands? Sooner or later this emperor will take it back, you old fellows just open your eyes and watch. Is there anything else? If not, this emperor will take his leave. Mu Tianyang said coldly. Yan Shinho let out a long breath and said, this ho wants to know everything about Qin Feiyang. Mu Tianyang waved his hand and Mu Qing appeared. Mu Tianyang looked at Mu Qing and said expressionlessly, I don't have time to waste with him, you tell him. Yes. Mu Qing respectfully replied. Chapter 1588. Mu Qing looked up at Yan Shinho and said, you shouldn't treat the Lord with such an attitude. You're also so presumptuous? Don't forget you're also a member of the Mu family. Yan Shinho said angrily. Mu Qing said lightly, I know in terms of seniority I should call you ancestor, but in my eyes, there's only the Lord. You. Yan Shinho was about to go crazy. Although you're older than the Lord, whether it's talent or strength, you're not as good as the Lord. If you treat him like this now, it won't do you any good in the future. Mu Qing said. How dare you? Are you threatening me? Yan Shinho shouted. I don't dare. Mu Qing shook her head and said, I just want to tell you that you should know when to stop. Alright, let's not talk too much. I'll tell you about Qin Feiyang right now. Qingyang Mountain Range. In the castle. A night passed outside, but several days had passed inside the castle. Everyone's injuries had basically healed. As for Qin Feiyang, these days he was copying the Xing formula. Whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of breaking air, Fatso landed in the sky above the courtyard like lightning. Seeing that there was no one in the courtyard, he knew that everyone was in the castle. His face was flushed and his spirit was hale and hearty. He shouted, Boss, it's done. Swish. So. Qin Feiyang, Willow Tree, Yu Huang, and the 6 elders all appeared in the courtyard. Fatso rushed in front of Qin Feiyang. Willow Tree looked at Fatso and suspiciously said, Did something good happen to you? Yes. Fatso nodded. What good thing? Willow Tree was curious. On the way back, Fat Lord met a man and a woman. He eavesdropped on them saying that there was a treasure left by a fake god in a place in the Qingyang mountain range. Fatso said. A treasure left by a fake god? Willow Tree was bewildered. Although he was also a false god, the treasures left behind by false gods usually consisted of one or two divine weapons or divine arts. Therefore, even a false god like him was tempted by this news. Are you sure? Yu Huang said. Fatso shook his head. I'm not sure. I only heard it from them. Where? I'm very familiar with the Qingyang mountain range. If there really is a treasure, I should know about it. Willow Tree said. Fatso said, according to them, it seems to be a place called Yellow Sand Valley. Yellow Sand Valley? Willow Tree was stunned and sneered. Are you kidding? I've been to Yellow Sand Valley before. It's just a desolate valley with no treasures at all. I don't know about that. However, I don't think the two of them are talking. Because they are all 5-star combat emperors. Fatso said. 5-star battle emperor? Willow Tree was stunned. If they were 5-star combat emperors, then this matter might be true. Qin Feiyang asked, what about the woman? She was tortured by dozens of beggars for an entire night. I killed her this morning. Fat Lord even recorded it. Do you want to see it? It's very interesting. Fatso smiled wretchedly. Get lost. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Willow Tree and Yu Huang were also speechless. He actually recorded it? This bastard, what was he thinking? As for the 6 elders, they looked to each other in dismay. They did not expect the pagoda master to end up in such a miserable state. How pitiful. Fatso smiled and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. He asked, Boss, should we go to Yellow Sand Valley to take a look? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while. He looked at Willow Tree and asked, how far is Yellow Sand Valley from here? Not far. With my cultivation and speed, it'll only take 200 to 300 breaths. Moreover, there's a teleportation gate. We can arrive there in an instant. Willow Tree said. Then let's go and take a look. It won't take much time anyway. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. Willow Tree nodded and opened a teleportation gate. The group entered in a single file. Before Willow Tree entered the teleportation gate, he set up a divine power boundary around the courtyard. In the northwest of Qingyang mountain range, there were a few towering mountains that formed a huge valley. In the valley there were bushes and weeds everywhere. Because it was cylindrical, sunlight could not shine in, so it was very humid. There was also a thick layer of rotten leaves on the ground. In the valley there were many wild beasts looking for food. There were even more flying insects and poisonous insects. Swoosh. Qin Feiyang and the others landed in the valley. The aura emitted by Willow Tree and the others instantly silenced the valley. The wild beasts and flying insects instinctively hid. Qin Feiyang scanned the valley. The valley was about 500 to 600 feet long, filled with the smell of decay. It looked very desolate. Yu Huang said, it really is a desolate valley. Let's look for it. Qin Feiyang said. Yu Huang, Willow Tree, and the 6 elders immediately spread out and started a carpet search. Qin Feiyang also landed in the center of the valley. He looked around and flipped over the rotten leaves on the ground, revealing a layer of very wet yellow sand. Qin Feiyang grabbed a handful of yellow sand and carefully observed it. He found that the yellow sand was very fine. Fatso walked around and came to Qin Feiyang's side. He asked, how is it? Did you find anything unusual? No, it's just a very ordinary kind of sand. Qin Feiyang shook his head and threw away the sand in his hand. Then he looked at Willow Tree's group. After searching the valley, they searched along the giant peaks on all sides. A few moments later, Willow Tree was the first to return. He shook his head and said, I didn't find any treasure. I think that man and woman were just talking nonsense. Let's wait for Yu Huang and the others. Qin Feiyang said. Yu Huang and the 6 elders also returned one after another. They also didn't find anything. Seems like there really isn't any treasure. Fatso shook his head regretfully. He suddenly thought of something and looked at Willow Tree. Use your inner sight and search carefully again. Because there are some things that can't be seen with the naked eye. It's obvious. There can't be any treasure in this kind of place where even birds don't shit. Willow Tree was helpless. But he still followed his words and released his inner sight. He didn't even let go of the underground. A few dozen breaths later, Willow Tree retracted his inner sight and said, nothing. Then what's going on? It can't be out of nowhere. Fatso frowned. Let's go. Don't waste time. Let's go to the Heavenly Sun Empire. Qin Feiyang laughed. Willow Tree opened another portal. Just as Qin Feiyang was about to enter the portal, Fatso suddenly grabbed him and said, "Why don't we wait a little longer?" "Wait for what?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Those two are also rushing towards Quicksand Valley. If there really is a treasure, they definitely know where it is hidden. Let's just hide in the dark and take a look. It won't waste too much time anyway," Fatso said. "If they are really 5-star combat emperors and don't know the coordinates here, then they will need at least half an hour to arrive," Willow Tree said. "It's only half an hour. What does it matter? If there really is a treasure, wouldn't it be a pity if we miss it?" Fatso said. Qin Feiyang glanced at Fatso and said helplessly, "All right, then let's wait a little longer. Yu Huang, go up and take a look. Inform us when they arrive." "Okay." Yu Huang nodded and turned into a stream of light. He flew above the valley and instantly merged into the void. Time passed little by little. Whoosh! Yu Huang suddenly appeared in front of Qin Feiyang and said in surprise, "There really is a man and a woman coming this way." Qin Feiyang said, "Let's go and take a look." A group of people followed behind Yu Huang and swept to the top of a mountain in the south. They saw two figures coming at lightning speed. Both of them looked very young, about 25 or 26 years old. They were both wearing gorgeous clothes. Their appearance was also quite extraordinary. The man's eyebrows were as sharp as swords. His figure was tall and there was an insufferably arrogant look between his eyebrows. The woman was beautiful. Her hair was like a waterfall. Her figure was exquisite and tall. Her skin was as soft as water. However, her expression was somewhat cold and she gave off an icy feeling that kept people 1,000 miles away. "They are indeed 5-star combat emperors," Yu Huang mumbled. "How could it be them?" However, Lu Mu's brows furrowed tightly. "You know them?" Fatso asked. "Yes. Both of them have powerful backgrounds." Willow Tree nodded. His eyes were extremely solemn. "Powerful backgrounds?" Fatso, Yu Huang, and Qin Feiyang glanced at each other and then at the 6 elders. They realized that the 6 of them also looked solemn. They could even see a trace of fear. This made Qin Feiyang and Yu Huang puzzled. One had to know. Willow Tree and the rest were pseudo-gods. How could they be so fearful? What were the identities of this man and woman? That man is a famous playboy in the Black Tortoise community. People call him Young Master Feng. As for that woman, she's also a young lady from a wealthy family. It can be said that their lives are more precious than pseudo-gods like us," Willow Tree said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang, Fatso, and Yu Huang were stunned. "More precious than pseudo-gods? You must be kidding." Willow Tree suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "We can't provoke these two. Let's go." "What are their backgrounds?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Willow Tree said, "They are both from the Vangu League." "Vangu League?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He turned his head and curiously sized up the man and woman. No wonder they were so arrogant. It turned out that they were from the Vangu League. Yu Huang said disdainfully, "It's just a Vangu League. You're so weak. If they were just ordinary disciples of the Vangu League, we wouldn't care. But one of them is the son of the League leader. His name is Ning Yifeng. People call him Young Master Feng. The other is the daughter of the Vice League leader. Her name is Zhao Shimeng. People call her Fairy Meng. How can we not be afraid?" Willow Tree said angrily. "This?" Yu Huang's eyes flashed. They were the children of the League leader and Vice League leader? However, Fatso laughed happily. "What are you laughing at?" Willow Tree and the 6 elders looked at him suspiciously. Fatso said, "Since they are so powerful, the treasure here must be real." "So what if it's real? Do you dare to fight with them?" Willow Tree said. "Why not?" Fatso smiled arrogantly. Chapter 1589. It's over, it's over. Willow Tree immediately had an uneasy premonition in his heart. The same went for the 6 elders. These people who were not afraid of anything, who knew what stupid things they would do later. "Let's go to the castle first." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and disappeared with everyone in an instant. After a while, Ning Yifeng and Ning Yifeng entered the valley. Zhao Shimeng glanced at the valley and frowned. "Is this the Yellow Sand Valley?" Ning Yifeng took out a map. After carefully comparing it, he nodded and said, "It's here." Zhao Shimeng looked around and said, "How can there be treasures left by a fake god in such a broken place? Are you sure the information is accurate?" "I'm not sure." Ning Yifeng shook his head. "Not sure?" Zhao Shimeng's beautiful eyebrows suddenly raised and said angrily, "If you're not sure, why are you telling me so confidently? If I didn't say so, would you have come?" Ning Yifeng felt wronged. "Aren't you bored?" Zhao Ximing was obviously a little angry. Sister, don't be anxious. Whether there are treasures or not, we'll know once we find them. Besides, this is what the Grand Deacon said. It shouldn't be fake. Ning Yifeng said. The Grand Deacon said that? Zhao Ximing was surprised. Yes. Yesterday, I accidentally overheard the Grand Deacon and the Second Deacon talking about a treasure map left by a fake god. I'm going to find time to take a look. At first, I didn't care. Later, I had an idea. Why not take this opportunity to show off? So that my father won't say that I'm useless all day. So, I thought of a way to steal the treasure map from the Grand Deacon. Ning Yifeng chuckled. You dare to steal the Grand Deacon's things? Zhao Ximing was dumbfounded. It doesn't matter. When we find the treasure and return safely, I think the Grand Deacon will not blame me. Instead, he will praise me. Of course, he will also praise you. Ning Yifeng grinned. Zhao Ximing rolled her eyes. Inside the castle, Fatso looked at Willow Tree and said suspiciously, Who is this Grand Deacon? Why are they so afraid? The Great Deacon is a big shot in the Vangu League. His position in the Vangu League is the same as the Nether Pavilion's Grand Elder. Apart from the Alliance Master and Vice Alliance Master, his position is the highest. Willow Tree said. I see. Fatso nodded. Outside, within the valley, Ning Yifeng and his companion swooped down, landing on the ground in the middle of the valley. Ning Yifeng immediately started searching. Zhao Ximing, however, remained motionless and impatient. Sister, what are you doing? Help me find it. Ning Yifeng urged when he saw the situation. Not interested. Zhao Ximing said indifferently. Ning Yifeng said discontentedly, Are you used to being the eldest young miss? Don't you know how to work hard? Who said I didn't work hard enough? If I didn't work hard, would I be where I am now? I just don't think there's any treasure here. It's just a waste of time. Actually, I'm quite interested in that Qin Feiyang. Zhao Ximing said, her eyes flickering. Qin Feiyang? Ning Yifeng raised his eyebrows and warned, Although I've never seen this person, I know he's not a good person from the rumors. You'd better not provoke him lest you get burned. I didn't expect there to be someone you're afraid of. Zhao Ximing said in surprise. Who said I'm afraid of him? I'm the son of the leader of the Vangu League. Why would I care about a clown like him? I just don't want you to be in danger. Ning Yifeng pursed his lips. Come on. Although you're the son of the leader, others probably don't think much of you. After all, he's the one who destroyed the main tower, stole the 7-star sword, killed the second elder of the Nether Hall, and kidnapped Mu Shinkong. Maybe in his eyes you're just a useless playboy. Zhao Ximing said. How am I a playboy? Bullying others? Or bullying others? Ning Yifeng was a little annoyed. Zhao Ximing was speechless. I'm just saying. Why are you angry? Nonsense. Would you be angry if I told you that you're just a vase that's good for nothing? Ning Yifeng snorted coldly. How dare you? Zhao Ximing revealed a fierce look. Ning Yifeng smiled embarrassedly and waved his hand. Okay, let's save the nonsense for later. Hurry up and help find. Zhao Ximing rolled her eyes and began to search in the valley. Inside the ancient castle, Fatso asked, Boss, what do you think? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, He's arrogant but not arrogant. Not bad. Willow Tree's eyelids twitched. Young master, I beg you please hold back. Don't do anything rash. Qin Feiyang glanced at Willow Tree. Seeing his nervous face, he couldn't help but want to laugh. However, it could also be seen how prestigious the Vangu League was in the Black Tortoise world. Outside, the two of them searched the entire valley, but the result was the same as Qin Feiyang and the others. They didn't find anything. Ning Yifeng stood in the middle of the valley, looking at the treasure map in his hand, his brows tightly knitted together. Zhao Ximing walked to his side, glanced at the treasure map and said faintly, I think this is a worthless map. Impossible. Ning Yifeng shook his head. Are you stupid? Is the treasure map definitely real? Even if it's real, it might have been taken by someone else first. Zhao Ximing said. That's true. Ning Yifeng said in realization. I told you that there's something wrong with your head. You don't believe me? What a waste of time. Go back and secretly return the treasure map to the Grand Deacon. Otherwise you'll definitely be beaten. Zhao Ximing gloated. Are you happy that I'm beaten? Are you still my sister? Ning Yifeng said unhappily. I'm not your sister. Zhao Ximing rolled her eyes and said. Zhao Ximing, your words make me sad. Although the two of us aren't siblings, I've always treated you as my sister. Do you still have a conscience? Ning Yifeng said angrily. Dizzy. Zhao Ximing's face was full of disdain. There's a good saying, beating is love, scolding is love. Looking at you guys quarreling here, I really don't have the heart to interrupt you. But suddenly, a mocking voice sounded in the sky. Who is it? Zhao Ximing and Ning Yifeng's face changed and quickly looked up. There's actually someone else? At the same time, inside the castle, Qin Feiyang and the others were also shocked. After coming back to his senses, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the scene quickly changed and finally locked onto the void above. A purple-clothed young man stood there. His age was similar to Ning Yifeng and Ning Yifeng. His thick black hair was tied behind his back, and he was playing with a jade pendant in his hand. His black gem-like eyes were suffused with a playful light. And this person's cultivation had also reached 5-star combat emperor. It's actually him. Willow Tree was shocked. Oh, Fatso asked. The son of Fengtian Palace's palace master, Li Chang. Willow Tree said. What? Another big shot? Fatso was shocked. What exactly is going on? Ning Yifeng and Zhao Ximing came to look for treasure, and Li Chang actually came too. Is there such a coincidence? Willow Tree raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered and said indifferently, I think this matter is not simple. Not simple? Willow Tree looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously and said, wait and see, maybe there will be a good show later. Outside, Ning Yifeng and Zhao Ximing looked at Li Chang in the sky, and their eyes flashed with a cold light. Obviously, the relationship between the two was not good. Zhao Ximing said, why are you here? Li Chang took a step forward and landed in front of the two and said jokingly, I'm here specifically to wait for your Vanga League. Waiting for my Vanga League? Zhao Ximing was stunned and said, what do you mean? Don't you understand? This is actually a scam. Li Chang smiled. A scam? Ning Yifeng and Zhao Ximing's faces were even more confused. Let me explain it to you like this. The treasure map in your hands was drawn by Fengtian Palace, and it was also us who deliberately sent it to your great deacon. But your great deacon didn't know, and thought he had picked up a treasure. Li Chang smiled as he played with the jade pendant. What? Their eyes trembled. Do you understand now? Actually, Fengtian Palace's target is also your great deacon, but I didn't expect that it would lead you two here. Things are really unpredictable. Li Chang shook his head and smiled. Zhao Ximing said in a deep voice, why did Fengtian Palace do this? It's very simple. When you get this treasure map, whether it's real or not, your great deacon will come and take a look. And Fengtian Palace can ambush him here. Li Chang said. There was a murderous look in his eyes. What? You actually used such a despicable trick, aren't you afraid of incurring the wrath of our Vanga League? Ning Yifeng said angrily. If it was in the past, we would definitely be afraid. After all, the foundations of our two sides are similar. If we really fight, both sides will suffer. But now, Li Chang raised the corner of his mouth. What now? Ning Yifeng said. You've heard of Qin Feiyang, right? Li Chang said. In the castle. Fatso said in astonishment. Boss, why is it related to you again? How would I know? Qin Feiyang was also very depressed. Could it be that he was born to be hated? Ning Yifeng looked at Li Chang and said, do you still need to ask? Of course we know Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang destroyed the chief tower. The people of the Vanga League should feel very embarrassed. After all, the chief tower is the follower of the Vanga League. And what we need to do is to shift the blame to Qin Feiyang. What I mean is, after killing the great deacon, we will let people spread the news that Qin Feiyang killed your great deacon. At that time, when the Vanga League and Qin Feiyang are both injured, Fengtian Palace will come out to destroy the Vanga League and unify the Black Tortoise world. Li Chang laughed. You bastards are too shameless. Ning Yifeng shouted angrily. Shameless? My young Master Feng, you can't be that naive, right? Our two forces have been at odds for so many years, haven't we always been thinking of ways to get rid of each other? Although the great deacon didn't come this time, it's the same if you two come. Maybe killing the two of you will have a better effect than killing the great deacon. Chapter 1590. Looking at the arrogant and lively Li Chang outside, the corner of the fatty's mouth twitched fiercely. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, as expected, it's not that simple. However, is this person's brain stupid? How dare he say that he's going to frame you in front of you? Maybe he doesn't know that we're here. Willow Tree thought. Oh, if he's been lying in ambush here, then he should know. Qin Feiyang said. Knowing that you're here, he still dares to say it? Willow Tree was stunned. Don't forget he's the son of the palace master of Fengtian Palace. I'm afraid that in his eyes, I'm just a little grasshopper who can jump around a little. And, if I'm not wrong, he's not the only one here. There are others who haven't shown up yet. After all, it's not a small matter to ambush the Grand Deacon of the Vangu League. It's impossible for Li Chang to be the only one. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. Outside. When Ning Yifeng and Ning Yifeng heard Li Chang's words, their expressions changed slightly. They shouted, "Sister, let's go." Zhao Shiming didn't hesitate at all and immediately rushed out of the valley. Li Chang raised the corner of his mouth. "Don't even think about touching Sister Meng." Ning Yifeng stood in front of Li Chang and said sternly, "It's useless even if you stop me." Li Chang laughed and said loudly, "Elders, let's do it." Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, 5 terrifying auras exploded outside the valley. Following closely, surges of quasi-divinity energy surged in from all directions. In less than 3 breaths, a divine power barrier appeared and sealed the entire valley. Zhao Shiming was about to rush out of the valley when she saw the situation. Her face turned pale and she immediately turned back and returned to Ning Yifeng's side. "How is it?" Ning Yifeng asked nervously. "The valley is sealed. Judging from their aura, those 5 should be the first elder, second elder, third elder, fourth elder, and fifth elder of Fengtian Palace," Zhao Shiming said in a deep voice. "What?" Ning Yifeng's body and mind trembled, his face deathly pale. The great elder of the Fengtian Palace was comparable to their great deacon. The second elder and the other 3 were also experts of the same level. With 5 super powerhouses lying in ambush outside, this was simply a dead end. Not to mention them, even if the Grand Deacon came, only death would await him. 5 aged figures entered the valley one after another. They stood in 5 different directions and surrounded Ning Yifeng and the other man. There were men and women among these 5 people. All of them had white hair and wrinkles all over their faces. However, their auras and gazes were extremely terrifying. They were like venomous snakes, causing people to tremble in fear. Seeing these 5 people appear, Ning Yifeng and Zhao Shiming's faces were filled with terror. My goodness. These 5 old men are all stage 10 false god realm experts. Willow Tree was dumbfounded. So what if you're at the 10th stage? Wasn't the pagoda master also at stage 10? Didn't we kill him in the end? Yu Huang sneered. It's completely different. You don't know whether it's the 10 great deacons of the Vangu League or the great elders of the Fengtian Palace. Each of them has a divine artifact and a divine art. Willow Tree said in a deep voice. Yes. This is the reason why they can become the giants of the Black Tortoise world. The other 6 great elders spoke one after another. Their faces were extremely solemn. Yu Huang was stunned and said, "In other words, there are 5 divine artifacts in front of us right now?" Yes. Maybe there's more. Li Chang, Ning Yifeng, and Zhao Shiming, because of their identities, they might also have divine artifacts. Willow Tree said. Good, that's a total of 8 divine artifacts. Yu Huang was excited. Willow Tree and the other 6 great elders were stunned. What was the meaning of this? Were they planning to rob these people? What a joke. They were from the Vangu League and the Fengtian Palace. Young master, I have to remind you. You've already offended the Tianyang Empire, the Nether Hall and the main tower. If we offend the Vangu League and the Fengtian Palace, then we'll really become the enemy of the entire Black Tortoise world. Willow Tree said meaningfully. Didn't the main tower already destroy us? Moreover, destroying the main tower is the same as offending the Vangu League. As for the Fengtian Palace, they don't look like good people. If we offend them, then so be it. What's there to be afraid of? Yu Huang didn't care at all. Willow Tree couldn't find a reason to refute Yu Huang's words. Outside, Ning Yifeng swept his gaze over the 5 elders. His face was extremely gloomy as he said, "Although our 2 sides have been sworn enemies for many years, I have always respected all of you seniors. However, I never imagined that all of you would actually be so despicable." One of the old women in black laughed sinisterly. As long as we can destroy the Vangu League and unify the Black Tortoise world, it doesn't matter what methods we use. Do you have any shame? The Everlasting Alliance wants to get rid of you as well, but have we ever done anything like this to Palace Bestowment in all these years? Zhao Shiming said angrily. The 5 of them didn't move at all. The old woman in black looked at Li Chang and laughed sinisterly. Haven't you had your eyes on Zhao Shiming for a long time? Do you want me to keep her for you? Li Chang was stunned. He looked at Zhao Shiming and shook his head. No need. There are many women in this world. She's not the only one. Not bad. A man shouldn't be tied down by a woman. The old woman in black nodded in approval. This person is a little scary. Fatso looked at Li Chang and muttered. Yes. If it were any other young man, they would definitely take the opportunity to possess a woman they've desired for a long time. But he didn't. This means that he's a very decisive person who cares about the big picture. But I don't think he's scary. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. If this person could be a little more humble, there was no doubt that he would be a very scary person. Unfortunately. Although this person was decisive, his character was too arrogant. At this moment, Li Chang, who was outside, suddenly looked up and glanced at the void. He jokingly said, Qin Feiyang, how long are you going to hide in the dark and watch? Qin Feiyang? Ning Yifeng and Zhao Shiming were surprised. He's been lying in ambush here. Willow Tree's heart skipped a beat. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, what should we do now? What should we do? Nothing. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. His figure flashed and instantly appeared in the valley. You're Qin Feiyang? Ning Yifeng and Zhao Shiming looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. He took a step forward and landed not far away from Li Chang. He glanced at the 5 elders. Seeing him appear, the 5 elders were not surprised at all. Obviously they already knew. Why are you here? Have you been bought over by Fengtian Palace? Zhao Shiming asked. Bought over? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He turned to look at Zhao Shiming and asked curiously, then tell me, what can Fengtian Palace use to buy me over? How would I know? If you haven't been bought over by them, then why are you here? I don't believe there's such a coincidence in this world. Zhao Shiming said angrily. Then let me tell you, there really is such a coincidence in this world. Not long ago, one of my companions happened to meet you and happened to hear your conversation. So as early as half an hour ago, I was already here. Qin Feiyang said. Zhao Shiming and Ning Yifeng looked at each other. So many coincidences? Why did it feel so ridiculous? Zhao Shiming said, so you have nothing to do with Fengtian Palace? You can say no, but you can also say yes. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. He turned to look at Li Chang and said with a smile, you know I'm here, but you still dare to say that you want to frame me. Are you that confident? I dare to say it because I'm not afraid of being heard by you. I know what you're capable of. However, my Fengtian Palace is not a clown like the Main Tower, Nether Hall, and Heavenly Sun Empire. Li Chang looked at him playfully. I didn't misjudge you. Not only are you confident, but you're also conceited. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Thank you for the compliment. Now I'll give you 2 choices. First, submit to the Fengtian Palace and obey the orders of the Fengtian Palace. Second, I'll send you and Ning Yifeng to hell. Li Chang said. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, actually there's a 3rd choice. What choice? Li Chang said. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, give me your divine artifacts and I'll leave immediately. I won't interfere in your matters. Impudent. The black-clothed old woman and the others were furious when they heard this. Li Chang raised his eyebrows slightly. What's going on? Are you trying to rob Li Chang and the others? Ning Yifeng and Zhao Shiming were also shocked. With me here your plan may not succeed. But as long as I leave, Ning Yifeng and Zhao Shiming will be your puppets. You can do whatever you want with them. Qin Feiyang looked at Li Chang and said with a smile. Ha! Li Chang suddenly laughed and shook his head. You're also a very confident and conceited person. Qin Feiyang said, I'm confident but I'm not conceited. There's still a little difference between us. Interesting. In so many years, other than the Vangu League, you're the first person who dares to challenge my Fengtian Palace. Li Chang laughed. In so many years, your Fengtian Palace is also the first person who dares to ignore me, Qin Feiyang. It's indeed interesting. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Li Chang's smile froze as he looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. This guy is really, as the rumors say, lawless. Zhao Shiming muttered. Maybe he really has the confidence to go against Fengtian Palace. Ning Yifeng said secretly. Then let's wait and see. Zhao Shiming murmured, looking at Qin Feiyang, her bright eyes flashed with an inexplicable brilliance. Ha! Li Chang finally came back to his senses and laughed. Kid, your arrogance is really beyond my imagination. You must continue to be arrogant later, don't let me down. I promise I won't. Qin Feiyang laughed. Chapter 1591. Boom. The old woman and the other 4 immediately released their divine power. 5 false gods and all of them were at the 10th stage. When they released their divine power at the same time, the destructive power was astonishing. The valley was instantly shattered and the earth collapsed crazily. Qin Feiyang didn't hesitate to activate his armor. But at the same time, Ning Yifeng and Zhao Shiming also had a battle suit appear on their bodies. Ning Yifeng's battle suit was completely golden, as if it was cast in gold, which imperceptibly added a bit of majesty to him. Zhao Shiming's battle suit was a silk skirt, as thin as a cicada's wings. It fluttered in the wind, making her look like a dancing butterfly. Qin Feiyang looked at the two, his eyes shining. The two battle suits were both glowing with divine light. And they both had a strong divine power. Obviously they were also two divine artifacts. However, even if they activated their armor and battle suits, they still couldn't block the impact of the divine power. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, their bodies were like fallen leaves in the wind, unable to stand steadily. "Brother Qin, this can't go on," Ning Yifeng shouted anxiously. Obviously he had pinned his hopes on Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and with a wave of his hand, the willow tree and Yu Huang suddenly appeared. One man and one beast immediately released their divine power to contend with the old woman and the other four. There was a rumbling sound. The divine power barrier that enveloped the yellow sand valley instantly collapsed. The divine power rolled in all directions, destroying heaven and earth. But Willow Tree and Yu Huang's cultivation couldn't be compared to the old woman and the other four, so they couldn't resist. "It's useless. Just give up struggling." Li Chang laughed wildly. "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth. The next moment, the 6 great elders appeared in front of him in unison. "What? Aren't they the elders of the main tower? You didn't kill them?" Li Chang's smile froze. Ning Yifeng and Zhao Shiming were also shocked. As for the old woman in black and the other four, their expressions didn't change much. Because they were confident. Even if the willow tree, Yu Huang and the 6 elders worked together, they could kill them one by one. Qin Feiyang didn't answer Li Chang. He looked at the 6 elders and shouted, "Attack!" Boom. The 6 gritted their teeth and immediately joined the battle. The divine power surged like a waterfall. In addition to Baiming, Yu Huang and Willow Wood, Qin Feiyang had a total of 8 false divinities. Although their strength's a strength, they could barely resist the divine power's divine power. "Sister, send a message immediately," Ning Yifeng said. Zhao Shiming nodded, nodding her head, seeing Zhao Ziz's face. The 5 elders, as if news of this spread back to the Eternal Alliance. Then with the Eternal Alliance's strength and Qin Feiyang's help, even his celestial bestowment palace wouldn't be able to handle it. "Quick!" Li Chang shouted. The old woman and the other 4 exchanged glances, killing intent surging in their eyes. Clang! In the next moment, 5 divine artifacts flew out from between their eyebrows. They were 5 combat swords. Moreover, regardless of their length, width, or color, they were all exactly the same. They were entirely golden, shining with 10,000 streaks of divine light. The terrifying sword aura shattered the mountains and the earth. "Damn it!" Seeing this, Ning Yifeng and Zhao Shiming's faces turned pale. Although they had battle suits, they couldn't recover them at all. How could they withstand the attack of 5 divine artifacts? "Young Master Chang Shui," Willow Tree shouted. How terrifying was the recovery of 5 divine artifacts. Although he had the 7-star sword and Yu Huang had the snake scale, they were no match for the 5 of them. Hearing Willow Tree's shout, Qin Feiyang took out Chang Shui without hesitation and threw it to Willow Tree. "Yu Huang and the 6 of you, come with me to recover Chang Shui. Today we will kill them all. With Chang Shui in my hand, the world is mine." Willow Tree's confidence soared. After a shout, the power of the false god rushed toward Chang Shui. Yu Huang and the 6 elders also did their best to recover Chang Shui. What did it mean to have 8 false gods recover at the same time? In the blink of an eye, Chang Shui shone brightly and covered the sky. More than half of the Qingyang mountain range was annihilated in an instant. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Those who lived outside the mountain range sensed the terrifying aura and fled for their lives. Is this the Chang Shui that destroyed the Qinghong sword? At the same time, Ning Yifeng and Zhao Shiming were also shocked. Li Chang, the old woman, and the others were also shocked and full of greed. "Kill him and snatch pale snow." Li Chang roared and then disappeared. Oh. Qin Feiyang looked at the place where Li Chang disappeared and narrowed his eyes. It seemed that this person also had a space divine item. Ning Yifeng watched Li Chang disappear and said angrily, "Damn it, I should have asked my father for a space divine item. What's the use of saying this now?" Zhao Shiming glared at him and looked around. The old woman and the others were still in a circle, surrounding them. It was impossible to escape. Chang Shui's power was too terrifying. If they didn't hide, they would have been killed by Chang Shui before Willow Tree and the others could kill the old woman and the others. However, just as they were in despair, Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The two immediately felt their bodies lighten and then they arrived at a strange place. These people are desperados. And they also know that because of the headquarters, the Vanga League won't let them go. So I dare to conclude that they will take the opportunity to imprison us and use us as hostages to threaten my father. Zhao Ximing said in a deep voice. Ning Yifeng was stunned. He glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others and immediately became vigilant. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Don't blame us. We have no choice." Ridiculous. Who just said that they won't do ungrateful things? Fatso said angrily. There's no other way. As Brother Qin said, you can't judge a book by its cover. We have to prevent you from using us as hostages. But I can guarantee that when my father comes, I will help you put in a good word and ask him to be merciful. Ning Yifeng said. What if your father insists on killing us? Fatso said. Then I have no choice but to help you collect your bodies. This is better than leaving your bodies in the wilderness. After Ning Yifeng finished speaking, he took out the image crystal. However, Ning Yifeng and Zhao Ximing did not know that one person was missing in the ancient castle. The missing one was the Spirit Serpent Emperor. Generally, in the ancient castle, whether it was the White-Eyed Wolf, the Golden Wolf King, or the Double-Winged Snow Eagle, they would shrink their bodies. The Spirit Serpent Emperor was no exception. In the ancient castle, its body would usually shrink to half a foot long. In addition, Fatso and the others were blocking in front. If one did not pay special attention, it would be difficult to discover its existence. As soon as Zhao Ximing and Ning Yifeng entered the ancient castle, they kidnapped Lu Hong and did not have time to check carefully. However, Qin Feiyang and the others knew. Because this was Qin Feiyang's instruction. Lu Hong also knew. Because at this moment, the Spirit Serpent Emperor had already crawled into her arms and was quietly approaching Zhao Ximing's wrist. The image crystal in Ning Yifeng's hand quickly recovered. But the moment before it recovered, the Spirit Serpent Emperor bared its fangs and bit the back of Zhao Ximing's hand. Although she was wearing a battle suit, her hands were exposed. What is it? She immediately cried out in alarm and hurriedly looked down. At the same time, Lu Hong grabbed Zhao Ximing's wrist, a cold light surging in her eyes. She pulled hard and Zhao Ximing involuntarily released her 5 fingers. At the same time, Lu Zheng also stepped forward and kicked Zhao Ximing's stomach without the slightest mercy. Ah! Zhao Ximing immediately screamed and flew out, smashing hard on the wall behind her. Her face was slightly pale and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. If it were not for that battle suit, Lu Zheng's kick would have taken her life. After all, Lu Zheng's current strength was quite terrifying. It seemed to be slow, but all this happened in an instant. Ning Yifeng heard Zhao Ximing scream and turned his head to look, but it was already too late. But at this moment, the image crystal in his hand was fully recovered. An illusory figure quickly appeared. But before the shadow completely appeared, the Golden Wolf King next to him pounced again, revealing its ghastly fangs and smashing the image crystal in one bite. Chapter 1592. Lu Jing grabbed Lu Hong's hand and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Lu Hong shook her head and didn't resist. It seemed that under Lu Zheng's relentless pursuit, Lu Hong had begun to try to accept him. Zhao Ximing patted the back of her hand awkwardly and looked at it in surprise. There were 2 teeth marks on it and blood was flowing out. This is... Her gaze trembled. At the same time, the Phantom Snake Emperor appeared and grinned at Zhao Ximing. Damn it! Zhao Ximing was instantly furious. Ning Yifeng quickly took out an antidote pill, ran to Zhao Ximing and put it in her mouth. The Golden Wolf King mocked, "How dare you mess around in the castle? You're really stupid." Zhao Ximing flew into a rage out of humiliation. Ning Yifeng looked at Qin Feiyang warily and said, "Brother Qin, this is a misunderstanding." But before Ning Yifeng could finish, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, "I don't want to hear any explanation. I only know that you did do something that repaid kindness with ingratitude." "Then what do you want?" Zhao Ximing said angrily. "What do I want?" Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Take off your battle suits." "What?" Ning Yifeng's face turned pale. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "My principle is that if you do something wrong, you must pay the price." "Impossible." Zhao Ximing said angrily. "I'm afraid that's not up to you." Qin Feiyang chuckled and nodded to the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King understood and opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs, and walked toward the 2 of them step by step. The two of them kept retreating, their faces full of panic. I advise you to take the initiative to hand it over. If you force me to take action, the consequences are not something you can bear. The Golden Wolf King laughed. Okay, I'll give it to you. Ning Yifeng said in a deep voice. Zhao Ximing said, Ning Yifeng, you're yielding just like that? Do you still have any backbone? Sister, you're being silly. Do you still not understand what's going on? We are in the castle. Even if father and the others come, they won't be able to save us. Right now we have to follow their wishes. Preserving our lives is more important. Ning Yifeng sighed inwardly. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, we can give you our battle suits, but you have to promise not to hurt us. Once the battle is over, you have to let us go. The Golden Wolf King said, you still know how to negotiate terms? Looks like you haven't been scared out of your wits. But now, do you have the right to negotiate terms? I'm talking to Qin Feiyang. What does it have to do with you? Shut up. Ning Yifeng said furiously. Qin Feiyang said lightly, its words are also my words. Do you have any objections? Ning Yifeng's heart trembled. Originally he was still wondering why Qin Feiyang had so many fierce beasts around him. So it was because of his personality. He treated the beast like a friend. Hurry up. The Golden Wolf King shouted impatiently. Ning Yifeng said, if you don't agree to my terms, I won't give it to you even if I die. Idiot. If you have the ability, then go and die. We can just pick up a ready-made one. The Golden Wolf King sneered. Ning Yifeng's body stiffened. That's right. If he and Zhao Ximing died, the two battle suits would be ownerless, which would be convenient for these people. The Golden Wolf King joked, why don't you guys self-destruct? Maybe you can hurt us. You? Ning Yifeng was furious. Self-destruction, wasn't it equivalent to suicide? This beast was simply taking the opportunity to humiliate him. Kill? Suddenly, the willow tree's stern voice sounded outside. Ning Yifeng were startled. They quickly looked at the screen behind Qin Feiyang and saw Willow Tree controlling Chang Shui to slash at the old woman in black. Sharp edge tearing the sky and splitting the earth. This is an opportunity. Ning Yifeng's eyes flickered. The battle outside had officially begun. The attention of Qin Feiyang and the group would definitely be attracted by the battle outside. Then he could take the opportunity to attack the people around Qin Feiyang again. He glanced at Fatso and the rest from the corner of his eye and discovered that Lu Hong and the Spirit Serpent Emperor had the lowest cultivation level. Hence, he targeted the Spirit Serpent Emperor. This was because Lu Hong was now under the protection of Lu Zheng. There was no chance for him to attack her. However, when he glanced at Qin Feiyang, he discovered that Qin Feiyang was not paying attention to the battle outside at all. Besides Qin Feiyang, the Golden Wolf King, Fatso and the rest also did not look at the battle outside. They were still staring at him and Zhao Ximing. It was as if they did not care about the battle outside at all. Aren't you guys worried? Ning Yifeng was stunned. The group smiled but did not say anything. Ning Yifeng was somewhat caught off guard. What do you want to do? Fatso smiled mockingly. Ning Yifeng's heart trembled. Could it be that these people had already seen through his thoughts? It seems that you guys want me to attack. Golden Wolf King grinned and suddenly pounced on Ning Yifeng fiercely. Ning Yifeng's expression changed and he quickly said, okay, I'll give it to you. You can also change the condition. Don't kill us. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. I hope you're a man of your word. Ning Yifeng took a deep look at Qin Feiyang. He gritted his teeth, took off the battle suit from his body and flew toward Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang grabbed it and directly erased the blood contract inside. He then looked at Zhao Ximing. Sister, give it to them quickly. At most, I'll give you another one after we escape. Ning Yifeng secretly urged her. Zhao Ximing glanced at Ning Yifeng and then looked at Qin Feiyang. With a thought, the battle suit on her body automatically took off. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and quickly erased the blood contract inside. He then kept the two battle suits. Next, he no longer paid attention to Ning Yifeng and turned to look at the scene in front of him. Zhao Ximing kept staring at Qin Feiyang's back. There was a trace of cold light flashing in the depths of her eyes. In the blink of an eye. Outside. In the face of Chang Shui's attack, the old woman in black did not have the slightest fear. She looked at the other four elders and shouted, activate the sword formation. Okay. The four elders nodded. The five of them waved their hands and 5 battle swords rushed into the sky. The sword tip faced up and the sword hilt faced down, forming a circular sword formation. Clang. Boom. As soon as the sword formation was formed, divine light shone. Whether it was the momentum or the sharpness, it soared several times in an instant. Then, Rays of shocking sword light surged out of the sword formation and turned into a terrifying wave of sword chi, rushing toward Chang Shui. The earth collapsed and the void collapsed. The terrifying sword light destroyed everything. This sword formation was originally used to deal with the Grand Deacon of the Vangu League. Now it's yours. The old woman laughed sinisterly. Willow Tree laughed and said, "You want to compete with Chang Shui with a mere sword formation? You underestimate it. I have also heard of the power of Chang Shui. It can destroy the rainbow sword because the rainbow sword is too weak. Our 5 battle swords can't be compared to the cyan rainbow sword." The 5 of them sneered. "I advise you not to be too confident." The corner of Willow Tree's mouth lifted. Before his voice died away, Chang Shui suddenly collided with the huge wave. Without the slightest pause, he directly crushed it. What? The old woman and the others' expressions changed drastically. This sword formation combined the power of the 5 battle swords into one. It was not difficult to imagine the power of the 5 divine artifacts combined into one. They thought that even if the sword formation could not destroy Chang Shui, it could definitely block Chang Shui. However, they did not expect the result to be like this. This was a completely unstoppable situation. Are you surprised by this? Then let me tell you, the power that Chang Shui has shown is only the tip of the iceberg. Willow Tree sneered and controlled Chang Shui to slash at the sword formation. Arrogant. The old woman was furious. She looked at the other 4 and shouted, "Merge!" The 4 of them nodded vigorously. The 5 battle swords floating in the air, accompanied by a deafening sound, merged into one battle sword. A world-destroying aura suddenly roared out. The merged battle sword was more than 10 meters long. Its entire body was glowing with a dazzling golden light. Even heaven and earth paled in comparison. The terrifying sword light tore through the sky and rushed to the top of the 9 heavens. The old woman stepped forward, grabbed the battle sword and slashed in the air. A golden dragon formed by sword chi suddenly roared out. An elder behind Willow Tree suddenly thought of something and said in surprise, "Willow Tree, they seem to be using the 9 Palaces sword formation?" 9 Palaces sword formation. Willow Tree's gaze trembled. He seemed to be very wary. However, a cold smile appeared on his face soon after. He said, "Who cares what sword formation it is? It's all rotten wood in front of Chang Shui. It can't withstand a single blow. Don't underestimate it. You should know that the 9 Palaces sword formation is the strongest trump card of the 10 elders of the Fengtian Palace." The 6 elders were deeply worried. "Just wait and see," Willow Tree said confidently. Brr. Clang. Accompanied by a dragon's roar and a loud sound, Chang Shui and the golden dragon met in the void. In an instant, sparks flew all over the sky like fireworks, illuminating the world. The next moment, the golden dragon formed by sword chi let out a wail and shattered into pieces, quickly dissipating. The battle sword in the old woman's hand also dissipated. The 5 battle swords materialized in the air. This also meant that the 9 Palaces sword formation had been broken. How is this possible? The old woman and the others vomited blood, their old faces full of disbelief. Even the 9 Palaces sword formation could not stop Chang Shui? I told you this is just the tip of the iceberg. Chang Shui's true power is enough to make you despair. Willow Tree roared into the sky, soared into the sky, grabbed Chang Shui and charged toward the old woman. True power, the old woman muttered, her body and mind trembling. If what Willow Tree said was true, then how terrifying would Chang Shui be when he fully recovered? In fact, what Willow Tree said was Chang Shui's power of law, space-time travel. Of course, the people of the Black Tortoise world did not know about Chang Shui's power of law. Not to mention Chang Shui, even the ancient castle's power of law, time stop, was not known to the people of the Fengtian Palace. Although Zhuge Mingyang had displayed the power of laws in the main tower and the ancient castle, everyone in the main tower had been killed by him. The remaining 6 elders also submitted to Qin Feiyang. Therefore, other than Willow Tree and the others, no one in the Black Tortoise world knew that his 2 divine artifacts had the power of law. Even Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing did not know. Because when he killed the fire dragon and fought the giant python, Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing were still outside the volcano. Of course, Zhuge Mingyang might know. Chapter 1593. However, the power of laws of Chang Shui and the castle couldn't be used at will. They had to be fully recovered. Even if there were dozens of pseudo-divinities, it would still be impossible to fully awaken the 2 divine artifacts. Get out of the way. Seeing that the old woman was shocked by Chang Shui and didn't notice the willow tree in front of her, the other 4 people hurriedly shouted. The old woman suddenly trembled. She grabbed a sword and slashed at Willow Tree. Willow Tree grinned and raised Chang Shui to meet the sword. We can't fight Chang Shui head-on. The four people hurriedly shouted. The Qinghong sword was destroyed by Chang Shui. What if the sword was destroyed too? The old woman suddenly came to a realization. Seeing that Chang Shui and the sword were about to meet, the old woman quickly retracted her arm and then prepared to retreat with the 5 swords. Because before, when the sword formation was broken, the 5 swords were with the old woman. If she didn't take them away now, they would definitely fall into Willow Tree's hands. But at this moment, swish, 2 young men suddenly appeared. It was Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng. They had been waiting for an opportunity in the castle. As soon as the 2 appeared, they grabbed 2 swords in front of the old woman and disappeared without a trace. This scene shocked the old woman and the others. But Willow Tree, Yu Huang, and the 6 elders were ecstatic. What could be more exciting than seizing 4 divine artifacts in one go? The most important thing was, without these artifacts, the elders of Fengtian Palace would lose their fangs. They were no longer a threat to them. Because not only did they have Chang Shui, but they also had the 7-star sword and the snake scale. Furthermore, the current situation was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. Willow Tree, go. Yu Huang transmitted his voice. Hearing this, Willow Tree immediately grabbed Chang Shui and charged toward the old woman. The old woman was still in a state of shock. By the time Willow Tree attacked, it was already too late for her to counterattack. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out as blood splattered everywhere. Chang Shui was indestructible. It directly pierced through her skull. Not only did it penetrate her mind, it even shattered her soul. Willow Tree, you deserve to die. The old woman's screams also woke up the other 4 people. When they saw the old woman's situation, they immediately bared their teeth and roared angrily. Willow Tree turned a deaf ear and snatched the sword from the old woman's hand. He pulled out the Chang Shui and stabbed the old woman's head. Blood splattered across the sky. The old woman died on the spot. Inside the castle. Ning Yifeng and Zhao Shiming were both dumbfounded. Not only did he steal the 5 swords, but he also killed the old woman? Oh my god. This group of people was too terrifying. Whether it was Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng going out to snatch the swords, or Willow Tree taking the opportunity to kill the old woman, their cooperation was flawless. The most terrifying thing was that dagger. Without that dagger, no matter how powerful Qin Feiyang and the others were, no matter how good their cooperation was, it would be useless. At the same time, Li Chang, who was hiding in the space divine item, also turned pale. He was even trembling. In his eyes, in addition to disbelief, there was also deep fear. He finally understood why Qin Feiyang had always been so confident. With such a heaven-defying divine artifact in hand, if it were him, he would also be so confident. Bang! The old woman fell to the ground, no longer breathing. A pseudo-god of a generation, a giant, fell just like that. Swish! Qin Feiyang also appeared. Willow Tree handed the sword to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang grabbed the sword and waved it in the void a few times. He nodded and said with a smile, "Not bad, 7 divine artifacts. This trip was not in vain." 7? Aren't there 5 swords? Willow Tree was suspicious. Think about it carefully. Qin Feiyang smiled. Willow Tree pondered for a moment and said, "So that's how it is." There was no suspense. The young master must have snatched the battle suits of Ning Yifeng and Lu Zheng. Qin Feiyang's eyes were cold. He pointed the sword at the other 4 elders, and a monstrous murderous aura rushed out of his body. He said, "Don't leave anyone alive, kill them all." Understood. Willow Tree nodded, grabbed Chang Shui, and rushed toward the white-haired old man with murderous intent. Yu Huang also immediately took out the snake scale and attacked the black-robed old man. The 6 great elders, on the other hand, attacked the other 2. Although the 6 elders did not have divine artifacts, they had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. 6 against 2. Although the 2 of them had reached stage 10 false god, they did not have divine artifacts, and it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 legs. The most important thing was, after losing their divine artifacts, they also lost confidence in facing Chang Shui. So, seeing Willow Tree and the others attack, they immediately turned around and fled. "Weren't you very arrogant at the beginning? Why are you running now?" Willow Tree sneered. The 4 of them were angry and said in unison, "If you have the ability, put down Chang Shui. If you are afraid, then you are afraid. Why do you have to find an excuse?" Willow Tree smiled disdainfully. Boom. However, at this time, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared in the sky above the valley. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly turned their heads to look. they saw a one-armed old man appear in the void above. He was about 1.8 meters tall with a ruddy complexion and white hair. His dark eyes were like sharp arrows, revealing a terrifying sharpness. His divine power shook the void. The Grand Deacon of the Jianghu League. Willow Tree's pupils constricted. But when he felt the power from Chang Shui, the fear in his heart disappeared in an instant. Instead, he had an impulse to give it a try. Don't worry about him, continue to chase. Qin Feiyang shouted. However, before his voice died away, the white-haired old man who was being chased by Willow Tree suddenly disappeared in front of their eyes. Then, the old man in black and the other two disappeared one after another. Willow Tree raised his eyebrows and poured out his divine sense, covering all directions. He caught a space divine object. The space divine object was quickly escaping. Willow Tree quickly turned to Qin Feiyang and said, "It was Li Chang who saved them." Qin Feiyang said, "Trapped in the space divine object." Okay. Willow Tree nodded and sent a sound transmission. "Yu Huang, you guys go chase, I'll keep an eye on the Grand Deacon." Yu Huang and the 6 great elders nodded. Their divine sense rolled out and turned into a stream of light, chasing after the space divine object like lightning. What's going on? The one-armed old man stood in the air with a look of surprise. Why were Qin Feiyang and Willow Tree here? And Li Chang? Wasn't he the son of the palace master of the heavenly palace? Why was he here? Could it be that they had the same name? And Li Chang? He was only a 5-star war emperor. How could his speed compare to Yu Huang and the 6 great elders? In a few blinks of an eye, Yu Huang and the 6 great elders chased after him. Their divine sense was also firmly locked onto the space divine object. Then, the power of the fake god surged out and drowned the sky. A huge divine power enchantment was quickly formed, and then it kept shrinking. Li Chang panicked. "For elders, what should we do now?" The old man in white said in a deep voice, "With your speed, you can't escape. Give me the space divine object." "There's no need to escape," the old man in black suddenly said. Li Chang said, "Why not? Do you have a way to stop Chang Shui?" "No. But now, the great deacon of the Jianghu League is rushing over. We can use the Jianghu League to deal with Qin Feiyang." The old man in black laughed sinisterly. "What should we do?" the old man in white asked. The old man in black said, "Li Chang, immediately inform the palace master and ask him to bring reinforcements immediately. It's best to bring that divine artifact." "Okay." Li Chang nodded. The old man in black looked at the old man in white and said, "We won't give up until we get back the divine artifact. Let's go out and delay them." The 3 of them nodded. "Be careful." Li Chang reminded them and sent the 4 of them out. "Qin Feiyang, I won't let you go." Li Chang gritted his teeth and muttered, immediately taking out the image crystal. Outside, upon seeing the appearance of the 4 elders, Baiming Yu Huang coldly laughed. "Not fleeing anymore? Why are they here too?" The one-armed old man was stunned. The black-haired old man glanced at Baiming Yu Huang and the 6 elders as he snorted. After that, he inclined his head and stared at the single-armed old man. "Grand Deacon, Ning Yifeng and Zhao Ximing have already died in Qin Feiyang's hands." "What?" The one-armed old man's expression changed. "How dare you fan the flames? You're really reckless." Yu Huang was also enraged. She immediately brought Snake Scale with her and rushed over. The 6 elders followed closely behind. The old man in black roared. The 4 of them used their respective skills and started a bloody battle with Yu Huang and the 6 elders. "Qin Feiyang, how dare you!" The one-armed old man came back to his senses and immediately looked down at Qin Feiyang and shouted angrily. "How dare you be rude to the young master!" The Willow Tree also shouted angrily and stood in front of Qin Feiyang. "Willow Tree, treat the old with respect." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and walked forward, gently pushing the Willow Tree away. He looked up at the one-armed old man and said with a smile, "Don't be instigated by the people of Fengtian Palace. Ning Yifeng and Zhao Ximing are not dead." "Not dead?" The one-armed old man was stunned and said in a low voice, "Then where are they now?" "It's in my spatial divine item," Qin Feiyang said. "Let them out," the one-armed old man said. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Ning Yifeng and Zhao Ximing immediately appeared. As soon as the 2 came out, they immediately ran toward the one-armed old man. Qin Feiyang's face darkened slightly and said, "Did I say you can leave?" The Willow Tree immediately released its power and forcibly dragged the 2 back and then imprisoned them. Seeing this, the one-armed old man quickly shouted at Qin Feiyang and the Willow Tree, "What are you doing?" "Nothing. I just want you to confirm that they are really not dead." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The one-armed old man's eyes were gloomy as he glared at Ning Yifeng and Zhao Ximing and shouted, "You are simply fooling around. What are you doing here? Do you have nothing better to do?" The two lowered their heads, their hearts full of regret. "If I didn't find out that the treasure map was stolen, I wouldn't have thought that you would sneak here." The one-armed old man became angrier and angrier as he spoke. "Where's father?" Ning Yifeng asked. He just received a message, but it was suddenly interrupted. After confirming it again and again, he found that it was you who sent him the message. However, he didn't expect that you would be in danger, nor did he expect that someone would dare to attack the people of the Vanga League, so he just asked me to come and take a look. The one-armed old man said. Then hurry up and leave. Qin Feiyang's dagger is too terrifying. The Grand Elder of the Fengtian Palace has already died in their hands. Ning Yifeng said anxiously. What? The one-armed old man's eyes trembled. He glanced at Qin Feiyang and the willow tree as well as the Chang Shui in the willow tree's hand, then at Yu Huang and the 6 elders and then at the ground below. Chapter 1594. As a sworn enemy for many years, he knew how strong the old woman was. Even he couldn't kill the old woman. But he didn't expect that she would die at the hands of Qin Feiyang and the others. Dagger? He muttered to himself and looked at the Chang Shui and willow tree's hand. His old eyes flashed. With just a dagger, this group of people could run rampant in the Black Tortoise world. What level of divine object was this? Wait. Suddenly, the one-armed old man seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Ning Yifeng and said, "Don't they all have divine artifacts?" Ning Yifeng shot a glance at Qin Feiyang and said with a pout, "Their divine artifacts are all in this guy's hands." What? The one-armed old man's expression changed. Zhao Ximing said angrily, "And our battle suits, they were also taken by him." The one-armed old man was dumbstruck. He didn't know how to describe his mood at this moment. Boom. Suddenly, his aura was released and a monstrous killing intent broke out of his body. It seems that this battle is unavoidable. Willow Tree smiled coldly and immediately recovered the Chang Shui. The one-armed old man glanced at Willow Tree, turned around and rushed toward Yu Huang and the 6 elders. "Your opponent is me." Willow Tree shouted angrily and used an auxiliary divine art to chase after him. But the one-armed old man also had an auxiliary divine art. At the same time, sensing the one-armed old man's aura, Yu Huang's eyes flashed coldly. He shouted to the 6 elders, "You kill them, I will stop him." After that, Yu Huang immediately rushed toward the one-armed old man with the snake scale. However, the 4 elders of the Fengtian Palace were overjoyed when they saw the one-armed old man join the battle. With the help of the one-armed old man, even if they couldn't suppress Qin Feiyang and the others, they could at least delay until the palace master came to help. What is the great deacon doing? Didn't we let him go? Qin Feiyang's aura is at its peak and he has the Chang Shui, how can he beat him? Ning Yifeng was extremely anxious. Zhao Ximing was also extremely flustered. If even the head deacon died here, then they would really be hopeless. In the blink of an eye, the one-armed old man and Yu Huang were about to collide. But suddenly, the one-armed old man took a step forward, brushing past Yu Huang. Immediately after, he dashed towards the 6 elders, his entire body brimming with killing intent. Damn it! The expressions of the 6 elders changed. Yu Huang and Willow Tree were also very anxious. Good chance, kill them all. The 4 people from the Fengtian Palace roared and charged towards the 6 elders without holding back. In front of him was the one-armed old man, and behind him were the 4 people from Fengtian Palace. Moreover, all 5 of them were ranked 10 false gods. The 6 elders almost despaired. Seeing this, the 4 from Fengtian Palace laughed sinisterly, they roared in anger, "Die!" The single-armed elder also took out a long staff. It was 5 feet long and as thick as an infant's arm. It was completely scarlet red as if it was cast from magma. It emitted a wave of world-destroying divine might. He grabbed the long staff, and with a deafening sound of wind and thunder, he smashed it towards the 6 elders. "How dare you!" Qin Feiyang suddenly roared and grabbed Ning Yifeng and Zhao Ximing's neck with both hands. His eyes flashed with bone-chilling killing intent. But the one-armed old man turned a deaf ear. He did not even turn around to look. His old eyes were filled with madness. "Go and be buried with them." Qin Feiyang smiled sinisterly and was about to kill Ning Yifeng and Zhao Ximing. However, at this time, the one-armed old man suddenly took a step forward and instantly flew over the heads of the 6 elders. The long staff in his hand swept towards the 4 elders of Fengtian Palace. This? Qin Feiyang's face suddenly froze. What's going on? Willow Tree, Yu Huang, the 6 elders, Ning Yifeng and Zhao Shiming were also stunned. The 4 from Feng Tian Palace were also caught off guard. Bang bang bang. Ah, for cries of agony could be heard. The 4 from Feng Tian Palace were blown away by the long staff on the spot, blood spurting out from their mouths. What are you doing? Come and help. The one-armed old man shouted, holding the long staff. He rushed towards the black-clothed old man. The 6 elders, Willow Tree and Yu Huang, quivered and immediately rushed towards the other 3. What the hell is going on? Inside the space divine object. Li Chang flew into a rage and roared again and again. Although all of this was instigated by Feng Tian Palace, the deacon did not know anything. Because from the time the deacon came here until now, no one had mentioned this matter. In other words, what the deacon knew now was only limited to Qin Feiyang hurting Ning Yifeng and Zhao Shiming. Logically speaking, shouldn't he first kill Qin Feiyang and rescue Ning Yifeng and Zhao Shiming? But why did he suddenly attack Feng Tian Palace? Ah! With the addition of the one-armed old man, the situation was completely one-sided. In less than 5 breaths, accompanied by a series of screams, the 4 from Feng Tian Palace had their sea of qi destroyed one after another. At this time, Li Chang regained his senses and wanted to save them, but it was too late. And at this moment he did not have the courage to save the 4 of them, so he directly used the space divine object and began to flee. Want to run? Did you ask for my permission? Willow Tree smiled contemptuously. The force of the false god rolled out, and a barrier appeared again. The space divine object was immediately imprisoned. Li Chang was immediately scared out of his wits. He quickly activated the image crystal and sent a message to his father for help. Not far away in the void, Qin Feiyang looked at the one-armed old man, his eyes flashing. With a wave of his hand, he sent Ning Yifeng and Zhao Shiming to the ancient castle, then stepped on the void and landed beside Willow Tree. Where are Feng Er and the others? The one-armed old man turned to look at Qin Feiyang, his eyes flashing coldly, and asked. They are safe. Qin Feiyang smiled. Willow Tree looked at the one-armed old man warily, whispering, Young master, what about Li Chang? Qin Feiyang said in his heart, This person is worthless, but I want his space divine object. Don't you already have the ancient castle? Willow Tree was suspicious. I do, but you don't have it. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Meh. Willow Tree pointed at his nose with a dumbfounded expression. Yes. Wait until I leave the Black Tortoise world with the space divine object. Your safety will be completely guaranteed. Qin Feiyang said in his heart. Thank you. Willow Tree was touched. He thought that Qin Feiyang wanted Li Chang's space divine object for himself, but he didn't expect it to be for his sake. Qin Feiyang smiled and transmitted his voice to Willow Tree, Yu Huang and the 6 elders. Be alert, don't let the Feng Tian Palace's people rescue Li Chang. What do you mean? Yu Huang was bewildered. Li Chang won't sit still and wait for death. He will definitely report the situation back to the Feng Tian Palace. Once the Feng Tian Palace learns of the situation as I expected, they won't fight us head-on. Because they aren't confident. Qin Feiyang said in his heart. Willow Tree said, So, they will quickly rescue Li Chang and leave? That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. After he finished speaking, he glanced at the 4 elders who were lying on the ground on their last breaths and said, Bring all of them here. Willow Tree took a step forward, carrying the 4 elders and returning to Qin Feiyang's side. What do you want? The one-armed old man frowned. Qin Feiyang formed a hand seal, and 4 enslavement seals appeared and sank into the 4 elders' heads. At the same time, a figure suddenly appeared in the void above. It was a middle-aged man. As soon as he appeared, he raised his arm and pointed in the air. The false god power poured out and blasted at the divine power barrier. Boom. The barrier was instantly shattered. Palace Master of the Feng Tian Palace. The one-armed old man was shocked, and when he looked up, his expression changed slightly. But at the same time, Willow Tree, Yu Huang, and the 6 elders rushed into the sky like lightning. The one-armed old man was stunned. The middle-aged man was also stunned. Why weren't these people surprised at all? It was as if they had been prepared for this. Willow Tree laughed. The false god power appeared and trapped the divine power of space again. Together with Yu Huang, it stood between the middle-aged man and the divine power of space. The 6 elders immediately spread out and stood in 6 different directions, surrounding the divine power of space. And their divine will was firmly locked on to the divine power of space. Qin Feiyang chuckled and sent the 4 elders to the castle. Then he stepped into the sky step by step and looked at the middle-aged man with a smile. I've been waiting for you for a long time, senior. You knew I would come? The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows. He was 7 feet tall and had a square face. His body was rather robust and he wore a long white robe. There were strands of white hair at his temples. His hands were behind his back, and he was imperceptibly emitting a strong sense of oppression. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Not only did I know you would come, but I also knew you wouldn't fight with us." The middle-aged man was surprised and said, "So you won't give me a chance to save Li Chang?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. "Of course I can let him go. Tell me your conditions." The middle-aged man said. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they would know that there must be conditions. Senior is really a straightforward person. I won't dawdle. I want Li Chang's divine power of space. Once I get it, I will let him go immediately. Qin Feiyang said. No problem. The middle-aged man nodded and said loudly without hesitation, "Li Chang, come out and give him the divine power of space." Qin Feiyang was stunned and turned to look at Willow Tree and asked, "Is this person so straightforward? His son is in your hands. How can he not be straightforward? Besides, for him, it's worth it to exchange a divine power of space for his son's life." Willow Tree sneered. "So, my price is still too low?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Then what else do you want?" Willow Tree smiled bitterly. The divine artifacts of the 5 elders were all in their hands. In addition to the old woman, the other 4 elders were also captured. Was that not enough? However, Li Chang didn't come out. Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth slightly, looked up at the middle-aged man and said with a smile, "Your son seems to be a little unconvinced. It seems that I have to raise the price." The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly had a trace of anger. He shouted, "If you don't come out, I will let you fend for yourself here." Hearing this, Li Chang immediately ran out, his face full of unwillingness. "Hurry up and give it to him," the middle-aged man said angrily. Li Chang's eyes trembled. With a thought, a black light swept out from between his eyebrows and flew to Qin Feiyang's side. This was a black stone castle, about the size of a baby's fist, glowing with a hazy divine light. "Take it." Qin Feiyang looked at the stone castle and smiled at Willow Tree. "Thank you, young master." Chapter 1595. Give it to him? Both the patriarch of the Fengtian Palace and the one-armed old man were astounded. Putting everything else aside, Willow Tree really followed the right person. First he got the 7-star sword and now he got the space divine item. His strength soared several times. Let him go. The palace master came back to his senses and looked at Qin Feiyang. Willow Tree put away the space divine item, turned around and grabbed Li Chang's neck. Li Chang's expression changed. The palace master stared at Qin Feiyang and asked, "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang smiled, "Willow Tree, we have to be men of our word. Let him go." Willow Tree was stunned and asked, "Are you sure?" He thought that Qin Feiyang said to let Li Chang go just to buy time. He didn't expect that he would really let him go. And Qin Feiyang nodded. Willow Tree shook his head helplessly and removed the divine power barrier. He then threw Li Chang at the feet of the palace master. Li Chang got up in a sorry state and looked at Qin Feiyang's group with hatred. He said, "Just you wait." Slap. The palace master of the celestial worship palace immediately slapped him. "Father?" Li Chang was stunned. He touched his burning face and looked at the palace master in disbelief. "Don't you think you've embarrassed yourself enough? Go back immediately. Without my order, you're not allowed to take half a step out of the palace master." Fengtian Palace master shouted. Li Chang's body trembled as he opened a teleportation gate. After taking a glance at Qin Feiyang, he turned around and ran in with a belly full of anger. If we had disciplined him earlier, he wouldn't have caused such a disaster. Willow Tree sneered. The palace master glanced at Willow Tree, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "For great elders, state your conditions." Qin Feiyang was stunned. "I know that you want to capture them and use them for yourself. However, I can tell you responsibly that it's useless." The palace master of the Imperial Conferring Palace said. "Useless?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked curiously, "Then why don't you tell me why it's useless?" "Because of their loyalty. They will never betray Fengtian Palace. If you keep them by your side, not only will they not be able to help you, they might even take your life at any time." The palace master of the Imperial Conferring Palace said expressionlessly. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. "Willow Tree, is what he said true? I'm not sure." Willow Tree shook his head, pondered for a while and said, "However, we can exchange." "Exchange?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Yes." The 10 great elders of the Fengtian Palace have mastered a divine art called the Nine Palaces Sword Formation. If this Nine Palaces Sword Formation is used to the extreme, it's enough to destroy the world. Willow Tree said. Is that so? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. The Nine Palaces Sword Formation is very famous. Even the Vangu League is very wary of it. Willow Tree said. They used the Nine Palaces Sword Formation before, but I didn't see how powerful it was. Qin Feiyang said. That's because it's not complete. The real Nine Palaces Sword Formation requires 9 divine swords and a sword heart to exert its full power. 9 divine swords, excluding the 5 in our hands, the other 4 are in the hands of the 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th elders of the Fengtian Palace. As for the sword heart, it's in the hands of the 10th elder of the Fengtian Palace. And the sword heart is the most important. Without the sword heart, you can still form the Nine Palaces Sword Formation, but its power will be reduced by at least 1/3. Willow Tree said. So powerful? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Willow Tree said, if we can exchange the 4 elders for the sword heart and the other 4 divine swords, it's a good deal. Qin Feiyang asked, is the 10th elder of the Fengtian Palace stronger than the 1st elder? Why do you ask? Willow Tree was puzzled. You said that the sword heart is the most important, so it should be controlled by the strongest person. Qin Feiyang said. Oh, I see. In fact, whether it's the 10 elders of the Fengtian Palace or the 10 deacons of the Vangu League, their strength is about the same. Because they are all level 10 false god. The only difference is their age and prestige. The older they are, the more prestige they have. The 10th elder of the Fengtian Palace used to be the servant of the palace lord, so he can't be compared to the other 9 elders. That's why he is ranked 10th. As for the sword heart, the palace lord trusts him the most, so he is in charge of it. Willow Tree said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded and raised his head to look at the palace master of the Celestial Submission Palace. He smiled and said, sure, I'll return them to you, but you'll need to use the sword heart and the remaining 4 divine swords in exchange. The palace lord clenched his fists. Qin Feiyang smiled, I know you don't want to, but I believe you also understand that divine weapons can be found again, but people can't be found again. The palace master of Fengtian Palace was silent. Young master is right. To create 4 new level 10 false gods, I'm afraid it won't be easy even for the Fengtian Palace. Lu Mu looked at the palace lord of Fengtian Palace and smiled. The palace lord gritted his teeth and looked at Qin Feiyang, as you wish, deal. Qin Feiyang smiled, I like dealing with people like you who are straightforward and decisive. Wait a moment. With that, Feng Tiangong opened the teleportation gate and strode in. Awesome. Once he retrieves the sword heart and the remaining 4 divine artifacts, we will have obtained 12 divine artifacts this time. Yu Huang grinned. Lu Mu smiled and said, not 12 but 13. There's also a spatial divine item. Yes. Yu Huang nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang. Boy, you promised me a divine weapon, it's time to fulfill it. I've already prepared it for you. Qin Feiyang smiled. Is that so? Yu Huang was surprised. What kind of divine weapon are you going to give me? Fire. Qin Feiyang was about to say the fire lotus, but he stopped and asked, what kind of divine weapon do you want? Me. Yu Huang pondered for a moment. If only there was an armor like the one you're wearing. Armor? Qin Feiyang muttered, his eyes flashing slightly. He lowered his head to look at the one-armed old man below. The one-armed old man suddenly became alert, his heart filled with an uneasy premonition. Shwa. Just as Qin Feiyang was about to speak, the palace lord of the palace lord appeared out of thin air. So fast. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Needless to say, this person was really a swift and decisive person. He couldn't help but admire this person. The palace lord of the palace lord waved his hand, and 5 streams of light broke through the air, rushing in front of Qin Feiyang. Impressively, there were 4 battle swords. And these 4 battle swords were exactly the same as the 5 battle swords that had been seized before. Beside the 4 battle swords there was also a crystal. This crystal was about the size of a cobblestone. Like the battle sword, its entire body was scarlet red, and its edges were distinct. At first glance, it looked like a fiery red diamond, extremely beautiful. However, the space around the crystal was distorted at this moment. This was because the crystal was spewing out an invisible sword light. The feeling that this sword ray gave people was even more terrifying than the 9 battle swords. Willow Tree went up to check for a while and gradually became happy. He turned to Qin Feiyang and nodded, it's true. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and collected all of them. Then he brought the black-clothed old man and the other three out of the ancient castle. Palace Master. The four of them looked at the Fengtian Palace Lord and lowered their heads in shame. Victory and defeat are commonplace in war. Don't worry too much about it. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, please release them from your control. Don't worry. I've always been a man of my word. If I say I'll let them go, I'll definitely let them go. Qin Feiyang laughed and released the four of them from his control. With a wave of his hand, the four of them flew towards Palace Master Fengtian. The Palace Master of the Celestial Submission Palace opened the teleportation gate and did not linger. He did not say any harsh words and left with the four of them. I like this person very much. Qin Feiyang looked at the back of the Palace Master of the Celestial Submission Palace and laughed. Yu Huang's mouth twitched and said with disdain, you like the treasures on him, right? Don't talk nonsense. Do I look like that kind of person? Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Yu Huang looked at him seriously and nodded, yes. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly and said, I really admire him. He doesn't hesitate at all. No wonder he's an overlord. Is the leader of the Vanga League also like him? Qin Feiyang murmured. He lowered his head again and looked at the one-armed old man. He smiled and said, Senior, let's settle the problem between us now. The one-armed old man raised his eyebrows and flew up to the sky. He stood opposite Qin Feiyang and said, their battle suits were taken by you. How do you want to settle it? I won't deny it. I didn't do anything wrong. You don't know the situation at that time, so you may think that I deliberately hurt them. But in fact I didn't. Qin Feiyang said. Then what is it? The one-armed old man frowned. Qin Feiyang took Ning Yifeng and Zhao Ximing and said with a smile, you'd better ask them. Tell me what's going on. The one-armed old man looked at the two and said angrily. The two stammered. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two and said to the one-armed old man, forget it, let me tell you. At that moment. Thus, Qin Feiyang gave a simple explanation of what had happened. After listening, the one-armed old man's face turned pale. That treasure trove was actually a trap. Celestial Submission Palace, I won't let this go. The one-armed old man clenched his hands and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He then looked at Ning Yifeng and Zhao Ximing and said angrily, what have we taught you? A person must know how to repay kindness, can't you remember? Knowing that he won't let us go easily, are we still going to stand there and wait for death? You don't know what kind of person he is? What repay kindness with enmity, it's just an excuse for him to attack us. Zhao Ximing snorted coldly. Still quibbling. The one-armed old man blew his beard and glared. I'm telling the truth, I'm not quibbling. Zhao Ximing said stubbornly. Shut up. The one-armed old man was burning with anger and glared fiercely at Zhao Ximing. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, this matter they are indeed in the wrong first. This old man apologizes to you on their behalf. If apologizing is useful, what's the use of law enforcement? Yu Huang sneered. Don't go too far. The great deacon is highly respected in the Black Tortoise world. For him to lower his status and apologize to you is already very flattering. Chapter 1596. Flatter us. Yu Huang started, she couldn't help but feel anger rising in her heart. How dare you be so arrogant in this situation? I've spoiled you. It raised its tail and slapped Zhao Ximing's face. With a bang, a blood-red mark immediately appeared on the ground. How dare you hit my face? Zhao Ximing touched her cheek and stared at Yu Huang angrily. So what if I hit you? Do you think we have to be polite to you in the Vanga League? Let me tell you in front of us, you'd better rein in your temper. Otherwise, not to mention slapping your face, this emperor will even dare to chop you up. Yu Huang snorted. Zhao Ximing's body trembled. Her face was full of fear. Yu Huang smiled in disdain. He looked at the one-armed old man and said impatiently, let's cut the crap. If you want their lives, give me something in return. The one-armed old man looked at Zhao Ximing and the other man and asked, what do you want? Yu Huang looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and smiled, how about this? Just like Fengtian Palace, give me 2 divine artifacts in exchange. As expected. The one-armed old man had actually expected such an outcome. However, asking for 2 divine artifacts at once was still beyond what he could afford. After all, divine artifacts were not cabbages that could be found everywhere. Even in the Vanga League he did not have many. The one-armed old man took a deep breath and smiled. Young friend, do you know why I suddenly attacked Fengtian Palace? Are you trying to be friendly? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. To be honest, I don't care about your strength. The one-armed old man said. I believe you. Qin Feiyang nodded. Although you are not a threat to the Vanga League, I have to be wary of the daggers in your hands. That's why I changed my mind and attacked Fengtian Palace. I think you should understand what I mean. Instead of fighting to the death and letting Fengtian Palace take advantage of the situation, why don't we work together? The one-armed old man said. Cooperation? Qin Feiyang stared blankly for a moment before he joked. What about the main tower? Aren't you going to avenge them? Revenge? At first, we did think of taking revenge for the main tower. In fact, before coming here, this old man was discussing this matter with the two alliance masters. But now, this old man believes that there is no need for that. The one-armed old man said. You're quite sensible. Willow Tree sneered. A wise man submits to circumstances. The one-armed old man smiled. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Little brother, this old man sincerely hopes that I can make a friend like you. After saying so much, isn't it because you want us to return them to you? It's not that easy. We're not that easy to fool. You have to give me a divine artifact in exchange. Yu Huang said. The one-armed old man was a little annoyed. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Little brother, you've already offended the major forces in the Black Tortoise world. If you fall out with the Vanga League, I don't think it'll do you any good. Haha, Willow Tree, did you see that? You're angry and started to threaten us. Yu Huang laughed. Willow Tree glanced at the one-armed old man and said calmly, It's useless. The young master is not afraid of the Vanga League at all. Seeing Yu Huang and Willow Tree echoing each other, the one-armed old man was quite annoyed. I'm not a 3-year-old kid. I won't change my mind just because of a few words from you. If you really want to work with me, wait until you give me the divine artifact and we'll talk. Qin Feiyang looked at the one-armed old man and said. The one-armed old man was furious and said, Then what divine artifact do you want? I want a suit of armor that can shrink at will. After Qin Feiyang said that, he looked at the staff in the one-armed old man's hand and said with a smile, That dog-beating staff in your hand looks pretty good too. The one-armed old man gripped the staff in his hand tightly, his expression extremely ugly. Can't bear to part with it? It's good that you can't bear to part with it. Because this means that this dog-beating staff of yours is definitely not simple. Alright, it's a happy decision then. Give me a suit of armor and the dog-beating staff in your hand. Qin Feiyang smiled. Who's happy with your decision? The one-armed old man was furious and said in a deep voice, Young man, are you really not afraid of making the world your enemy? If I was afraid, I would have left the Black Tortoise world long ago. Why would I stay here until now? Qin Feiyang said calmly. All right. This old man will satisfy you. The one-armed old man spat out these words through gritted teeth. With a wave of his hand, he erased the blood contract on the staff and threw it to Qin Feiyang. Willow Tree took a step forward and caught the staff asking, Where's the armor? The one-armed old man said, This old man will go back and get it, let one person go first. Trying to play tricks? Willow Tree sneered coldly. Even if you let one person go first, there's still one person in your hands, what tricks can this old man play? The one-armed old man said angrily. Hearing this, Willow Tree returned to Qin Feiyang's side and asked in a low voice, What should we do? Qin Feiyang sized up the one-armed old man, a light flickered in his eyes as he said, Give Zhao Shiming to him. All right. Willow Tree nodded. He grabbed Zhao Shiming and threw her over. The one-armed old man quickly waved his hand and false god force appeared, supporting Zhao Shiming. After Zhao Shiming stabilized her body, she quickly ran to the one-armed old man and said, Great Deacon, you have to. But before she could finish, the one-armed old man waved his hand and stopped her. If you have anything to say it when we get back. After that he opened the portal. Zhao Shiming turned her head and glanced coldly at Qin Feiyang, then turned and ran into the portal. I hope you won't do anything to him while I'm away. The one-armed old man looked at Qin Feiyang and said, then turned and entered the portal. Young master, you have to be careful. The people of the Vanga League might not be as honest as those from Fengtian Palace. Willow Tree said in a low voice. Don't talk nonsense. The people of the Vanga League are many times better than those from Fengtian Palace. Ning Yifeng snorted, his face full of dissatisfaction. Don't think too highly of yourself. You think we don't know what kind of people the Vanga League is? Take the Chief Tower as an example. Although the Vanga League has been taking care of them all these years, you have also asked them to pay you tribute. Willow Tree sneered. Tribute? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Willow Tree nodded and said in disdain, I heard that when the Chief Tower was seeking protection, the Vanga League gave them a condition. The chief tower must refine pills for the Vangu League for the rest of their lives, and they won't provide the herbs. The chief tower has to find the herbs themselves. Qin Feiyang was shocked and said, "Doesn't that mean they're taking it for free?" "They're taking it for free." In short, ever since the chief tower entered the Black Tortoise world, the Vangu League has been exploiting them. Since ancient times, the Vangu League has been using their strength to do whatever they want in the Black Tortoise world. Willow Tree sneered. "Isn't it the same for Fengtian Palace?" Ning Yifeng said angrily. Willow Tree said, "Although Fengtian Palace's style of doing things is very overbearing, at least they don't exploit any forces." Ning Yifeng was speechless. Not long after, a middle-aged man dressed in black descended in the sky above the group of people. "Who is it?" Willow Tree shouted and looked up at the middle-aged man. He frowned and asked, "Where's your chief deacon?" "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Willow Tree whispered, "This person is also from the Vangu League. His name is Gao Yuan and he's also a pseudo-god." "He's also a deacon?" Qin Feiyang asked. "No. But he's also a senior figure in the Vangu League." Willow Tree said. Gao Yuan took a step forward and landed in front of them. He said, "The chief deacon suddenly has something to deal with, so he asked me to come and make a deal with you." "What a coincidence." Willow Tree was surprised. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. It's the same whoever comes as long as they bring armor." Gao Yuan waved his hand, and a black armor flew out from his body and flew in front of Qin Feiyang. He said, "This armor can change its form at will. Can be used by humans or beasts." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Yu Huang, try it." Yu Huang quickly dripped his blood to recognize it as its master. He was very excited. After successfully recognizing it as its master, the armor immediately appeared on its body. Except for a pair of eyes, its whole body was covered. "Not bad, not bad." Yu Huang smiled. Gao Yuan said, "We've already given you the conditions you asked for. Now you should let him go." Qin Feiyang let go of Ning Yifeng and said with a smile, "Don't run around in the future. It's very dangerous outside. It's not suitable for a young master like you." "Who said I'm a young master? I'm also ambitious, okay?" Ning Yifeng glared at Qin Feiyang angrily and flew toward Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan smiled and said, "Young master, you go back first. I still have something to discuss with Qin Feiyang and the others." "Discuss the matter of cooperation?" Ning Yifeng frowned. "Yes." Gao Yuan nodded. 4 divine artifacts were robbed and you still want to cooperate with him? This is so fucking frustrating. Ning Yifeng was very angry. He looked back at Qin Feiyang and opened the portal with a stomach full of dissatisfaction. He turned around and left. After the portal dissipated, Gao Yuan looked at Qin Feiyang and the others with a smile on his face. Qin Feiyang said, "Tell me, how do you want to cooperate?" The great deacon said that since ancient times, no one has ever dared to blackmail our Vangu League. You're the first but also the last. Because you will die here soon. Gao Yuan chuckled and his body suddenly exploded in the void. A wave of qi that could destroy the world suddenly rushed out in all directions with an earth-shattering momentum. This unforeseen event completely caught Qin Feiyang and the others off guard. They never thought that Gao Yuan would explode his physical body. One had to know. Gao Yuan was a pseudo-god. For a pseudo-god, what was more important than his life? How could he be willing to explode himself? That destructive aura rolled over. The Willow Tree and Yu Huang, who were standing in front of Qin Feiyang, were the first to bear the brunt of it. Blood gushed out of their mouths. Their physical bodies were also cracking. Even if Yu Huang had armor now, it could not block the power of the explosion. The armor was fine, but the flesh beneath the armor was bleeding profusely. However, in order to protect Qin Feiyang behind him, the man and the beast did not retreat half a step. The power of the pseudo-god roared out and desperately blocked the overwhelming air wave. "Young master, quick." Chapter 1597. In the blink of an eye, Yu Huang and Willow Tree were covered in wounds and their bodies were almost torn apart. It could be seen how terrifying the power of a fake god self-destruction was. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and led everyone into the ancient castle. Boom. Crack. Outside. The mountains and earth within a radius of 10,000 miles were collapsing. The void shattered. Even the sky began to crack. It was as if doomsday had arrived, shocking the world. Inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang looked at this scene and his face was extremely gloomy. How dare they plot against him? He couldn't forgive them. At the side, Willow Tree and Yu Huang were lying on the ground with blood all over their bodies. As soon as they entered the ancient castle, They passed out and their life fluctuations were also dissipating. The 6 great elders surrounded them and observed their injuries. They also gave them all kinds of life-saving pills. Lu Hong and the others also got up and looked at Yu Huang and Willow Tree worriedly. How are their injuries? Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice as he withdrew his gaze and looked at the 6 elders. It's not good. Their physical injuries are only secondary. The most important thing is their souls. In order to protect you, they took the impact in front and their souls were almost torn apart. We have already given them the essence soul pills, but whether they can survive depends on themselves. The 6 elders said. So serious? Lu Hong and the others' hearts sank. Qin Feiyang's eyes became more and more terrifying. He asked, how many essence soul pills did you give them? 4. One of them said. Not enough. Dan Wangkai, prepare the herbs. I'm going to start the furnace. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. Dan Wangkai nodded and hurriedly ran to the front of the pill furnace to get busy. You know how to refine pills too? The 6 elders looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Qin Feiyang didn't answer and immediately turned the ancient castle around and flew away. Where are we going? Lu Hong asked. I don't know. Let's find a place to hide first. Qin Feiyang said. Right. Everyone was suspicious. Gao Yuan's self-destruction must have been ordered by the Vangu League. So, later they will definitely come to confirm whether I'm dead or not. Perhaps they are hiding somewhere nearby right now. A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. You want to fake your death? Fatso asked in surprise. That's right. Let them be happy for a while. When Willow Tree and Yu Huang wake up, I will make them pay a heavy price. I want them to disappear from the Black Tortoise world just like the main tower. Qin Feiyang said with a cold smile. When the 6 elders heard this, their scalps went numb. Destroy the Vangu League? In the entire Black Tortoise world, he was probably the only one who dared to think about it. Just as they had expected. When the destructive power of Gao Yuan's self-detonation gradually subsided, 2 old figures flashed over from the distance like 2 bolts of lightning. One of them was the Grand Deacon. The other was an old woman. Her body was hunched over and her hair was white. She held a walking stick in her hand, but her eyes weren't cloudy at all. They were like a pair of eagle's eyes. Is he dead? The old woman glanced at the ground and frowned. The power of a false divinity's self-destruction is comparable to a war god's all-out attack. Even a false divinity would die without a doubt, let alone a mere Qin Feiyang. The Grand Deacon snickered. The old woman released her divine will and covered the area. Chem? A few moments later. She raised her eyebrows and asked in surprise, where are the ancient castle and Changshui? Why can't I find them? Are they also destroyed? Destroyed? The Grand Deacon was stunned and released his divine will as well. As expected, he couldn't find the ancient castle and Changshui. Let's not talk about the ancient castle first. Changshui is so powerful that it can even break the Azure Rainbow Sword. It shouldn't have been destroyed. And your sky-breaking stick is a level higher than the Azure Rainbow Sword. It shouldn't have been destroyed either. The old woman frowned and said. However, she didn't know that the ancient castle and Changshui were just as powerful. However, they weren't there when the ancient castle showed the power of laws. The people in the main tower were all killed by Zhuge Mingyang, so they didn't know anything. Could it be that someone beat us to it? The Grand Deacon raised his eyebrows. He didn't have any doubts and believed that Qin Feiyang and the others had died under Gao Yuan's self-destruction. Because he believed that Qin Feiyang and the others wouldn't be able to react when Gao Yuan self-destructed. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to escape in time. Of course, the Grand Deacon couldn't be blamed for being self-righteous. Because this time, if it weren't for the Willow Tree and Yu Huang, Qin Feiyang would definitely die. There was no suspense. Gao Yuan self-destructed too suddenly and without any hesitation. No one could react in time. But the Willow Tree and Yu Huang sacrificed themselves to save him, allowing him to escape. Who? Suddenly, the old woman roared. She raised her head and looked at the void hundreds of miles away. She saw a black-robed man running towards a teleportation gate without looking back. Li Yuan, stop right there. Although she could only see the back of the black-robed man, the old woman immediately recognized his identity. With a roar, she chased after him like lightning. We self-destructed a false god to kill Qin Feiyang, but your Fengtian palace took advantage of us. Damn it. Leave the divine artifact to us. The Grand Deacon was also furious. They thought that the divine artifacts on Qin Feiyang were all with the black-robed man. However, before the 2 of them could kill him, the black-robed man was teleported away by the portal. Damn it. Damn it. Looking at the portal dissipating, the two of them stomped their feet in anger. Above a towering mountain, an ancient castle quietly floated in the void. Inside, Qin Feiyang stood in front of the furnace, waving his hands again and again, calmly refining the essence soul pill. The 6 elders were all alchemy masters of the main tower. But when they saw Qin Feiyang's alchemy technique, they were shocked. This kind of skillful technique, this kind of calm demeanor, was not something that ordinary people could do. Especially when refining the very complicated essence soul pill. The essence soul pill was a pill to repair the soul, and it was one of the most difficult pills to refine. Whether it was the control of the fire or the mental strength, the requirements were very high. And this man could do it with ease? This level of attainment was terrifying. So, 2 essence soul pills came out of the furnace. There were no flaws. 7 elixir patterns like the halo of an angel, extremely eye-catching. How is this possible? It's actually 7 elixir patterns. The 6 elders were dumbfounded, staring at the 2 essence soul pills. Ling Zhuzi almost popped out. What's there to fuss about? Young Master's talent in alchemy is unparalleled in the entire Great Qin Empire and Forgotten Continent. It's just that usually he disdains to refine ordinary pills. Wang Yu didn't tell you? Dan Wangkai asked. When Wang Yu was brought to the main tower, we hadn't even seen her yet, and you guys had already killed your way in. It's hard for us to know. The 6 of them smiled bitterly. They were really shocked in their hearts. Not only was his cultivation talent so monstrous, even his alchemy talent was so terrifying. Was he still human? While talking, Qin Feiyang had already put 2 essence soul pills into the willow tree in Youhuang's mouths. Qin Feiyang continued to refine pills. For example, healing pills, bone replenishing pills, regeneration pills, and so on. In short, for all the medicinal pills that were useful to Lu Mu and Youhuang, he concocted 2 of them. Finally, under Qin Feiyang's efforts, the willow tree and Youhuang's injuries finally stabilized and gradually improved. A pill with 7 elixir patterns is indeed extraordinary. Yeah, it's several times more effective than a pill with 4 elixir patterns. The 6 elders sighed. If not for the pills refined by Qin Feiyang, it was really unknown whether the willow tree and Youhuang would be able to survive. Of course, it was also thanks to them being false gods. When one reached the level of false god, whether it was the physical body, soul, or self-healing ability, they would all undergo a qualitative transformation. If it was a war emperor or a war saint, unless they had a divine pill or a flame of life, they would still die. If it was a cultivator below the war saint level, they would die on the spot. Phew. Qin Feiyang also let out a long sigh. But then a strong murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Fengtian Palace. This colossus was located in the middle of a mountain range. The mountain range was undulating and there were fierce beasts everywhere. There was a giant mountain that towered into the sky like a giant sword. At the top of the mountain, a middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back, facing the wind. He looked at the horizon and his deep eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. It was the palace master of Fengtian Palace. The place he was looking at was an endless sea. On the sea, the wind whistled and the waves surged. The strange thing was that the sea was black. Swish. Suddenly, a large man dressed in black appeared out of thin air behind the palace lord of the Celestial Tribute Palace. The palace master of Fengtian Palace seemed to have known that the man would come. He asked without turning his head, "Li Yuan, what's the situation?" Just as you expected, the Vangu League plotted against Qin Feiyang. They made Gao Yuan self-destruct. If you didn't give me the ancient city, I'm afraid I would have died under Gao Yuan's self-destruction. Li Yuan said with lingering fear. As he spoke, an ancient city the size of a palm flew out from between his eyebrows. Shockingly, this was also a spatial divine item. It wasn't hard to tell from Li Yuan's words that the owner of the ancient city was the palace master of Fengtian Palace. As the palace master of Fengtian Palace's space divine item, its level was definitely not low. What? The palace master of Fengtian Palace turned around and looked at Li Yuan in shock. He knew the Vangu League's style of doing things. He expected that they would definitely attack Qin Feiyang, so he asked Li Yuan to secretly monitor them. But he didn't expect that they would make a pseudo-god self-destruct. The Vangu League was really willing to go all out. After coming back to his senses, the palace master of Fengtian Palace put away the ancient city and asked, "What happened?" "He didn't die." Li Yuan shook his head. "He didn't die from the self-destruction of a pseudo-god?" The palace master of Fengtian Palace was stunned. Li Yuan said, "It was Willow Tree and Youhuang who risked their lives to save him." "Impressive. How long has Willow Tree been with him?" He was willing to risk his life for him? This kid is really something. Where is he now? The palace master of Fengtian Palace asked. I'm not sure. When Gao Yuan self-destructed, the scene was too scary. I didn't dare to leave the ancient city, so I used my divine will to search for them. But I believe that after this incident, Qin Feiyang and the Vanga League will completely fall out. Li Yuan sneered. Chapter 1598. Li Yuan said, also, I overheard that the Grand Deacon wanted to work with Qin Feiyang to get rid of Palace Fengtian. Why did they fall out when they were talking about working together? The palace master of Palace Fengtian was suspicious. It's all because of Qin Feiyang. The Grand Deacon wanted Qin Feiyang to return Ning Yifeng and Zhao Ximing to him. But Qin Feiyang asked the Vanga League to give him an armor and the Grand Deacon to give him the sky-breaking rod. Li Yuan smiled bitterly. The palace master of Palace Fengtian was stunned and asked, did the Grand Deacon give it to him? Yes. I guess it was at that time that the Grand Deacon wanted to kill him. Li Yuan said. He was willing to do that? The palace master of Palace Fengtian was stunned. It can't be helped. Qin Feiyang asked for the sky-breaking rod. How dare he not give it to him? If he didn't give it to him, given Qin Feiyang's character, he would definitely kill Ning Yifeng and Zhao Ximing. Li Yuan smiled. The palace master of Palace Fengtian pondered for a while and said, now, does the Vanga League know that Qin Feiyang is still alive? No. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that Qin Feiyang could still be alive. Li Yuan said. No. The palace master of Palace Fengtian lowered his head and pondered. Li Yuan looked at the palace master of Palace Fengtian and asked tentatively, Sir, are you also thinking of working with Qin Feiyang? The palace master of Palace Fengtian was stunned. He looked at Li Yuan and said, do you think we can work with him? I think we can. Li Yuan nodded. What? The palace master of Palace Fengtian asked. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Although Qin Feiyang killed our first elder and stole the 9 palaces sword formation and master spatial divine item, it's nothing compared to destroying the Vanga League. As for Qin Feiyang's ability, you've seen it for yourself. Just the dagger in his hand is enough to make anyone tremble in fear. If Fengtian Palace joins the fray, it'll be a piece of cake to destroy the Vanga League. Li Yuan smiled. I'm thinking the same thing. Fengtian Palace master nodded. Li Yuan asked suspiciously, then why are you still hesitating? As the palace lord of Fengtian Palace, I have to consider everything carefully. The destruction of the Vanga League is indeed a good thing for us. However, I'm worried that after we destroy the Vanga League, will Qin Feiyang attack Fengtian Palace again? If he really attacks us, we'll be beaten up because no one can do anything to that dagger. Fengtian Palace master said worriedly. Li Yuan nodded in understanding and said with a smile, actually, you don't have to worry about that at all. What do you mean? Fengtian Palace master asked in a daze. Everyone knows that Qin Feiyang's target is the Tianyang Empire. After we destroy the Tianyang Empire, he'll leave. After all, no one wants to be trapped in the Black Tortoise world forever. After we destroy the Vanga League, we'll take the initiative to help him destroy the Tianyang Empire. If he still wants something else by then, we'll just give him some divine weapons or divine arts as long as he can leave the Black Tortoise world quickly. After he leaves, I'd like to ask Master, is there anyone here who can stop us from conquering the Black Tortoise world? Li Yuan smiled. Haha, Fengtian Palace master laughed and nodded, that's right, we'll do as you say. All right. I'll go look for him now. I think he should be near the Qingyang mountain range. But there's something I need to remind you of, Master? Li Yuan said. What is it? Fengtian Palace master asked. It's about the young master. Qin Feiyang ruined his plan and stole his divine spatial item. He'll definitely hold a grudge. What I'm worried about is that the young master might do something to anger Qin Feiyang. If that happens, it won't be easy to clean up the mess. Li Yuan said. I understand what you mean. We can only be friends with Qin Feiyang, not enemies. Fengtian Palace master said. Yes. We must restrain the young master so that he won't ruin our plan. Li Yuan said in a deep voice. Fengtian Palace master said, don't worry. Before Qin Feiyang leaves the Black Tortoise world, I'll have someone keep an eye on him. That's good. There's one more thing. When I left the Qingyang mountain range, I was discovered by the senior deacon and the second deacon. They all thought that I was the one who took Qin Feiyang's divine artifact and might come to Fengtian Palace to reason with you. You have to be prepared in advance. Li Yuan said. How can they still have the face to reason with me? It's fine if they don't come. If they really dare to come, let's see how I humiliate them. Feng Tian Palace Master sneered. Li Yuan, get the hell out here. Before he finished speaking, an angry roar sounded in the sky. That old bastard, he really came? Feng Tian Palace Master was taken aback. He looked at Li Yuan and said, go find Qin Feiyang. Okay. Li Yuan nodded and opened the portal. Suddenly he seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Feng Tian Palace Master and said, we can't let the Vanga League know that Qin Feiyang is still alive. I understand. Go. Feng Tian Palace Master said. Li Yuan glanced at the sky and entered the portal without looking back. At the same time, in the sky, a one-armed old man appeared. It was the Grand Deacon of the Vanga League. He stood in the sky and looked down. He immediately noticed Li Yuan and was furious. He rushed toward the portal and shouted, don't run. Let's talk face to face. What do you want? This is not the Vanga League. You can't behave atrociously here. Feng Tian Palace Master stepped forward and shouted in front of the one-armed old man. If you don't hand over Qin Feiyang's divine artifact, I'll really behave atrociously today. The one-armed old man shouted. His eyes were slightly red. Obviously he was extremely angry. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang's divine artifact? Are you crazy? Why did you come to Feng Tian Palace to ask for Qin Feiyang's divine artifact? A few angry roars sounded. The 8 elders of Feng Tian Palace flew into the sky and glared at the Grand Deacon. The 2nd elder, 3rd elder, 4th elder and 5th elder's injuries and Sea of Qi had all recovered. However, they did not know what happened after that. Therefore, they thought it was ridiculous when they heard the one-armed old man's voice. Looking at their expressions, the one-armed old man was even more furious. He shouted, don't play dumb with me. Hand it over. What a joke. Even if the divine artifact is in our hands, why should we hand it over to you? Who do you think you are? Get out of here or don't blame me for not showing mercy. Feng Tian Palace Master shouted. His eyes were full of mockery. All right. Looks like Feng Tian Palace is really going to war with the Vanga League. The one-armed old man's face was distorted. He looked extremely ferocious. All right. I'll do as you wish. Beat him up. I'll take responsibility if he dies or cripples. Feng Tian Palace Master shouted. Hearing this, the 8 elders immediately attacked the one-armed old man. The one-armed old man did not expect Feng Tian Palace Master to really attack him. His face was full of panic. The reason for that was because the strength of each of the 8 elders was not inferior to his. In other words, he was here to be tortured. Back to Qin Feiyang. Although Willow Tree and Yo Huang's injuries were recovering, he still did not leave. As for the divine artifact, he was not in the mood to care about it. Time passed little by little. About an hour later, Yu Huang and Willow Tree finally woke up. However, they were still very weak. They could only barely open their eyes. It's good that you're fine. This was Willow Tree's first sentence when he woke up. He was talking to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was extremely touched. He laughed and scolded, you're about to die and you're still thinking about me? Willow Tree laughed and said, aren't I fine? But his face was pale. The situation was obviously not as good as he said. Qin Feiyang supported Willow Tree and let him sit cross-legged on the ground. He smiled and said, don't talk first, take care of your injuries. Okay. Willow Tree nodded. Qin Feiyang squatted on the ground again, holding Yu Huang in his hands and said gratefully, thank you. Why are you thanking us? If you really want to thank us, give us a few more divine artifacts. Yu Huang grinned. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He had just woken up and he was already thinking about divine artifacts. Was he a miser? You can't bear to? I knew you were a stingy person. Yu Huang pursed his lips. Qin Feiyang was helpless. But suddenly, he stood up and a cold light surged in his eyes. What's wrong? Yu Huang was shocked. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, a divine mind suddenly locked onto the ancient castle. Could it be that the people from the Vanga League found out that we're not dead and came after us? Everyone was surprised. Willow Tree and Yu Huang were also very worried. Qin Feiyang put Yu Huang on the ground and said with a smile, you guys take care of your injuries, I will take care of it. Qin Feiyang, is that you? A voice could be heard. This voice? It doesn't sound malicious. Everyone was stunned. If it's you, please come out for a while. I have something to discuss with you. The voice sounded again. Do what you need to do, I will go out and take a look. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly as he looked at everyone. Young master, this may be a trap, you have to be careful. The 6 elders said. Willow Tree said, but this voice, it sounds familiar? It's okay. Qin Feiyang smiled at the 6 elders and left the ancient castle. He stood above a forest and looked at the void opposite him. In the void opposite him stood a burly man in black. His aura was unfathomable. Qin Feiyang secretly became vigilant, because he found that this person's aura was comparable to the one-armed old man. It's really you. When the burly man in black saw Qin Feiyang, there was a hint of surprise on his face. Who are you? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Oh my, I forgot to introduce myself. Chapter 1599. Li Yuan? The 10th elder? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He raised his eyebrows and asked, what are you doing here? As he spoke, his eyes flashed coldly. Li Yuan quickly waved his hand and said, brother, don't misunderstand. I don't mean any harm. I'm here to cooperate with you. Cooperation? Qin Feiyang was surprised. One had to know. Not long ago, he killed the Grand Elder of the Palace of Fengtian and extorted a huge sum of money from the Palace of Fengtian. Now, they were here to talk about cooperation? Li Yuan said, don't worry. We won't play dirty tricks behind your back like the Vangu League. I'm just wondering. I killed your people and stole your artifacts. Don't you hate me? Qin Feiyang said. Li Yuan smiled and said, there are no eternal enemies in this world. There are only eternal benefits. Brother, am I right? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He nodded and smiled. That's true. All right, I agree to cooperate with you. Li Yuan was overjoyed. Originally, he thought that Qin Feiyang would decline or make some conditions, but he didn't expect him to agree so readily. So much so that he couldn't use any of the words he had thought of to persuade Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, tell me, how do we cooperate and what do I get in return? Let's work together to destroy the Vangu League. After destroying the Vangu League, the Palace of Fengtian will help you destroy the Tianyang Empire. Li Yuan smiled. Qin Feiyang said, you guys have a good plan. After destroying the Vangu League, the Palace of Fengtian can unify the Black Tortoise world and become the only overlord. Yes. Li Yuan nodded. He didn't hide anything. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. I like people like you. Unlike those hypocrites in the Vangu League. Just looking at them makes me sick. Li Yuan smiled awkwardly. Although he was praised by Qin Feiyang, he couldn't bring himself to be happy. This was because there was more or less a derogatory element in it. Qin Feiyang asked, can you represent Fengtian Palace and its palace master? Li Yuan was taken aback and asked suspiciously, why do you ask? Qin Feiyang said, since it's a cooperation, it must be mutually beneficial. Li Yuan said, didn't I say earlier that my Fengtian Palace will help you destroy the Heavenly Sun Empire? Not enough. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then what else do you want? Li Yuan asked. He was rather perturbed. Don't ask for too much again. Qin Feiyang said, if you can make the decision, I'll talk with you. Otherwise it's just a waste of time. This? Li Yuan hesitated. If it were anyone else, he would have dared to make the decision. But now he was facing Qin Feiyang. Who knew what kind of outrageous demands he would make? With this thought in mind, Li Yuan smiled and said, since that's the case, then you should talk to the palace master face to face. Then lead the way. Qin Feiyang said. Brother, you're such a straightforward person. Please? Li Yuan opened a teleportation door and retreated to the side. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and walked in. After Qin Feiyang entered, Li Yuan hurriedly followed. The next moment, Qin Feiyang landed in the air above a mountain peak. This was the place where Li Yuan and the palace master of Fengtian Palace had discussed an hour ago. Standing in the sky, Qin Feiyang scanned the mountains and rivers below. Giant peaks towered into the sky, exuding a majestic aura. Mountain stream. The grass and trees were vigorous and the fierce beasts were galloping. A black river ran across the entire mountain, connecting to the Black Ocean on the other side. At the top of each giant peak, there was a great hall of an ancient castle. It was like an ancient beast lying on the top of the mountain, releasing an aura that made one's heart palpitate. And in those great halls, Qin Feiyang could clearly sense a terrifying aura. These auras were almost all false gods. This was a very terrifying place. However, what surprised Qin Feiyang the most was the Black River and the Black Ocean. Why was it so strange? At the same time, the palace master of Fengtian Palace was still standing on the top of the mountain. However, the elders had already left. But the one-armed old man was still there. At this moment he was like a dead dog, lying on the ground in a sorry state, his body dripping with blood. As soon as Qin Feiyang appeared, the two of them sensed him and immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. It settled so quickly? The palace master of Fengtian Palace was stunned, then a smile crept onto his face. How is that possible? The one-armed old man had a look of disbelief. Wasn't this person dead? Seeing Qin Feiyang looking at the sea in the distance, Li Yuan whispered, "Brother, the palace master is waiting for you below, and there's another surprise." Surprise? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked down at the top of the mountain. When he saw the one-armed old man, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Whoosh! He landed on the top of the mountain and kicked the one-armed old man's penis without saying a word. Ah! The one-armed old man immediately let out a miserable howl. He covered his crotch and kept rolling on the ground. Li Yuan landed next to the palace master and snickered. It hurts just looking at him. The palace master shook his head and smiled. He has agreed to cooperate? Yes. But he seems to have a request and wants to talk to you face to face, Li Yuan said. As expected. The palace master smiled faintly. My lord, what's going on? Didn't you say that you only wanted to humiliate him? Why did you cripple him? Li Yuan looked at the one-armed old man and asked suspiciously. I only wanted to humiliate him and let him go. But after thinking about it, since I have to deal with the Vanga League sooner or later, I might as well take this opportunity to take him down. In this way, I will have one less powerful opponent when I face the Vanga League head-on in the future. At the same time, take it as a greeting gift for Qin Feiyang. The palace master smiled. This is a good greeting gift. Li Yuan smiled secretly. The one-armed old man almost killed Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang must hate him to the core. At this point, it could be seen from Qin Feiyang's current behavior. Therefore, this undoubtedly deepened their cooperation. Why aren't you dead? The one-armed old man was in excruciating pain and roared angrily. Do you want me to die so badly? It's a pity. I just can't die. I wonder if you've heard of this saying? Cleverness overreaches itself. If you didn't plot against me in the Qingyang Mountains, we might have formed an alliance and eliminated Fengtian Palace together. But you pushed me to Fengtian Palace. Facing the anger of me in Fengtian Palace, I'm really curious. Can your Vanga League survive? Qin Feiyang sneered. What? You formed an alliance with Fengtian Palace? The one-armed old man's eyes trembled. Qin Feiyang and Fengtian Palace teamed up. This was a disaster for the Vanga League. Yes, we formed an alliance. I have to thank you for your help. Otherwise, I wouldn't have found this opportunity. The palace master of Fengtian Palace smiled. The one-armed old man forgot his pain. His heart was shrouded by a shadow of despair. The palace master of Fengtian Palace smiled coldly and looked at Qin Feiyang. Little brother, do you want to kill him? No hurry. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and stepped on the one-armed old man. He looked at the palace master and said, I have two requests. Speak. The palace master of Fengtian Palace said. Qin Feiyang said, First, the Vanga League and the Tianyang Empire's treasure trove and herb fields will all belong to me. No problem. The palace master of Fengtian Palace nodded without hesitation. Although the Vanga League and the Tianyang Empire's wealth was huge and tempting, it was nothing compared to unifying the Black Tortoise world. When Fengtian Palace unifies the Black Tortoise world, all the resources in the Black Tortoise world would belong to Fengtian Palace. As long as Qin Feiyang was satisfied, it didn't matter what he wanted. Second, when I leave the Black Tortoise world, I don't care what Fengtian Palace is planning, but you must give Willow Tree and the 6 elders a place to live. And promise that you will never harm them. Of course, before I leave, I will remind them not to offend Fengtian Palace. Qin Feiyang said. As long as they don't stir up trouble, I can promise that I will not harm them. The palace master of Fengtian Palace pondered for a while and smiled at Qin Feiyang. All right, let our alliance begin. Qin Feiyang said. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. The palace master of Fengtian Palace smiled and extended his hand. Happy cooperation. Qin Feiyang also extended his hand and shook hands with the palace master of Fengtian Palace. It's over, the one-armed old man murmured. Qin Feiyang's foundation was already terrifying enough. He had 8 false gods under his command and a divine artifact. Coupled with the palace master of Fengtian Palace, would the Vanga League be able to stop them? Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. He hurriedly said, Qin Feiyang, let's work together. The palace master of Fengtian Palace and Li Yuan raised their eyebrows. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips and said lightly, There's no medicine for regret in this world. I know I've gone overboard. But now I know I was wrong. And I can promise you that the benefits you get from working with the Vanga League will be much greater than working with the Palace Master of Fengtian Palace. The one-armed old man said. Is that so? Qin Feiyang looked at him mockingly. Yes, yes, yes. I can also promise you that after we get rid of the Palace Master of Fengtian, Willow Tree will be on the same level as the Vanga League. In fact, I can even give you 2 more divine artifacts after this is done. The one-armed old man said. The Palace Master of Fengtian Palace and Li Yuan became nervous when they heard this. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, So, the Vanga League has a lot of divine artifacts? Yes. The one-armed old man nodded. Not bad, not bad. Qin Feiyang laughed and turned to look at the Palace Master of Fengtian Palace. He said, The Vanga League's divine artifacts. He stopped halfway through his sentence. The Palace Master of Fengtian Palace was puzzled at first. He did not know what Qin Feiyang was trying to say. But with Li Yuan's reminder he suddenly understood. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Don't worry, I promise the Palace Master of Fengtian Palace that I won't fight with you for it. At the same time he was secretly relieved. It seemed that Qin Feiyang would not change his mind now. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked down at the one-armed old man. He said, What do you think after hearing our plan? You said it deliberately for me to hear? The one-armed old man was stunned. That's right. I want you to taste the despair of knowing our plan but being unable to stop it. Chapter 1600. You. The one-armed old man was enraged. After living for so many years, when had he ever been toyed with like this? I can swear that you will regret this. The people of Fengtian Palace are not as simple as you think. The sincerity they're showing now is all a lie. He roared. You still want to sow discord? What a joke. The people of Fengtian Palace aren't that great, but they are many times better than the Vanga League. Li Yuan sneered. I know how to flatter myself too. The one-armed old man sneered. Alright, don't waste your time. Even if what you said is true, I won't choose to work with the Vanga League. You should think about how to face the wrath of Willow Tree and Yu Huang. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the one-armed old man to the castle. Li Yuan asked curiously, Brother, are Yu Huang and Willow Tree still alive? No. Qin Feiyang nodded. Li Yuan and the Palace Master of Fengtian Palace looked at each other. They were really lucky to be alive. Li Yuan smiled, That's great. With the 2 of them, it will be easier for us to destroy the Vanga League. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and asked, Are you serious? Li Yuan's body stiffened and he quickly nodded, Of course. The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth curled up into a meaningful smile. The Palace Master of Fengtian Palace quickly changed the topic and asked, Little brother, when do we make our move? When Willow Tree and Yu Huang recover from their injuries. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at the Black Sea. Is that the Nether Sea, one of the 4 forbidden lands in the Black Tortoise world? Yes. The Palace Master of Fengtian Palace nodded. Qin Feiyang asked curiously, What's in the Nether Sea? Everything. But it's also very dangerous. That's because the water of the Netherworld Sea can corrode one's soul. Only false gods can enter. The Palace Master of the Imperial Conferring Palace said. How big is the Netherworld Sea? Qin Feiyang asked again. It's huge. Even I would need 3 days to reach the end of the Netherworld Sea. Furthermore, there are a lot of islands in the Nether Sea, and there are quite a few demigod realm beasts residing on those islands. Once they are disturbed, the consequences will be unimaginable. The Palace Master of the Imperial Conferring Palace said. A demigod beast? Qin Feiyang murmured. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he turned to look at the 2 Palace Masters of the Celestial Worship Palace and said, I heard from Willow Tree that you and the Vanga League have set a rule. People from the Black Tortoise world are not allowed to kill demigod dire beasts. Why is that? It has something to do with the one above. The Palace Master of Celestial Submission Palace pointed at the sky, his words extremely obscure. Guardian? Qin Feiyang frowned. The Palace Master of Celestial Submission Palace's expression changed, and he hurriedly whispered, Little brother, the name of the Guardian can only be understood, not spoken. Otherwise it will bring disaster. Qin Feiyang was stunned, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Both of them saw it and couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. This was a typical example of a newborn calf not being afraid of a tiger. But they didn't know. They regarded the Guardian of the Grim Reaper, and they were almost killed by Qin Feiyang. The Palace Master of Celestial Submission Palace said, Little brother, I have a question to ask. Go ahead. Qin Feiyang said. When you entered the Black Tortoise world, did you see a fire dragon? The palace master of Celestial Submission Palace asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, what's wrong? Then how did you come in at that time? The palace master of Celestial Submission Palace and Li Yuan were both curious. Qin Feiyang said, if I say that I killed it, would you believe me? This joke isn't funny at all. Li Yuan was speechless. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He knew that no one would believe him. He said indifferently, I took advantage of the time when it was sleeping to sneak in. The palace master of Celestial Submission Palace said, then when you leave the Black Tortoise world, you must be careful, don't make any noise and wake it up. I know. Qin Feiyang nodded. Alright then. I'll go and make preparations to destroy the Vangu League. Li Yuan, arrange a place for this little brother to rest for a few days. The palace master of Celestial Submission Palace said. Qin Feiyang said, no need, I'll just rest in the castle. Alright. I'll have Li Yuan stay here. If you need anything, just tell him. The palace master of Celestial Submission Palace smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded. The palace master of Celestial Submission Palace said a few more words to Li Yuan, then turned around and left. After watching the palace master leave, Li Yuan retracted his gaze and smiled, brother, our palace master is a good person. I like his straightforwardness. However, I believe that you should know that I hate people who only listen to me behind my back. Qin Feiyang said. I understand. Li Yuan nodded repeatedly. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and went straight into the castle. What a scary young man. After Qin Feiyang left, Li Yuan was sweating profusely. Although he could defeat Qin Feiyang in a second in terms of cultivation, Qin Feiyang's every gaze seemed to carry an invisible deterrent force. Especially that extraordinary insight and sensitivity, it made people uncontrollably flustered. Being enemies with such a person really made one unable to eat or sleep well. Inside the castle, the one-armed old man was curled up in a corner. No one paid attention to him, but when he saw Qin Feiyang appear, his eyes were filled with hatred. Qin Feiyang ignored him and looked at Fatso, asking, did you take his Qingkuan bag? I've searched it, no. It should have been taken by the palace master of Celestial Submission Palace. Fatso said. Qin Feiyang nodded and glanced at Mu Xingxing, who was also curled up in a corner, then looked at Dan Wangkai and said, we've seized a lot of Qingkuan bags in the past 2 days, right? The Qingkuan bags of Mu Xingxing, Pei Yunchang, the head of the pagoda, Sherlan, the 5 elders of Celestial Submission Palace, Ning Yifeng, Zhao Ximing, and the others are all with me. Dan Wangkai nodded. These people are either false gods or disciples of rich families, so they must have a lot of herbs. Sort them out as soon as possible. But you don't have to report to me, you can do it yourself. But if you find the godly spell, remember to give it to me. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. Dan Wangkai said. Qin Feiyang withdrew his gaze, took out the long stick he took from the one-armed old man, and lowered his head to ponder. Judging from the aura, this godly artifact was a level higher than the Rainbow Sword and the 7-Star Sword. Who should he give it to? Fatso and Lu Hong both had godly artifacts. Willow Tree and Yu Huang also had godly artifacts. As for himself, he had Chang Shui, the ancient castle, and the Fire Lotus, so he didn't need it. Qin Feiyang suddenly looked at Wolf King. It seemed that this guy didn't have a godly artifact yet. He couldn't help but feel ashamed. Along the way, the white-eyed wolf had helped him many times. Especially the people in the spiritual state, the white-eyed wolf had saved him many times. How could he forget about this guy now? Qin Feiyang shook his head, threw the long stick to the white-eyed wolf and said with a smile, although you can't revive now, you can keep it for self-defense. You finally remembered me? I thought you would always ignore me. The white-eyed wolf glared at Qin Feiyang with dissatisfaction, grabbed the long stick happily and rubbed it lovingly. Boss Wolf, you've made a fortune. This long stick is called the Sky-Breaking Stick, and it's a level higher than the 7-Star Sword in my hand. Willow Tree opened his eyes and looked at the white-eyed wolf. Really? The white-eyed wolf was surprised. Of course. As the Grand Deacon of the Vangu League, how can the godly artifact be too weak? I think it's on the same level as the Fire Lotus in the young master's hand. Willow Tree nodded. Not bad, not bad. Have a taste of my dog-beating stick. The white-eyed wolf nodded, jumped up, and rushed to Mu Xingkong and gave him a good beating. Bastard. Why did you hit me for no reason? Mu Xingkong screamed and roared. I don't like you, okay? The white-eyed wolf smirked and hit Mu Xingkong's head with the stick. Blood immediately spurted out. Mu Xingkong fainted on the spot and fell to the ground. Poor kid. Willow Tree shook his head and his eyes were full of sympathy. Facing the white-eyed wolf, even if he didn't die he would lose a layer of skin. Qin Feiyang also shook his head and smiled. He walked to the altar, opened the 6 words divine formula, and continued to copy the 6th stroke of the Xing formula. The 6th stroke was also the last stroke. He was looking forward to seeing how powerful the Xing formula was. Time flew by. Half a month had passed in the castle. Only a day and a half had passed in the outside world. Willow Tree and Yo Huang's injuries had healed. The 6 great elders had also adjusted to their best state after half a month of cultivation. Dan Wangkai also sorted out all the Chengquan bags as well as the medicinal materials looted from Peach Blossom City last time. There were all kinds of medicinal materials, medicinal pills, gold coins and countless. There were at least hundreds of perfect battle arts and perfect auxiliary battle arts. But he didn't find any divine arts and artifacts. However, Dan Wangkai was already very satisfied. Because these medicinal materials and battle arts were comparable to a big treasure. He also found a lot of Kuei water essence, E-wood essence, 6th earth essence, 4th fire essence and 8th gold essence. In other words, now whether it was the spirit congealing pill, great creation pill or 5 elements universe pill, they could all be refined in large quantities. And after Willow Tree and Yu Huang recovered, the first one they took care of was the one-armed old man. His ending was naturally quite miserable. He was even tortured to kneel and beg for mercy. However, although Willow Tree and Yu Huang had recovered, Qin Feiyang didn't immediately stop copying the Xing formula. It wasn't until the next morning that he retracted his arm and closed the 6 words formula. Outside, the sun rose, the morning sun shone on the earth, and everything gradually woke up. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Willow Tree, Yu Huang and the 6 great elders. Willow Tree, Yu Huang and the 6 great elders also knew that a great battle was about to begin, and they all got up to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and 6 battle swords appeared and flew to the 6 great elders. The 6 great elders were excited. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "It's not for you, it's just for you to kill the enemy temporarily." When the 6 heard this, a trace of disappointment suddenly crept up on their faces. But they didn't say much. They were already satisfied that Qin Feiyang didn't kill them. One after another, they dripped blood to recognize the master and put away the battle swords. "Are you ready?" Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and asked. "Yes." Everyone nodded. "Then let's go." A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes, and he took a group of people and left the castle murderously. Chapter 1601. Outside. For the past 2 days, Li Yuan had been meditating. As soon as he sensed the aura of Qin Feiyang and the others, he immediately opened his eyes. When he saw that Willow Tree and Yu Huang had already recovered to their peak state, a look of disbelief flashed across his eyes. After suffering such serious injuries, they actually recovered in just 2 days? Are you kidding me? Could it be that they have divine pills? Qin Feiyang saw Li Yuan's doubts but did not explain. He said, "Inform the palace master that we will set off immediately." Okay. Li Yuan hurriedly nodded and got up to look at Willow Tree and Yu Huang, as if he was looking at monsters. Whoosh! Immediately after, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared like lightning. "Everyone listen up. Gather here quickly. Soon." A voice filled with murderous intent echoed from the top of a mountain. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw the palace master of Fengtian Palace standing in the sky, his aura shaking the void and earth. Whoosh! As soon as the palace master of Fengtian Palace finished speaking, figures rushed out of the halls on the giant peaks one after another. These people were men and women, old and young. But without exception, they all emitted the aura of a false god. There was not even a single war emperor. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, "Is this Fengtian Palace full of false gods?" "Not really. This is the holy land of Fengtian Palace, so only false gods are qualified to live here. Of course, Li Chang is another matter." Willow Tree said. "What about the others?" Qin Feiyang asked. Willow Tree turned around and pointed to a mountain in front of them. "The disciples below the war emperor level, including the family members of the false gods, are all over there." Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked over. The place where Willow Tree pointed was thousands of miles away. That place was also filled with strange peaks and precipitous ridges, with layers upon layers of mountains. But in comparison, the mountains there were much inferior to the Holy Land. They did not have the kind of majestic aura that could shock one's soul. However, one could faintly see that there was an ancient city located in the mountains. But the city wasn't big. It covered an area of several miles. This meant that the population was not large either. That city is called Sky Tribute City. No matter if it's the Vanga League or Fengtian Palace, they don't recruit unless they're extremely talented. Therefore, most of the people in Reverence City are descendants of the false gods in Reverence Palace. Some fake gods have already passed away, but their descendants are still in Sky Tribute City. However, both of them are somewhat inhumane. Willow Tree said. Inhumane? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Yes. They will only keep those who can cultivate. Like those who don't have the talent for cultivation, once they reach the age of 16, they will be chased out of Sky Tribute City. They will be sent out to get married and have children, fending for themselves. However, the two great powers didn't exterminate them either. If the descendants of those who were expelled have talent for cultivation, they can return to Sky Tribute City. Of course, this is only limited to their descendants. Willow Tree said. What? We're all humans, why do we have to treat them differently? Yu Huang said angrily. This is the way of the world. No one wants to waste time on a worthless person. Willow Tree said calmly. He was obviously used to it. Worthless, Qin Feiyang muttered, a trace of disgust in his eyes. Because he knew the feeling of being expelled better than anyone else. As Yu Huang said, this was a very unfair action. However, in this world there was nothing fair. Everything was decided by the fist. Not long later, the palace master of Fengtian Palace brought a group of people and flew towards Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and turned to look at the palace master of Fengtian Palace. He didn't know if he didn't look, but when he did, he was shocked. Behind the palace master of Fengtian Palace, there were no less than 50 people. In other words, there were at least 50 false gods in Fengtian Palace. This foundation was too terrifying, wasn't it? 50 false gods, even the entire Great Qin Empire and Forgotten Continent combined didn't have that many. That's not all. Because I didn't see the vice palace master of Fengtian Palace. I think she should have brought some people with her to guard Fengtian Palace. Willow Tree said in a low voice. Not all. Qin Feiyang sucked in a breath of cold air. If he had such a foundation, what was the imperial preceptor? What was Mu Tianyang? He could destroy him with a wave of his hand. The palace master of Fengtian Palace landed in front of Qin Feiyang and smiled. Little brother, are you satisfied with the overall strength of my Fengtian Palace? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, asking, they already know our plan? Yes. I already told them yesterday. The palace master of Fengtian Palace nodded. Yesterday? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Is there a problem? The palace master of Fengtian Palace was suspicious. Qin Feiyang asked, forgive me for asking, but can the people here be trusted? The palace master of Fengtian Palace was taken aback, then said, so you're worried about the news being leaked? You can rest assured because everyone here is my family. Everyone is your family? Qin Feiyang was surprised. You misunderstood me. What I meant is that Fengtian Palace is a big family, everyone is one family. The palace master of Fengtian Palace said. Since we're all family, why did you expel those who don't have the talent for cultivation from the Fengtian Palace? Don't you think it's a slap in the face for saying such words? Yu Huang said with disdain. The palace master of Fengtian Palace's smile froze, shaking his head. I'm just saying that you don't understand the human world. Stop bragging. You haven't seen a pig run, but you haven't eaten pork? I'm still wondering, even if you keep them, how much land and food can they occupy? Is there a need to be so cruel? Yu Huang laughed angrily. Qin Feiyang said unhappily, enough, it's other people's business, why do you care so much? I just can't stand their behavior. They're even more cruel than us beasts. Yu Huang snorted coldly. The palace master of Fengtian Palace looked embarrassed and said, although you're a beast, your words are reasonable, making me ashamed. When the Black Tortoise world is unified, I think this rule should be abolished. That's right. Whether they have cultivation talent or not, they're all humans and should be treated equally. To be able to admit your mistakes and change, you're not hopeless. Yu Huang smiled. Yes, yes, yes. The palace master of Fengtian Palace nodded. Qin Feiyang was speechless. What's wrong with this guy? As a beast, he's actually speaking up for the humans? He was sure that the group of fake gods behind the palace master of Fengtian Palace must be muttering in their hearts. This guy is different. Different from the other beasts. However, this could be considered a good thing. After all, there weren't many kind beasts, and it was his good luck to be able to meet one. Seeing that even the palace master of Fengtian Palace was tamed by him, Yu Huang was very proud and shouted, then let's go. The palace master of Fengtian Palace turned to look at the fake gods and shouted, Listen, when we reach the Vanga League, don't talk nonsense, attack directly and leave no one alive. Yes. Everyone nodded. The palace master of Fengtian Palace shouted, "Open the portal." Everyone opened up a portal. This was to save time. The palace master of Fengtian Palace also opened a portal, and a shocking murderous aura broke out from his body. He waved his hand and shouted, "Let's go." Everyone stepped into the portal in unison. Qin Feiyang also led Willow Tree and the others into the portal of the palace master of Fengtian Palace. The next moment, a group of people descended on the plains. The plains were extremely vast and the vegetation was lush. The surrounding mountains were like giant dragons lying on the ground. In the middle of the plains, a huge city stood majestically, covering an area of more than 10 miles. The dark city walls and tall buildings all exuded an ancient aura. However, there was not a single person in the entire city at this moment. It was an empty city. What's going on? Willow Tree, Yu Huang, and the 6 elders scanned the city in surprise. Why is this happening? The palace master of Fengtian Palace, Li Yuan, and a group of fake gods were also frozen in the void. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the palace master of Fengtian Palace and said in a deep voice, "This is the Vanga League?" The palace master of Fengtian Palace nodded. "Where are they? Don't tell me they have the ability to predict the future." Qin Feiyang said angrily. "How would I know?" The palace master of Fengtian Palace was also a little angry. It won't be easy to evacuate such a large city. There's only one explanation. The Vanga League had already received the news and evacuated everyone in advance. That means there are spies in your palace master of Fengtian Palace. Qin Feiyang looked at the palace master of Fengtian Palace and said. Hearing this, the hearts of Willow Tree, Yu Huang, and the 6 elders sank as they scanned the fake gods around the palace master of Fengtian Palace. Impossible. The palace master of Fengtian Palace shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, "Then tell me, why would they disappear all of a sudden?" The palace master of Fengtian Palace remained silent as he looked at Li Yuan and the other fake gods. "My lord, you can suspect others, but you can't suspect me. I followed you for so many years. Don't you know what kind of person I am?" Li Yuan hurriedly said. The others also spoke up to prove their innocence. The palace master of Fengtian Palace turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Could there be another reason? We're the only ones who know about this plan. How could there be another reason?" Qin Feiyang said angrily. "What's going on?" The palace master of Fengtian Palace was furious. Everything was ready, but the people were gone? It was as if there was a beautiful woman standing in front of him with her pants down and spear ready, but the woman suddenly told him that she had a relative and couldn't do it today. It was extremely uncomfortable. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and looked at the palace master of Fengtian Palace. He asked, "Did the Vanga League ask you for people in the past 2 days?" "Ask for people?" The palace master of Fengtian Palace was taken aback and asked, "Who?" "The Grand Deacon, of course," Qin Feiyang said. "Oh." The palace master of Fengtian Palace shook his head. "That's right. The Vanga League must have known that the Grand Deacon went to your palace master of Fengtian Palace. Even if they didn't know, they must have guessed it. He hasn't returned for 2 days. They must be worried. But they didn't do anything. They didn't even ask. What does this mean? It means that they already know that the Grand Deacon is in my hands and gave up on rescuing him. So I'm sure that there's a Vanga League spy in your palace master of Fengtian Palace." Chapter 1602. Who is it? Get the hell out here. The palace master of Fengtian Palace was furious as he roared at the group of fake gods beside him. Everyone looked at each other with a perplexed expression. Why would the spy admit it? Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. "Do you have any ideas?" The palace master of Fengtian Palace thought to himself. Qin Feiyang looked at the group of people's expressions as his eyes flickered. He had to find the spy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hide anything from the Vanga League in the future. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyelids twitched. If the Vanga League received the news, would the people of the Tianyang Empire also receive the news? Because this plan also included eliminating the Tianyang Empire. He quickly looked at Willow Tree and said in a deep voice, "Go to Tianyang City immediately and take a look." "Go to Tianyang City?" Willow Tree was stunned. "Go now," Qin Feiyang shouted. Willow Tree nodded and quickly opened a portal to leave. The palace master of Fengtian Palace glanced at Willow Tree's back and transmitted his voice. "Little brother, do you suspect that the Vanga League also informed the Tianyang Empire?" "I can't rule out that possibility. Because if it were me, I would do the same. Qin Feiyang thought to himself. After all, the Tianyang Empire wasn't weak. Faced with the alliance between him and the Palace Master of Fengtian Palace, the Vanga League would definitely form an alliance with the Tianyang Empire. Where is the Soul Sealing Valley? Qin Feiyang asked. Over there. The Palace Master of Fengtian Palace pointed to the end of the plain. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he transmitted his voice. Take me there and let the others stay here. Okay. The Palace Master of Fengtian Palace nodded and turned to Li Yuan and the others. You guys stay here. I will go to the Soul Sealing Valley with this little brother. Yes. Everyone replied respectfully. Qin Feiyang glanced at Yu Huang and the 6 elders. He thought to himself, you guys stay here as well, see if anyone will find an excuse to leave when Palace Master and I leave. What do you mean? Yu Huang was suspicious. If someone finds an excuse to leave, it's very likely that they have a guilty conscience. In that case, that person might be a spy. Qin Feiyang thought. Understood. Yu Huang nodded imperceptibly. Qin Feiyang nodded to the Palace Master, and the Palace Master immediately led Qin Feiyang to the Soul Sealing Valley. Not long after, Qin Feiyang saw the entrance of a valley. The entrance was very small. Beside the entrance stood a tall stone tablet with 3 bold words engraved on it. Soul Sealing Valley. This place must be empty as well. Before they even entered, the Palace Master of the Sky Conferring Palace said decisively. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The Palace Master of the Sky Conferring Palace said, there used to be someone guarding this stone tablet, but now there's no one, which means that they have already left. Qin Feiyang nodded, looking at the entrance of the Soul Sealing Valley. He said, I'm very curious about this Soul Sealing Valley. Let's go in and take a look. You can't go in. The Palace Master of the Sky Conferring Palace shook his head. What? Qin Feiyang frowned. Because there's a strange power in the Soul Sealing Valley that can seal the soul of a living being. Once the soul is sealed, it will immediately petrify and turn into a stone statue. Only pseudo-gods can enter. The Palace Master of the Sky Conferring Palace said. So scary? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Yes. Although we can't go in, we can go to the sky and see the appearance of the Soul Sealing Valley. The Palace Master of the Sky Conferring Palace said. Qin Feiyang nodded, followed behind the Palace Master, and rushed into the sky above the entrance. The appearance of the Soul Sealing Valley immediately appeared in front of Qin Feiyang's eyes. This Soul Sealing Valley was very big. Even with Qin Feiyang's current cultivation, he was still unable to see the whole picture. Inside the valley there were mountains and countless small valleys. These small valleys crisscrossed and were extremely complicated like a maze. However, in the valley, other than humans and beasts, there were everything else. For example, flowers and trees, medicinal herbs, spirit essence, rivers, streams. If he didn't know in advance that this was a big forbidden area of the Black Tortoise realm, Qin Feiyang would definitely think that this was just a slightly more complicated maze valley. Will it really be petrified? Qin Feiyang asked. He always felt that the words of the Palace Master of the Sky Conferring Palace were somewhat unbelievable. The Palace Master of the Sky Conferring Palace did not reply, but turned and flew away. Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. A beast roar sounded. Following closely, the Palace Master of the Sky Conferring Palace flew over with a War Emperor-level beast. Above the entrance, the Palace Master of the Sky Conferring Palace did not say anything and directly threw the beast into the Soul Sealing Valley. The moment the beast fell into the Soul Sealing Valley, its huge body was immediately petrified. Looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang took a deep breath. This was too terrifying. Now you believe it. You also saw my sincerity. If I had the intention to harm you, I wouldn't have told you this and directly brought you in. The Palace Master of the Sky Conferring Palace laughed. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, then how to remove the petrification? Leaving the Soul Sealing Valley, the petrification will naturally disappear. However, if it is broken by someone in the state of petrification, then even a pseudo-god will die on the spot. The Palace Master of the Sky Conferring Palace said. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat, his eyes full of fear, and asked, then this petrification ability, what is the cause of it? No matter what, there was a source. This petrification must have come from something. I don't know. I'm afraid that only the Vanga League knows the reason. The Guardian of the Miracle should also know. When I had nothing to do, I also thought about this matter. According to my guess, the biggest possibility is that there is a terrifying demon hidden in the Soul Sealing Valley. The palace master of the sky conferring palace said. Demon. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. The palace master of the sky conferring palace laughed. Little brother, don't think about it now. If you really want to find the answer, wait until you break through to the pseudo-god level. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly, glanced at the soul-sealing valley and said, let's go back. Whoosh. The two of them returned the way they came. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang stepped on the brakes and suddenly turned his head to look at the soul-sealing valley. What's wrong? The palace master of the sky conferring palace was shocked. Qin Feiyang was silent, scanning the valley, his eyes flashing coldly. But gradually, he frowned and a trace of suspicion crept up on his face. The palace master of the sky conferring palace asked anxiously, little brother, don't scare me. What's wrong? I suddenly felt that there seemed to be a gaze spying on me in the soul-sealing valley. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. The palace master of the sky conferring palace was stunned and said, if there is really someone spying on me, even you can feel it. But just now I didn't feel it at all. Is it an illusion? Qin Feiyang murmured. It must be an illusion. The palace master of the sky conferring palace said. No. I don't believe in illusions. Qin Feiyang shook his head, turned to look at the palace master of the sky conferring palace, and said, why don't you go in and take a look? Seeing that Qin Feiyang was not joking, the palace master of the sky conferring palace glanced at the soul-sealing valley for a moment and nodded, okay, I'll go in and take a look. You have to be careful. Okay. Qin Feiyang replied. The palace master of the sky conferring palace immediately turned into a stream of light and rushed into the soul-sealing valley. Just as the palace master of the sky conferring palace disappeared into the depths of the soul-sealing valley, a sinister laugh suddenly sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Kid, you're very sensitive. There was a piercing chill in the voice. Oh. Qin Feiyang quivered and shouted. Don't be nervous. If I wanted to attack you, you would have been turned into a stone statue. The voice said. Stone statue? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The next moment, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. He glanced around the void, his eyes full of vigilance, and said, are you? That's right. I am the source of the mysterious power in the soul-sealing valley. The voice said proudly. Who are you? How can you have such a heaven-defying ability? What's your relationship with the Jianghu League? Qin Feiyang thought. You're asking too many questions. The voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind again, full of impatience. Then tell me, who are you? Qin Feiyang said. I am an existence that you will never be able to imagine. It's not convenient to reveal it now. When you break through to the false god realm, come here and find me. I will give you a great opportunity. The mysterious voice said. Great opportunity? Qin Feiyang was stunned and sneered. I don't believe there is a free lunch in this world. Indeed. If you want to gain something, you have to pay first. The mysterious voice laughed. Qin Feiyang said, then what do you want me to do now? Whoosh. A black light suddenly swept out from a small valley and floated at the entrance of the soul-sealing valley. Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. Because this black light actually gave him an extremely strong sense of danger. Don't be afraid. This is a wisp of my divine sense. It won't hurt you. The mysterious voice sounded again. Divine sense? Qin Feiyang was shocked. According to the willow tree, only a true war god's divine sense can leave the sea of consciousness. In other words, this mysterious person is a war god. Facing a war god's divine sense, how could he dare to be careless? The most important thing was that with Lu Xingqian as an example, he was worried that this divine sense would take over his body. So he didn't dare to be careless at all. What a cautious young man. The mysterious person smiled helplessly and said, I swear in the name of the war god that this wisp of divine sense will never hurt you. Come down, let's talk. I don't even know who you are. Do you think I will believe your oath? Qin Feiyang sneered. The mysterious person said, then what do you want to believe? I won't believe you no matter what. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What a joke. Keeping a war god's divine sense by his side was tantamount to a ticking time bomb. Not to mention this mysterious person also had the ability to petrify. If he wasn't careful, he might be smashed to pieces. The mysterious person was silent for a while and said, come, I really won't hurt you. And my divine sense can't leave the soul-sealing valley. Come quickly. This voice seemed ordinary, but it seemed to carry a magical power. Qin Feiyang's expression immediately became dull and his eyes became unfocused. At this moment. Chapter 1603. Hee, the mysterious man's hideous laughter echoed in the void. But Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to it. Finally, he stepped into the soul-sealing valley and stopped in front of that wisp of divine consciousness. However, unexpectedly his body was not petrified. But he still did not wake up. However, suddenly that divine consciousness went into Qin Feiyang's forehead. And it went straight to Qin Feiyang's sea of consciousness. A tearing pain immediately engulfed him. Qin Feiyang screamed miserably and woke up immediately. When he found that he had entered the soul-sealing valley at this moment, his expression changed. Without thinking, he endured the pain in his sea of consciousness and immediately retreated. But he was shocked to find that his body seemed to be frozen and could not move. How could this be? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The pain in his sea of consciousness was getting more and more intense. He quickly sensed the situation in his sea of consciousness and his face instantly turned pale. The sea of consciousness could only be opened when one broke through to the false god realm. In other words, before reaching the false god realm, the sea of consciousness was closed. But at this moment, he felt that the wisp of divine consciousness tore his sea of consciousness apart. That divine consciousness, after entering the sea of consciousness, went straight to his soul. What do you want to do? Qin Feiyang's whole body was cold and he roared. What do I want to do? Of course, I want to take over your body. It's not easy to wait for such a talented young man like you, who also contains the power of the purple gold dragon blood. Of course I won't let you go. But your vigilance makes me a little annoyed. But no matter how vigilant you are, I have a way to deal with you. The mysterious man laughed again and again. Damn it. Qin Feiyang was shocked and angry. He said, there are so many false gods in the Vanga League, why don't you look for them but me? They are false gods. In my current state, it will take a lot of effort to take over their bodies and I may even be counterattacked, so I can't take the risk. The mysterious man grinned. Before his voice died away, Qin Feiyang felt a tearing pain in his soul. Obviously, his divine sense had already begun to seize the body. But suddenly, the ancient castle appeared in his sea of consciousness. Dark light surged and exuded a mighty divine might. That strand of divine sense was immediately confined. Following closely, the ancient castle left Qin Feiyang's sea of consciousness with that strand of divine sense, and floated in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang also immediately took out an essence soul pill and put it into his mouth. How is this possible? This castle, meanwhile? His divine sense struggled madly, and his words were filled with terror that couldn't be dispersed. You want to possess me? Aren't you too naive? Qin Feiyang sneered. The mysterious man roared, what exactly is this ancient castle? How is it so terrifying that even my petrification is useless against it? The first thing it wanted to do was to petrify the castle and Qin Feiyang, but it found that it couldn't. The petrification effect was blocked by the power of the ancient castle. It's a divine object that you can't afford to provoke, Qin Feiyang said. The divine sense stopped struggling and was silent for a long time before it laughed. Actually, this lord was just joking with you before, don't take it seriously. Joking? Qin Feiyang snorted. It was trying to seize his body and it was still a joke? Did it think that he was a 3-year-old child that was so easy to fool? This lord knows that you definitely won't believe it, but this lord can tell you a secret. This secret may be useful to you, the mysterious man said. What secret? Qin Feiyang asked disapprovingly. The mysterious man said, this lord has a way to break the devil mark. What? Qin Feiyang's spirit was lifted. Break the devil mark? Didn't that mean that Willow Tree and the 6 great elders could also leave the Black Tortoise world with him? His heart suddenly became hot. Wait, if this person really had a way to break the devil mark, then he could just leave directly, why did he have to seize his body? Wasn't this superfluous? The mysterious man said anxiously, I really found a way to break it, please believe me. Then why didn't you leave? Why did you want to seize my body? Qin Feiyang said. It's a long story. I was sealed in the soul-sealing valley. As long as the seal is not broken, I can't leave the soul-sealing valley, let alone leave the Black Tortoise world. The mysterious man sighed. Qin Feiyang said, so you want to seize my body and use it to escape the Black Tortoise world? Yes. After seizing the body, I can cut off the connection with the main body, and then I can break free from the shackles of the seal. This is the only way, the mysterious man said. So, you're serious about seizing my body and you said that it was just a joke? Qin Feiyang said angrily. The mysterious man smiled awkwardly. Qin Feiyang asked, who sealed you here? An extremely terrifying existence. Even the god of battle is like an ant in front of him. The mysterious man said. Even war gods are ants? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Then how strong is this person? Above war gods? Please help me. I promise I won't seize your body again, the mysterious man said with a hint of pleading in his tone. Then tell me, if you don't seize my body, how can I help you? Qin Feiyang said. Find someone and let me seize his body. Then I can leave the soul-sealing valley or even the Black Tortoise world and leave the divine ruins, the mysterious man said. His tone was full of yearning and desire for freedom. Why should I help you? Qin Feiyang sneered. The mysterious man hurriedly said, I can tell you the way to break the devil mark. Then you tell me first. Qin Feiyang said. If this person wasn't lying, then it was really a good thing for him. That's impossible. If I tell you, what if you don't tell me? I promise, after I succeed in seizing your body, I will tell you immediately, the mysterious man said anxiously. Promise? You think I will believe you? In my opinion, you don't have a way to break the devil mark at all. You just want to use this point to seize my body. Qin Feiyang said. The mysterious man went silent. What? You have nothing to say? Don't think you can fool me just because I'm young. Just be honest, what do you want? You haven't given up on seizing my body, right? Qin Feiyang sneered. Sigh. Why are you so suspicious? I really do have a way to break it. And I promise it will be effective. The mysterious man sighed. I'm wondering, why are you looking for me? Although you don't dare to seize the body of a false god from the Vangu League, there are still many disciples in the Vangu League. Although they can't enter the soul-sealing valley, you can confuse them like you did to me and make them enter the valley. In this way you can seize their bodies, right? Qin Feiyang frowned. My ability to confuse is limited. It will only be effective when I'm close to the soul-sealing valley. And the Vangu League, because they know of my existence, has long set a rule that no disciples are allowed to go near the soul-sealing valley. As for looking for you, it's because I eavesdropped on the Vangu League people talking about you. They said that you are a very scary young man. The mysterious man said. Eavesdropping? What do you mean? You have nothing to do with the Vangu League? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked. No. When I was sealed here, there were no humans in the Black Tortoise realm. The mysterious man said. No humans? Could it be that you were sealed by the creator of the miracle? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes and no. It was a ferocious beast that sealed me. It was the creator's spiritual pet. His strength is very scary, the mysterious man said, and his tone carried a strand of anger that couldn't be dispelled, as well as fear. The creator's spiritual pet. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. If what the mysterious man said was true, then this creator was too scary. Even his spiritual pet could seal a god of war. How terrifying was his strength. How did the Vangu League people find you? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. It's a long story. The first leader of the Vangu League was only at the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm when he first entered the soul-sealing valley. At that time, I bewitched him and seized his body. But the result was the same as you. A divine artifact appeared and saved him. But that divine artifact was still a little inferior to your ancient castle. It could only block the petrification effect, but it couldn't imprison me. When I saw that the situation was not good, I immediately ran away. This person has been looking for me. Later, he also found my original body, but my original body was sealed and he could do nothing. So he established the Vangu League here. The mysterious man sighed. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, where are the first leader and the divine artifact now? The first leader has already passed away. But that divine artifact has been passed down for generations, and now it is in the hands of the current leader. Little brother, it's fate that we met. Please, can you help me? After the mysterious man finished speaking, he begged. Tell me the way to break the devil mark first. I'll give it a try. If it really works, I'll believe you. At that time, I can find you a physical body for you to seize. Qin Feiyang said. Really? The mysterious man was surprised. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then can you help me find a young man as outstanding as you? It would be best if there is also purple gold dragon blood. The mysterious man said. Your requirements are quite high. It's impossible to find someone with purple gold dragon blood. However, I know 2 outstanding people and they are now in the Black Tortoise world. One of them has even awakened a rare battle soul, the all-seeing eye. Qin Feiyang smiled. These 2 people were naturally Mu Qing and Zhuge Mingyang. All-seeing eye. The mysterious man was shocked and said excitedly, I want the person who awakened the all-seeing eye. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I'll think of a way, but the prerequisite is that your method really works. will definitely work. Because I heard this from the guardian himself. In fact, breaking the devil mark is not difficult, but it is not easy either. The mysterious man said. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. The mysterious man said, you should know that there are many demigod-level beasts in the Black Tortoise world, right? Qin Feiyang nodded. Then you should also know that the guardian has ordered that no one is allowed to kill those demigod-level beasts, right? The mysterious man said again. I heard this from the people of the Fengtian Palace. It seems that this is indeed the rule set by the guardian. Qin Feiyang said. The mysterious man asked, then do you know why it set this rule? What? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Chapter 1604. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang was stunned. Could it be that the way to remove the devil's mark lies in those pseudo-god beasts? You're really smart. I'm getting more and more eager to have your body. That's right. The way to remove the devil's mark is to eat their hearts. As long as you eat one of their hearts, the devil's mark will naturally be removed. The mysterious man said. Is that simple? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. However, although it's simple, who dares to kill a pseudo-god beast? I'm afraid that before you can kill it, the guardian will have already arrived. The mysterious man said. Then why didn't you tell the Vanga League? I believe that if they knew about this, even if the guardian ordered them to, they would definitely take the risk to hunt the pseudo-god beasts. Qin Feiyang said suspiciously. You think I haven't tried? I once told a pseudo-god in the Vanga League in private. He also wanted to test me and give it a try. But in the end, before he could succeed, the guardian arrived and killed him. Fortunately, he was killed instantly and didn't say anything. Otherwise, when he revealed his intention to hunt the pseudo-god beasts, the guardian would definitely use rule force to kill me. Since then, I didn't dare to tell anyone else. The mysterious man said. Qin Feiyang frowned. After pondering for a moment, he nodded. All right, I will find a chance to try. If it works, I will come to you again. Then you have to be careful. The guardian can use rule force. Even if it's a pseudo-god beast, it can be killed instantly. In addition, if you fall into the hands of the guardian, don't betray me. The mysterious man said. Don't worry. Even if I die, you will live well. By the way, where are you sealed in Soul Sealing Valley? Qin Feiyang asked curiously. The deepest part. The mysterious man said. Fengtian Palace's palace master went in. Will he find you? Qin Feiyang asked. The mysterious man said, even if he finds me, he can't do anything because no one can break the seal. Last question, do you have a demon imprint on your body? Qin Feiyang asked. No. The mysterious man said. How is this possible? Qin Feiyang was stunned. I really didn't. You'll understand when you see me in the future. The mysterious man said. Qin Feiyang nodded, stepping out of the Soul Sealing Valley and putting away the ancient castle. The mysterious man's divine sense immediately regained its freedom and said, I'll wait for you here. After saying that, he turned around and left. Wait. Qin Feiyang looked at the rapidly disappearing divine sense. Suddenly, he thought of something and said loudly, I thought of another problem. What is it? The mysterious man said. I'm here to destroy the Vanga League, but all the members of the Vanga League have moved. Do you know when they moved? Qin Feiyang said. Yesterday morning. The mysterious man said. Yesterday morning? Qin Feiyang frowned and said again, since you can eavesdrop on their conversation, do you know who tipped them off? The mysterious man thought for a while and said, I heard from the leader and deputy leader of the Vanga League that someone did tip them off. It was someone from the Fengtian Palace, but they didn't mention who it was. Just as I expected. Qin Feiyang murmured. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He looked at the divine sense and said, thank you. Although he didn't know who it was, at least he was sure that the spy was in the Fengtian Palace. I suddenly thought of something that you might be interested in. The mysterious man said. What is it? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. There's a place of inheritance hidden in the Soul Sealing Valley. There's a kind of control-type divine skill called the puppet technique. I remember that the deputy leader of the Vanga League once brought a woman there. She seemed to be the leader of the main tower. In the end, they succeeded in getting the inheritance. The mysterious man said. The place of inheritance? The puppet technique? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He was wondering why the leader of the main tower and the deputy leader of the main tower had the puppet technique at the same time. It turned out that it was a kind of inherited divine skill. After coming back to his senses, Qin Feiyang said, I'm interested, but can I get the inheritance? That depends on your luck. The next time you come, I'll take you to the place of inheritance. After the mysterious man finished speaking, his divine sense disappeared into the depths of the soul-sealing valley. The puppet technique. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. It would be good if he could get this divine skill. Because the puppet technique could directly read the other party's memory and control the other party's mind to make them lose consciousness. This was a trump card. Whoosh. After a while, a stream of light flew out of the soul-sealing valley and landed next to Qin Feiyang. It was the leader of the Fengtian Palace. How is it? Qin Feiyang asked. Not a single person. Even the medicine field has been moved away. But in the deepest part of the soul-sealing valley, I found a stone tower. It seems to be sealing something inside? The leader of the Fengtian Palace said. What sealed? Qin Feiyang pretended to be surprised. I don't know. I've tried but I can't break the seal. The leader of the Fengtian Palace shook his head. Qin Feiyang was curious and said, I really want to go in and take a look. I'm afraid you won't have the chance because you can't go in. The leader of the Fengtian Palace smiled. Yeah. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. He didn't mention the appearance of the mysterious man and said, Besides the stone tower, what else did you find? Nothing. The leader of the Fengtian Palace shook his head. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He didn't find the place of inheritance. It seemed that this place of inheritance was hidden very well. Whoosh. At this moment, there was a sound of breaking air behind them. The two turned their heads and saw the willow tree flying toward them like lightning. Young master. The willow tree landed in front of Qin Feiyang and bowed. How is it? Qin Feiyang asked. The willow tree glanced at the leader of the Fengtian Palace. There's no harm in saying it. Qin Feiyang said. The willow tree said in a deep voice, Tianyang City has also become an empty city. I've searched the entire city and didn't find a single child. Damn it. The leader of the Fengtian Palace was furious. Qin Feiyang looked at the leader of the Fengtian Palace and said, Two major forces moved at the same time. Now you should believe that there's a spy in your Fengtian Palace. Go and investigate immediately. We must find this bastard. The leader of the Fengtian Palace said. Do you have a way? Qin Feiyang asked. The leader of the Fengtian Palace frowned and shook his head with a bitter smile. To be honest, I really don't know how to investigate. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, Let's go and meet up with everyone first. So, the three of them rose into the air and quickly flew to the sky above the city. Palace Master, what's the situation? Is there anyone in the soul-sealing valley? Li Yuan and the others immediately surrounded him. No. The leader of the Fengtian Palace shook his head. Yu Huang and the 6 elders also walked to Qin Feiyang's side. Did anyone leave? Qin Feiyang secretly asked. Yu Huang said, No one left even half a step and no one sent a message. You can keep your composure? It seems that this person isn't easy to find. Qin Feiyang muttered. Yu Huang transmitted his voice. Do you think it's possible that the spy isn't among these people? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Didn't the willow tree say so? There are still some false gods guarding the Fengtian Palace. Could this spy be one of them? Yu Huang said. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. He turned to the palace master of the Fengtian Palace and asked, How many false gods are guarding the Fengtian Palace now? 3. The palace master of the Fengtian Palace said and transmitted his voice, Wait, are you suspecting them? I can't rule out that possibility. Qin Feiyang secretly said. No, I won't. They are all my relatives. One is my wife, and the other 2 are my eldest son and second son. The palace master of the Fengtian Palace transmitted his voice. You have 2 sons? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. They are much older than Chang, and they both broke through to the false god realm a few decades ago. The palace master of the Fengtian Palace said. If that's the case, then the spy is among the group in front of us. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and transmitted his voice. Let's go back first and cooperate with me later. We should be able to find this person. Oh. The palace master of the Fengtian Palace asked. Qin Feiyang said, No matter what I say, you agree. Okay. The palace master of the Fengtian Palace nodded and shouted, Let's go back. Bus. Immediately. Everyone opened the portal and walked in one after another. But Qin Feiyang didn't move. He had been observing everyone. When the last person entered the portal, he opened it and walked in with the willow tree, Yu Huang and the 6 elders. He was worried that the spy might hide behind them and take the opportunity to sneak away when everyone returned to the Fengtian Palace, so he left last. Who did it? Bastard, come out. But when Qin Feiyang arrived in the sky above the Fengtian Palace, angry roars suddenly sounded. The palace master of the Fengtian Palace roared. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was surprised. When he lowered his head and looked at the sacred mountain below, his face suddenly froze. The sacred mountain below had been turned into ruins. There was also a tragic aura in the air. What's going on? Wasn't this place still fine when we left? What happened? Willow Tree was surprised. The palace master of the Fengtian Palace shouted, Li Yuan, go to the Fengtian city and take a look. Li Yuan suddenly said, Palace master, look at the Fengtian city, it's also destroyed. Hearing this, everyone immediately turned to look at the Fengtian city. As expected, the originally bustling Fengtian city was now nothing. The palace master of the Fengtian Palace looked at Li Yuan and shouted, Go and take a look. Li Yuan turned into a stream of light and flew towards the Fengtian city like lightning. The palace master of the Fengtian Palace also released his divine sense and spread it in all directions. Instantly, it covered the entire sacred ground. Why is it like this? Soon, the palace master of the Fengtian Palace's face turned pale as he roared, Madam, where are you? What? Madam is gone? What about the three young masters? The group of fake gods looked at the palace master of the Fengtian Palace in shock. I can't find them either. The palace master of the Fengtian Palace shook his head. Damn it, which bastard is it? Come out and die. The group of fake gods roared, killing intent soaring into the sky. Willow Tree looked at everyone and turned to Qin Feiyang asking, Young master, do you know what's going on? I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. His eyes were extremely sinister as he said, However, I have a bold guess. What guess? Willow Tree asked. The palace master of the Fengtian Palace and the others also heard Qin Feiyang's words and turned to look at him. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, I think it should be the Vanga League and the Tianyang Empire. What do you mean? Yu Huang said. After the Vanga League and the Tianyang Empire found out about our plan, they beat us at our own game. When we went to the Soul Sealing Valley, they came to the Fengtian Palace to eliminate everything here. Qin Feiyang said. This, everyone was stunned. Palace master, you must find the spy and avenge Madame, the three young masters and everyone. A black-clothed elder roared. Qin Feiyang knew this person. He was the second elder of the Fengtian Palace. A few days ago in the Qingyang Mountains, Qin Feiyang destroyed his cultivation. The palace master of the Fengtian Palace said coldly, Second elder, don't worry, I will definitely find this person and cut him into pieces. Whoosh. At this moment. Chapter 1605. The continuous bad news almost made the palace master of Fengtian Palace collapse. Suddenly, an old woman walked to the side of the palace master of Fengtian Palace, glanced at Qin Feiyang, and whispered a few words in the palace master's ear. What's that look? Why does it look a little unfriendly? Willow Tree muttered. The old woman's eyes made him feel uneasy. After the palace master of Fengtian Palace heard this, he suddenly raised his head and stared at Qin Feiyang and his group. Qin Feiyang frowned and looked at the palace master of Fengtian Palace. If you have something to say, say it. Don't hide it in your heart. The palace master of Fengtian Palace said, This matter is too strange. I can't help but suspect that it might be your scheme. Me? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, You suspect that I colluded with the Tianyang Empire and the Vanga League? That's right. The palace master of Fengtian Palace nodded and said, Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? Qin Feiyang looked at the old woman and asked, This is what you secretly told the palace master just now? Yes. The old woman nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the old woman, his eyes flickering. Why are you looking at me? Is my suspicion wrong? The old woman said. Your suspicion is not wrong. But your brain can't. Qin Feiyang sneered. How dare you? The old woman was furious. Let's not talk about the Vanga League first. Who doesn't know about the grudge between Great Qin and the Tianyang Empire? How could I collude with the Tianyang Empire? Anyone with a little brain wouldn't think so. Qin Feiyang said. The old woman was speechless. The palace master of Fengtian Palace frowned and felt that it made sense. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the palace master of Fengtian Palace and said, Remember what I said to you in the Vanga League? As long as you trust me, I promise to find this spy for you. The palace master of Fengtian Palace's expression was uncertain. The spy is in your Fengtian Palace. Fengtian Palace and I are only in a cooperative relationship. So whether or not I want to find this spy doesn't have much to do with me. But if we don't find this spy, our cooperation will be terminated immediately. If we don't get rid of this spy, The Vanga League and the Tianyang Empire will find out about our plan no matter how detailed and perfect it is. I don't want to waste time here with you, Qin Feiyang said. The palace master of Fengtian Palace was silent for a long time before he said, "Are you sure you can find this spy?" 100%. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with certainty, "All right. I'll believe you for now. What do you want to do?" The palace master of the Celestial Submission Palace gritted his teeth and asked with a nod. The old woman hurriedly said, "Palace Lord, you have to think twice. Don't fall into his trap. The Palace Lord has already agreed, yet you're still trying to stop him. Could it be that you're feeling guilty?" Qin Feiyang said. "I'm not the spy. Why would I feel guilty? I just don't want to see the Palace Lord walk into your trap step by step. After all, you're not a trustworthy person." The old woman said angrily. "How am I not trustworthy? Do you know me very well? Let me tell you. You've been trying to sabotage us time and time again. I can't help but suspect that you might be the spy," Qin Feiyang said. "Ridiculous. I'm the 9th elder of Fengtian Palace. How can I be a spy?" The old woman said angrily. "Then cut the crap. I don't have to work with Fengtian Palace. If you piss me off, I'll leave right now," Qin Feiyang said angrily. The old woman looked at him with disdain. She wanted to say something, but the palace master of Fengtian Palace suddenly shouted, "Shut up. From now on, Qin Feiyang's words are my words. Everyone has to listen to him." The old woman's pupils shrank. She stopped talking and went silent. The palace master of Fengtian Palace looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I choose to trust you. You'd better not disappoint me. Speak." Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at the black-robed old man. "Do you remember how I controlled you in Qingyang Mountain Range?" The black-robed old man nodded. "What controlled you was a divine art called the enslavement seal. Whether it's a human or a beast, once controlled by the enslavement seal, their soul will be bound. With the enslavement seal, not only can I control a person's life and death, I can also peek into their inner thoughts," Qin Feiyang said. "What?" The black-robed old man's face changed. The 3rd elder, 4th elder, and 5th elder were also controlled by the enslavement seal. When they heard Qin Feiyang's words, their faces turned pale. They didn't expect such a terrifying divine art to control them. The palace master of Fengtian Palace looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "You mean to let them be controlled by the enslavement seal?" "No. I won't use the enslavement seal this time. Because the enslavement seal still has its shortcomings. If the spy is prepared or has a strong will, he might not be able to find out," Qin Feiyang said. "Then if you don't use the enslavement seal, what are you going to use?" The palace master of Fengtian Palace was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, "What I'm going to use is a secret technique that is more vicious than the enslavement seal. I believe you should know about the puppet technique." "Puppet technique? Are you talking about the puppet technique that the vice leader of the Vanga League mastered?" the palace master of Fengtian Palace asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. "You also know the puppet technique?" The palace master of Fengtian Palace was surprised. "Yes. When I killed the master of the pagoda, I learned the puppet technique from her. As long as the people here are all under my control and I can read their memories, we will be able to see who the spy is immediately," Qin Feiyang said. "Puppet technique?" Willow Tree was stunned and said, "Young master, why didn't I know that you learned the puppet technique?" The 6 elders also looked at him suspiciously. "You really believe it?" "I'm just bluffing them. The purpose is to make the spy panic." Qin Feiyang snickered inwardly. Then he carefully observed everyone's expression. Suddenly, he keenly noticed that the old woman who claimed to be the 9th elder had a trace of panic in her eyes. Could she be the spy? So that's how it is. Willow Tree and the others heard Qin Feiyang's words and suddenly understood. The master of the pagoda also knows the puppet technique? Why didn't I know about this? At the same time, the palace master of Fengtian Palace looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. "This matter is absolutely true. The 6 great elders can all testify," Qin Feiyang said. "The master of the pagoda does know the puppet technique. And this puppet technique was given to her by the vice leader of the Vanga League. It's just that only a few people know about this. As the former elders of the pagoda, the words of the 6 elders were naturally persuasive. Qin Feiyang must have secretly kept the Yiglao woman. He found that after hearing the words of the 6 elders, the old woman looked even more panicked. "Palace master, this must be a trap. You see, if you agree, we will all be controlled by him. At that time we will have to listen to his orders. If he goes back on his word, we can only watch helplessly. the old woman said anxiously. The palace master of Fengtian Palace looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "This is indeed too risky. Is there no other way?" "No." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "I'll say it again. If you trust me, you will agree." "I can't agree. Palace master, this is not child's play. You must be careful." This time, not only the old woman but the others also objected, because they were indeed worried that this might be a trap set by Qin Feiyang. Willow Tree raised his eyebrows and snorted, "Not only did we fail to be a good person, but we also ended up with a bad reputation. Young master, let's go." "Yes, let's go. Anyway, this spy is a scourge of Fengtian Palace. It has nothing to do with us. Moreover, we have Chang Shui. Even without Fengtian Palace, we can still destroy the Vangu League and the Tianyang Empire. It's just a little tiring." Yu Huang nodded in agreement. Qin Feiyang looked at the palace master of Fengtian Palace. The palace master of Fengtian Palace also lowered his head, struggling with his thoughts. "It seems that you still don't dare to trust me." Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He cupped his hands and said, "If that's the case, then I won't ask for a rebuff. Goodbye." After saying that, he turned around and took out a portal. "Wait." The palace master of Fengtian Palace's eyes trembled as he hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang turned to look at him. The palace master of Fengtian Palace clenched his hands and said, "I believe you." "Palace master." The old woman and the others were burning with anxiety. The palace master of Fengtian Palace suddenly turned his head to look at the old woman and the others and shouted, "If anyone dares to say another word, then I have reason to suspect that he is a spy." Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound, but their faces were full of dissatisfaction. Li Yuan glanced at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Even the palace master trusts Qin Feiyang. What are you afraid of? Hurry up, don't waste time." After saying that, he was the first to walk in front of Qin Feiyang. The palace master of Fengtian Palace raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Hurry up." Alas. The old man in black let out a long sigh and also walked in front of Qin Feiyang, standing next to Li Yuan. The others also moved in twos and threes, and walked in front of Qin Feiyang one after another. The old woman was also walking towards Qin Feiyang. At this moment, her expression was very calm. If one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't find anything unusual about her. However, just before, Qin Feiyang had already targeted the old woman. Because this person's previous series of actions were too strange. First he fanned the flames. Then he revealed a panicked look. These were all signs of a guilty conscience. Therefore, Qin Feiyang paid special attention to this person. Even though the old woman looked calm, he noticed that she was glancing around out of the corner of her eyes. It gave people the feeling that she was looking for a way out. "Can you all hurry up? As long as you have a clear conscience, what are you afraid of?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he shouted impatiently. The people who were still behind, hearing this, hurriedly sped up and ran towards Qin Feiyang. The old woman also sped up her pace, but there was a trace of anxiety in her eyes. Qin Feiyang secretly smiled. He could basically conclude that this person was a spy, and he transmitted his voice, "Palace master, get ready to take action." The palace master of Fengtian Palace was shocked and secretly said, "Who is it? Whoever runs away later, it's that person." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Before his voice died away. Chapter 1606. The old woman thought that no one was paying attention to her, so she thought she could escape. However, just as she took a step forward, the palace lord of Fengtian Palace also dashed forward and stopped in front of the old woman. "Where do you think you are going? What's going on?" The old woman was surprised. How did he react so quickly? "Surround her," Qin Feiyang shouted. Willow Tree, Yu Huang, and the 6 elders dashed out and surrounded the old woman. "What's going on?" Li Yuan and the others were still in shock. They couldn't accept it. The 9th elder was a spy? Qin Feiyang swept his gaze over the group of people and shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and go." The group of people quivered and immediately ran over, surrounding the old woman so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. "Ninth elder, why are you here? What did the Vangu League give you to betray us?" "We are a family." Li Yuan and the other 8 grand elders looked at the old woman with pained expressions as they cried out. "What are you talking about? I just thought of something and need to take care of it." "What? Are you suspecting that I am a spy?" the old woman said with a dumbfounded expression. "Pretend. Keep pretending." Qin Feiyang walked step by step to Lu Mu's side, his face filled with a cold smile. Qin Feiyang, don't talk nonsense. Isn't it just the art of puppetry? What am I afraid of? Come, I will let you control me and read my memories. The old woman had a very angry look on her face as she aggressively walked towards Qin Feiyang to prove her innocence. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He secretly sent a message to Willow Tree Yu Huang and the 6 elders, be careful. She is desperate. Lumu was shocked. He transmitted his voice, you mean she's just putting on an act to trick us so that she can make a move on you? Yes. Be careful, she will self-destruct. Qin Feiyang thought. Upon hearing the word, self-destruct, Willow Tree and the others immediately became vigilant. The self-destruction of a quasi-divinity was no joke. The scene of Gao Yuan blowing himself up in the Qingyang Mountains 2 days ago was still vivid in his mind. During the conversation, the old woman had already arrived in front of Qin Feiyang. The distance between the two of them was only 2 to 3 meters. For a quasi-divinity, this distance was nothing more than a walk in the park. Suddenly, her eyes flashed with murderous intent. She stretched out her arm to grab Qin Feiyang. The palace master of Fengtian Palace was taken aback. His expression changed abruptly as he hurriedly shouted, "Stop!" However, the old woman turned a deaf ear to him, and her old face was full of ridicule. However, in the depths of Qin Feiyang's eyes, there was also a hint of mockery. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, Willow Tree took a step forward and stood in front of Qin Feiyang, sending a palm strike towards the old woman. Yu Huang and the 6 elders also made a move together. The old woman was stunned. How could she react to this? Seeing this, Qin Feiyang said in his heart, this is a good opportunity. Don't give her a chance to self-destruct. Then let's kill her directly. Yu Huang said ferociously. Taking advantage of the old woman's distraction, Willow Tree took the lead and sent a palm strike towards the old woman's chest. The old woman immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and her face turned pale. At the same time, Yu Huang also took out the snake scale, and the 6 elders also took out their battle swords. The sharp edge tore through the sky and madly slashed towards the old woman. Want to kill me? However, although Willow Tree's palm strike severely injured the old woman, it also brought her back to reality. Hee, go to hell with me. She laughed sinisterly, and a destructive aura immediately rushed out of her body. Self-destruct. The palace master of Fengtian Palace, Li Yuan, and the others immediately changed their expressions. Yu Huang, Willow Tree and the 6 elders were also terrified. They immediately stopped and retreated to Qin Feiyang's side. Looking at everyone who was like a frightened bird, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Then he looked at the palace master of Fengtian Palace. At this moment he had already taken Li Yuan and the others to hide in the space divine item. Qin Feiyang was a little annoyed. Why were a group of fake gods so timid? Willow Tree urged, young master, let's go to the castle quickly. Yu Huang and the 6 elders also had anxious looks on their faces. But Qin Feiyang was indifferent and stared at the old woman without blinking. Palace master and the others have already escaped. Why are you still not running? Aren't you afraid of death? The old woman laughed. Qin Feiyang said lightly, if you want to self-destruct, hurry up. Don't dawdle. The old woman's face darkened. What? You don't dare? Do you think I'm them? Do you think you can scare me just by pretending? Qin Feiyang sneered. Pretending? Willow Tree and the others were stunned. The palace master of the heavenly palace and the others who were hiding in the space divine item were also stunned. Then, a trace of shame couldn't help but crawl up the faces of the group of people. They weren't even afraid of a war king, but they were like birds that were startled by the twang of a bow. But now, they didn't dare to go out. Because if the old woman really self-destructed, then they would all be annihilated. Hurry up, self-destruct. Let me tell you, you have to self-destruct today. Qin Feiyang shouted. Don't force me. The old woman roared, her face full of anxiety. That's right. Her self-detonation was indeed just to scare everyone. Even she had already planned her escape route. But what she never thought was that Qin Feiyang would actually see through her plan. So what if I force you? Today you can either self-destruct here or die in our hands. Choose for yourself. Qin Feiyang said. The old woman was furious to the extreme, and the destructive aura that rushed out from her body became more and more terrifying. If you don't dare to self-destruct, then why are you still pretending? Qin Feiyang's face was full of disdain, and he actually took the initiative to walk towards the old woman, his aura aggressive. The old woman looked flustered and kept retreating. Willow Tree Yu Huang and the 6 elders saw this and hurriedly followed behind Qin Feiyang. His body was dripping with cold sweat. The courage of this young master was beyond imagination. Facing the self-destruction of a false god, he could still be so calm. Seeing Qin Feiyang approaching, the old woman became more and more flustered and shouted, "Don't come any closer or I will really self-destruct." "Then hurry up. No one is stopping you." "What's wrong? No temper?" Qin Feiyang's eyes became more and more aggressive. The old woman collapsed. How could she meet such a difficult kid? He was not even afraid of death. What should she do now? "Since you don't dare to self-destruct, then stop for me," Qin Feiyang shouted angrily. The old woman's body trembled. Looking at Qin Feiyang, her eyes were full of struggle. Finally, she squatted in the void in despair, holding her head and crying bitterly. The destructive aura also gradually dissipated. Obviously, the line of defense in her heart had completely collapsed. Willow Tree, Yu Huang, and the 6 elders looked at each other and immediately rushed up, ready to attack the old woman. "Stop." But Qin Feiyang suddenly shouted. "What?" Several people were stunned and turned to look at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. They were a little puzzled. Such a good opportunity, why stop them? The palace master of Fengtian Palace also appeared at this time. However, only he came out alone. The others were still in the space divine object. "Why don't you destroy her first?" The palace master of Fengtian Palace also looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. "Now you know how to destroy her? What were you doing just now?" "I really didn't expect that a group of fake gods would be cowards. Especially you." Qin Feiyang turned to look at Willow Tree, Yu Huang, and the 6 elders and said, "Didn't I warn you in advance to prevent her from self-destructing?" Willow Tree and the others nodded. "Then what did you do?" "Seeing her self-destruct, even your souls were scared away. Is that all you have? In the situation just now, with your strength, knowing the situation, you could destroy her sea of qi when she self-destructed. But you chose to retreat and missed an opportunity. I also know that Gao Yuan's self-destruction has traumatized you. But sometimes, there is only one opportunity. Once missed, there will never be another. I hope you can remember," Qin Feiyang said. Of course. Willow Tree and the others lowered their heads in shame. Even the palace master of Fengtian Palace was blushing, too ashamed to show his face. Qin Feiyang shook his head, walked to the old woman and said, "You must have your difficulties." The old woman didn't answer but just cried bitterly. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and asked, "Is it because of the puppet technique?" "How do you know?" The old woman suddenly looked up and stared at Qin Feiyang, her eyes full of surprise. "It's easy to tell. If you were really a member of the Jianghu League, you would have self-destructed without hesitation. But you didn't. And a fake god is squatting here and crying, which means you have a lot of grievances. Combined with your previous behavior, I've come to the conclusion that you're under the control of the Everlasting Alliance, and have no control over yourself," Qin Feiyang said. The old woman stared blankly at Qin Feiyang, nodded after a long time and said, "Back then, before I stepped into the fake god realm and became an elder, I was already controlled by the Jianghu League. I didn't want to work for them, but I had no choice. I didn't want to die." Qin Feiyang asked, "If you were given a chance, would you turn over a new leaf?" "Of course." The old woman nodded without hesitation. "Who is the person controlling you?" Qin Feiyang asked. "The deputy chief of the Jianghu League," the old woman said. "Is he nearby right now?" Qin Feiyang asked. "No." The old woman shook her head. "That's good." Qin Feiyang nodded. He formed a seal with both hands and the seal of slavery quickly appeared. If the deputy chief of the Jianghu League was not nearby, he could help the old woman break the puppet technique without worry. On the contrary, if the deputy chief was nearby, he would have to enter the castle immediately. This was because the puppet technique could make people lose their consciousness. If the deputy chief saw that he could break the puppet technique, he would definitely control the old woman and make her body explode. "This is?" The old woman looked at the seal of slavery suspiciously. "This is the seal of slavery. The seal of slavery can break the puppet technique," Qin Feiyang said. "Really?" The old woman was stunned and asked hurriedly. "It's true. We were controlled by the puppet technique in the past. Young master used the seal of slavery to break it for me." The 6 elders said. "I beg you, please help me. I really don't want to do anything that will hurt everyone. All these years, whenever I think of what I did for the Jianghu League, I want to commit suicide to atone for my sins," the old woman exclaimed. Qin Feiyang said, "Destroy your cultivation first." The old woman did not hesitate. She slapped her lower abdomen, and her sea of energy shattered on the spot. Chapter 1607. At the same time, In a desert in the Black Tortoise world, sand dunes stood tall as the wind howled, filling the sky with yellow sand. Two middle-aged men stood side by side on a sand dune, looking at the green mountains outside the desert, their eyes filled with anger. One of them had a square face, wearing a black robe 7 feet tall, his long hair fluttering in the wind. The other man had a round face about 1.75 meters tall and was quite skinny. He wore a white robe, his hair was white, giving off a sense of vicissitudes. The aura from these two men was extremely strong. I never thought that our Vanga League would fall to such a state. This is a shame that can never be washed away. The middle-aged man in black said in a deep voice, his tone was filled with anger. No rush. We still have one more pawn. If the 9th elder of the Fengtian Palace fails to escape, he will self-destruct. At that time, not to mention Qin Feiyang's group, even the people of the Fengtian Palace will be wiped out. At that time, without the Fengtian Palace, our Vanga League will unify the Black Tortoise world. The middle-aged man in white said, his eyes filled with murderous intent. However, before he could finish his sentence, the middle-aged man in black beside him suddenly trembled and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. What happened? The middle-aged man in white was shocked. Impossible, how could this be? The middle-aged man in black did not answer and kept muttering, his face was filled with disbelief. Tell me what's going on? The middle-aged man in white shouted. The middle-aged man in black turned to look at the middle-aged man in white and said, the 9th elder's puppet technique was broken by someone. Obviously. He was the deputy chief of the Vanga League. What? The middle-aged man in white was shocked and angry. The puppet technique is a divine art, how could it be broken by someone? It's not impossible. At this time, a young man in purple flew to the two men. You are? The two men turned to look at the young man in purple suspiciously. The young man in purple said, Mu Qing from the outside world. When the two men heard this, their eyes lit up. The middle-aged man in white said, you came from the outside world, so you should know Qin Feiyang very well, right? More than that. He and I, a cold light flashed in Mu Qing's eyes. The two of them looked at each other. Although Mu Qing didn't finish her sentence, they already understood what she meant. The deputy chief of the Vanga League said, you said that it's not impossible. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang has mastered a control-type divine art called the Seal of Slavery. If this divine incantation can overcome the Blood Soul technique, I believe it can also overcome your puppetry technique. Mu Qing said. Why didn't you say so earlier? The deputy chief of the Vanga League said angrily. I didn't think of this before. The most important thing right now is not to study whether the slavery seal can break the puppet technique, but to leave this place immediately. Mu Qing said. That's right. 9th elder's puppet technique has been broken. She will definitely betray us. Pass down the order immediately. Let's continue into the depths of the desert. The middle-aged man in white said. Fengtian Palace. Not only did Qin Feiyang break the old woman's puppet technique, but he also took control of her. After all, the old woman had betrayed them before, so they couldn't completely trust her. This point, Qin Feiyang didn't hide it. The old woman and the palace master of Fengtian Palace knew about it. The two of them had no objections. However, the palace master of Fengtian Palace had a request. When Qin Feiyang left the Black Tortoise realm, he had to remove the old woman's seal of slavery. Qin Feiyang asked, where are the people of the Vanga League and the Tianyang Empire now? The old woman said, they have all entered the Undead Mountain. Undead Mountain. The palace master of Fengtian Palace's pupils shrank. Is the Undead Mountain very scary? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Yes. It is said that the Undead Mountain is boundless, and there are many undead wandering in it. And the masters of these undead were basically the strongest who dominated a region. The palace master of Fengtian Palace said in a deep voice. Undead? Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, have you guys been to the Undead Mountain? Yes. Once, the Vanga League's leader and I joined forces to enter the Undead Mountain to explore, but we didn't find the end even after half a year. On the contrary, we were almost killed by the storm inside. The palace master of Fengtian Palace said. Storm? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. Inside the Undead Mountain is a desert, and there are storms in the desert all year round. The deeper you go, the stronger the storm. The place where the Vanga League's leader and I went, the storm was strong enough to kill an ordinary false god. The palace master of Fengtian Palace said. Damn. Even a false god can be killed. Yu Huang swallowed his saliva. Qin Feiyang said, did you encounter the so-called undead? I didn't. The palace master of Fengtian Palace shook his head. Do the undead really exist? Yu Huang asked. They do. Qin Feiyang nodded. You've seen them? Yu Huang was surprised. Yes. I once saw a lot of lively skeletons in a place called the Nine Nether Yellow Springs. Qin Feiyang said. Willow Tree was surprised. The underworld is still there? You've been to the underworld too? This time it was Qin Feiyang's turn to be shocked. I haven't been there, but I heard people from the Tianyang Empire talk about this place. It's said that there are many treasures there. There seems to be Hell's Gate, Bridge of Helplessness, Sea of Bitterness, Permitha and so on. Are these all true? Willow Tree asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, but I really didn't find any treasures. Maybe my cultivation was too weak at that time, so I couldn't detect the existence of these treasures. Amazing, I really want to go and take a look. Willow Tree said. I've been to the underworld too. The palace master of Fengtian Palace suddenly said. What? You've been there? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Well, it's a long story. I'll tell you slowly when I have time. The palace master of Fengtian Palace said and looked at the old woman. Everything here, was it done by the Vanga League in the Tianyang Empire? The old woman nodded. Her eyes were full of self-blame. The destruction of the palace master of Fengtian Palace was caused by her. Hearing this, the palace master of Fengtian Palace suddenly burned with anger. He grabbed the old woman's clothes and shouted, Then were my wife and Chang are also killed by the Vanga League? I don't know. The old woman shook her head. I don't know. The palace master of Fengtian Palace's eyes suddenly surged with killing intent. Calm down. Qin Feiyang grabbed the palace master of Fengtian Palace's arm and said, The Vanga League and the Tianyang Empire are not stupid. They will definitely keep your wife and son alive so that their plan will fail and they can use them to threaten you. The palace master of Fengtian Palace trembled and nodded. What you said makes sense. After saying that, he looked down at the old woman again and said word by word, If anything happens to my wife and Chang, I will not let you go. The old woman's eyes trembled. After being together for so many years, she was very clear about the temper of the palace master of Fengtian Palace. If he said it, he would definitely do it. The palace master of the Celestial Submission Palace snorted and let go of the old woman. Then he lowered his head and glanced at the broken ground below. He clenched his fists and muttered, Blood for blood. I will make you pay. After saying that, he turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, Go to the Undead Mountain immediately? I don't have much time. I have to catch up with them as soon as possible. Can you open the portal in the Undead Mountain? Qin Feiyang asked. The palace master of Fengtian Palace shook his head. Then this is difficult. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead and said, Let's go in and take a look first. The palace master of Fengtian Palace immediately opened the portal. Qin Feiyang sent the 6 great elders to the castle, leaving only the Willow Tree and Yu Huang outside. The old woman also asked the palace master of Fengtian Palace to send the spatial divine object. Then, the 3 of them and the beast entered the portal. However, just as Qin Feiyang and the others were about to disappear, another gray figure broke through the air and entered the portal like lightning. In front of a mountain range, Qin Feiyang and the others appeared out of thin air. The gray-white figure also appeared beside them. If it wasn't Zhuge Mingyang, who else could it be? Who are you? You actually dare to run into the palace master of Fengtian and spy on us. When the palace master of Fengtian Palace saw Zhuge Mingyang, his killing intent rose. Qin Feiyang, Willow Tree, and Yu Huang looked at Zhuge Mingyang and also frowned. They never thought that this guy would be hiding in the palace master of Fengtian. Zhuge Mingyang chuckled, glanced at Qin Feiyang, looked at the palace master of Fengtian Palace and said, I am here to help you. Help us? The palace master of Fengtian Palace raised his eyebrows. Zhuge Mingyang no longer paid attention to the palace master of Fengtian Palace, and looked at Qin Feiyang with a sinister smile. Do you remember that I once said that no matter how I change, I will always be a person of the great Qin, so to get rid of the Heavenly Sun Empire, I, Zhuge Mingyang, will not shirk my duty. Are you saying this to a ghost? I reckon that even a ghost wouldn't believe it. Yu Huang sneered. That's right. I'm sure that you have other intentions. Willow Tree also followed. Zhuge Mingyang smiled. Qin Feiyang frowned. Are you following me to find an opportunity to anger me and force me to kill you? You're so smart. Zhuge Mingyang laughed. Force you to kill him? What do you mean? The palace master of Fengtian Palace looked at Qin Feiyang with a dumbfounded face. Zhuge Mingyang raised his eyebrows. This is between Qin Feiyang and me, what are you talking about? You're courting death. The palace master of Fengtian Palace's eyes turned cold. You may not be able to kill me, you can try if you don't believe me. Zhuge Mingyang looked at him playfully and scrupulous. The palace master of Fengtian Palace narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a dangerous signal. But in the end, he retracted his gaze and said, I don't have time to play with you now. Yes. If you don't hurry up and chase after them, I'm afraid that your 3 idiotic sons will lose their lives. Zhuge Mingyang joked. The palace master of Fengtian Palace suddenly looked at Zhuge Mingyang. Yesterday evening I had already entered Fengtian Palace and haven't left, so when the people from the Vanga League and the Tianyang Empire went to massacre your Fengtian Palace, I was there. I saw with my own eyes that they kidnapped your wife and son. Your wife was very sensible and didn't resist. But your 3 sons relied on your support and were unruly, thinking that the Vanga League and the Tianyang Empire wouldn't dare to hurt them, but in the end they were tortured quite miserably. Chapter 1608. You were there? The palace master of Fengtian Palace was stunned and said angrily, Then why didn't you help them? I was wondering why I had to help them. Do I have anything to do with you? Zhuge Mingyang didn't understand. The palace master of Fengtian Palace was speechless. That's right. They weren't related, so why would this person help the palace master of Fengtian Palace? However, at least now he could be sure that his wife and 3 sons weren't dead. The group turned around and looked at the mountain range in front of them. Apart from the palace master of Fengtian Palace and Willow Tree, Qin Feiyang, Zhuge Mingyang, and Yu Huang all had a look of surprise in their eyes. The mountain range in front of them was extremely vast. However, there wasn't a single weed in the huge mountain range. There were blooming flowers everywhere, colorful and pleasing to the eye. Between the flowers, there was a cedar tree every few hundred meters. It was very thick. Some of the tree trunks couldn't be surrounded by more than a dozen people. The branches and leaves were lush like large umbrellas, towering into the sky and exuding a majestic vitality. Yu Huang asked in bewilderment, Are these flowers and cedar trees naturally grown here? No. Every time someone is buried here, we will plant a cedar tree. That's because the cedar tree represents everlasting youth. It also represents our respect for those sages. Similarly, the cedar tree is the guardian of this place. The palace master of Fengtian Palace said. Yu Huang was shocked. You mean that there are as many fake gods as there are cedars here? Yes. The palace master of Fengtian Palace nodded. Qin Feiyang walked into the mountain range step by step and stood above a mountain ridge looking ahead. As far as the eye could see, there were thousands of cedar trees. In other words, there were at least thousands of fake gods buried under this land. It was hard to imagine how long the Black Tortoise realm had existed. Yu Huang saw an extremely large cedar tree. The tree trunk was so thick that over 20 people holding hands would be able to encircle it. TSK. It ran up and said in surprise, I estimate that this cedar tree is at least 10,000 years old. Don't go near the cedar. The palace master of Fengtian Palace suddenly changed color. What is it? Yu Huang turned to look at him suspiciously. It said that the dead false gods are buried under these cedars. Willow Tree said. It's not a rumor, it's a fact. These cedar trees are their tombstones and they represent them, Li Mu said. Fengtian Palace Master said. What? When Yu Huang heard this, he immediately jumped up and hurriedly bowed to Shuesong, saying, Sorry to disturb you, please don't take offense. After saying that, he quickly retreated to Qin Feiyang's side. Wasn't the undead mountain range the place where fake gods were buried? But why didn't he see any tombstones? It turned out that these cedars were their tombstones and tombstones. What are you afraid of? I don't believe that there are really undead here. Zhuge Mingyang pursed his lips. Fengtian Palace Master raised his eyebrows and said, You can choose not to believe some things, but you must be respectful. What's there to be respectful of a dead person? Zhuge Mingyang smiled disdainfully. Clatter. However, before his voice died away, the cedars in the entire mountain range suddenly shook, and the sound was deafening. What's going on? Yu Huang was immediately scared and burrowed into Qin Feiyang's arms. Willow Tree also immediately took out the 7-star sword and stood in front of Qin Feiyang, looking at the cedars warily. Zhuge Mingyang's face was also filled with shock. Looking at the situation, could it be that these cedars could hear him? At the same time, Fengtian Palace Master also changed his expression and hurriedly bowed, saying, He just came here and didn't mean to offend you. Please don't blame him. When Fengtian Palace Master's voice died away, the cedars, under the incredulous gaze of Qin Feiyang and the others, actually stopped shaking. What do you mean? Could it be that those dead false gods are still alive in these trees? Qin Feiyang was stunned. You're just playing tricks. Zhuge Mingyang glanced at the cedars and suddenly snorted from his nose. A grayish-white false god power rolled out, carrying an astonishing sharpness and rushed in all directions. Oh! Feng Tian Palace Master's expression changed drastically and he hurriedly shouted. However, it was too late. Because no one had expected Zhuge Mingyang to suddenly make a move. It was too late to stop him now. Clatter. The cedars seemed to have sensed the danger and shook again. Retreat. The Imperial Conferring Palace's Palace Master looked at Qin Feiyang and shouted. Then he took the lead and left the mountain range. When Qin Feiyang saw this, he glanced at the cedar trees. Although he didn't understand what was going on, he still stopped the Heavenly Palace Lord's words. He brought Lu Mu and Yu Huang away and rapidly retreated from the mountain range. However, Zhuge Mingyang was indifferent. The corners of his mouth even curled up into a mocking smile. This was a mockery to Qin Feiyang and the others. He glanced at the cedars around, his eyes full of contempt, and said, "A bunch of dead people still dare to come out and stir up trouble. You really don't know what you're doing. Today I'll make you disappear completely." The grayish-white false god power rushed in all directions. The originally colorful and dazzling flowers were instantly destroyed in a large area. But suddenly, the cedar trees in the entire mountain range spewed out patches of green essence qi. They gathered together and surged towards Zhuge Mingyang like a wave. What is this? It doesn't seem to be battle qi or false god power, but it gives me a great sense of danger. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Before he finished speaking, the essence qi condensed into a huge enchantment, trapping Zhuge Mingyang and the false god power inside. Boom. The false god power hit the enchantment. But the enchantment only trembled a few times and quickly calmed down. Damn. Yu Huang's eyes widened in disbelief. He had already experienced Zhuge Mingyang's strength. Especially the false god power, which was naturally stronger than the false god power of others. But now, it couldn't break the enchantment set up by the cedars? Could it be that these cedars had also become gods? What was going on? Zhuge Mingyang was dumbfounded. Although these cedars haven't become gods, they are no different from gods. Feng Tian Palace Master seemed to have seen through Yu Huang's mind and said in a deep voice. What do you mean? Yu Huang was surprised. Feng Tian Palace Master said, You may not know how we planted the cedars. We planted the roots of the cedars on the bodies of the ancestors. What? Yu Huang's expression changed. Feng Tian Palace Master said, in other words, they were born with the divine blood and flesh of the ancestors. Growing the cedars with the divine body? Yu Huang and Qin Feiyang looked at each other. Isn't this too outrageous? Because they absorbed the essence of the divine blood and flesh, they are constantly evolving. Now they are no longer ordinary cedars. They are a group of divine trees comparable to divine iron. And they have already given birth to consciousness. Feng Tian Palace Master said. Consciousness? Qin Feiyang was shocked. According to the ancient records, not only humans and beasts, but everything in the world could give birth to consciousness. Consciousness was equivalent to a human soul. But other than humans and beasts, they were usually called spirits. If a flower gave birth to consciousness, it was usually called a flower spirit. For example, a divine weapon was called a spirit. A tree was called a tree spirit. But all of this, in his opinion, was just a legend, but he didn't expect it to be true. It was happening in front of him now. How could he not be surprised? Voila! In the mountain range, the cedar trees kept swaying as if they were very angry. The emerald green essence was endless. Zhuge Mingyang stood in the barrier, and his face gradually became gloomy. I want to see what kind of waves you can make. Suddenly, he smiled sinisterly. Dragon roars echoed. A shocking aura of death erupted within the barrier. Damn it. He actually used a divine art. This is a provocation. It's an offense. Feng Tian Palace Master said angrily. What will happen? Qin Feiyang asked. Feng Tian Palace Master snorted and said disdainfully, not to mention him, even if I am a level 10 false god, I can't break the barrier set by the cedars. So powerful? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Their horror is far more than that. The great Deacon's sky-breaking rod is in your hands, right? Even the revived sky-breaking rod can't break the barrier. Feng Tian Palace Master sneered. This, Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. This was too exaggerated. Yu Huang also didn't believe it. But the next moment, they had witnessed how terrifying the barrier was. Boom. Zhuge Mingyang cast a divine art and blasted the barrier. But in the end, the barrier didn't show any signs of breaking except for shaking. Terrifying, really terrifying. Yu Huang felt her heart pounding when she saw this. Suddenly, its eyes turned and looked at Qin Feiyang. Do you think these cedars can kill him? Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked up at the cedars. No. The cedars won't attack any living thing, they're just passive defense. However, if you completely annoy them, they can trap a person here for the rest of their life. Feng Tian Palace Master said. Trapped here for the rest of my life? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This was good news. Now this Zhuge Mingyang, killing him was not the right thing to do. Then the best way was to be trapped somewhere. The Black Tortoise Realm was undoubtedly the best place. Because once the half-a-year limit was exceeded, Zhuge Mingyang would be controlled by the Devil Imprint. At that time he wouldn't be able to leave the Black Tortoise Realm and naturally wouldn't be able to go out and stir up trouble. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang's mind became active. Looking at Zhuge Mingyang, his eyes flashed and he laughed. Don't you think you're very strong? Why can't you do anything to a bunch of cedars? What a joke. I haven't shown my real skills yet. Zhuge Mingyang was so angry that he laughed. Then hurry up and show it. After all, you're a fake god now. If you can't even do anything to a bunch of cedars, it'll be embarrassing if word gets out. Qin Feiyang laughed. He was deliberately angering Zhuge Mingyang.